anticlimactic, shall we say? Could you please make that bucket of water maybe a little bit bigger? That is very anxiety-inducing. Why do you mind? Why have you got to do this, Martincino Pants? I watch your videos for entertainment, not to have a conniption.
Oh. Oh, yes. Apples. Oh my god. Apples. Yes. 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 We had finally acquired the missing piece.
Verbündeter
And so, of
Kontrollpunkt
course,
entdeckt.
villager time.
Agent, Prioritätsziel verfügbar.
To begin villager time, I brought back the witch that I had banished to the naughty corner long ago, and with a lot of finagling, managed to get her to chuck a weakness potion onto the zombies. Yes. This was after it poisoned me several times, the fucking dickhead. Then I force-fed them the apples, drove the witch back into the naughty corner for safekeeping, I guess, and waited.
He's stimming. Guys, he's stimming. Look at him go. He's about ready to become a functional human being. This is what the rest of the world wants you to believe that conditional therapy does to a neurodivergent person. Oh my god, he's functional.
And there we go. I had finally done it. Their new home was the
And on the 6th day, God created things. He created things.
old
Yeah.
pig pen, where I placed down a few beds and threw bread at them until they... oh. 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 Oh my... Oh. Oh. Oh my
Guys,
god.
don't look, you're too young.
It's a fully clothed child. Curious. Now, to
And
get
that
more emeralds. The easiest method I could...
villager children look like the kind of people who are 1 year old with 20 years of life experience.
think of was to employ them as farmers and sell them carrots. So I employed them as farmers, gave myself carpal tunnel by farming carrots, and sold them to the villagers for great riches. Back at the watering trader platform, I
This is where it all goes, baby.
waited even more. And when the wandering traders did appear, I bought whatever I could. Anything and everything. Coral blocks? Fuck it, I'll take some. Dirt? Yes please. Cactus? Don't mind if I do. Sugarcane?
You never know
Yes.
what might come in
Process,
useful.
I had also begun work on the next farm. An iron farm. This farm works by scaring the villagers here periodically from the
So what you're saying is that you're Iron Man. Yeah, Iron Man. Not to start. You're Iron Man because your iron gonna fall off and lose all your progress.
presence of this zombie. Then, the trapdoor closes, they forget about it, go back to sleep, and 5 seconds later the trapdoor opens again, sending them in a frenzy, sprinting in every direction at once, and spawning in a golem for their protection. The golem spawns in here, falls into this water stream, and into this chute where he's killed by
Oh my
cramming,
god,
which
that
he's
is
24
such
minecart.
cheese. What
My
the hell?
favourite part of this farm, however, is the boat clock. You see, I have very limited redstone space, so to make a clock, I built a small track filled with water. Previously climbed over the...
So you know how earlier I said that Martin is kind of like the most unfortunate person on the planet? One moment, he could be doing the most intelligent thing on the planet, using the most logical, genius thing imaginable. And then he forgets that emeralds are one of the foundational things you need to trade? What the fuck, dude?
First lights, he activates them, and brings them back.
Feindliche
Phenomenal.
Übertragung
Genius.
erkannt.
Absolute
Next,
genius.
a trading hall. So I built a trading hall. Filling it with villagers was tedious and painful.
See what I mean by like gaiting back then? It only took functional human beings for him to instantly enslave them. Ladies and gentlemen, we just got to bear witness to democracy being born. Truly, the American way of living life.
But once it was full, I could start cycling through all the various trades for my villagers. It took forever. Like legitimately ages spent removing their workstation, waiting a second, putting them down, packing their trades, taking their trades a complete ass, removing the workstation. Yeah. With these books, I enchanted some swag gear. I got some diamond tools, I made myself some armor. Finally, things were going well. And
Until-
for our next project, with a
Sich
quantity
nähernden
supply.
Feinde erkannt.
So, first things first, we're
Schwer gepanzerter Feind erkannt.
Look, I've seen people bastardize this game enough in making the machine. And I know exactly where this is going.
bounty box for a pillager round. For a banner carrier. Killing a banner carrier will give you the bad omen effect. The only problem is actually killing one without shooting it off the platform. Once I had the bad omen effect, I went back to base and did this little setup that I did earlier.
This is so intricate. I was never gonna figure this shit out.
So with the rest of the platform made from half slabs, I had a safe area to attack from, and an unsafe area that they'd spawn on. And so, the raid began.
Feindliche Übertragung erkannt.
Using my librarians, I had made some
Oh my god, that is
ridiculous
so
bows and
anticlimactic.
made quick work of each wave.
Absurd.
I had
Absolutely absurd.
a little difficulty, but
Welcome to Detroit, bitches.
victorious. Beating a raid gives you the Hero of the Village effect, and with the Hero of the Village effect, trades with villagers become significantly cheaper, and villagers give you gifts. What does this have to do with lava? Toolsmiths. You see,
Zugang zum
I've been
Nachschubraum
lying.
freigeschaltet.
So you know I made the comment about Iron Man earlier? Yeah, I really didn't mean it, by the way.
you can't actually beat Minecraft with one tree, but you can get up to here. So here is where a little mod comes in. All the mod does is change the loot table from toolsmith villagers when they drop gifts. Normally, all they do is fill your inventory with useless shit tools, but with this of dropping lava buckets.
Oh, there it is.
Finally, after all these hours, we could make
Cobblestone?
a cobblestone
Yeah!
generator. To get myself more lava, I constructed a lava farm. This was great. Except, I forgot one small detail. Lava, lights things on fire. Shit. With a bit of time, the lava farm
Oopsie.
had produced lava. You know,
Oh.
like it's supposed to. It had made enough lava, in fact, for a portal. And so begins our adventures in the Nether.
Welcome to what the lore accurate, accurate nether is
were we
supposed to
doing
be.
in the Nether? Well, all I needed from the Nether were blaze rods. Which meant I had to find a Nether Fortress bounding box and build yet another spawning platform.
Agent fordert
Oh
Verstärkung an.
boy!
Did exactly that.
Did I ever
In
tell you
fact,
the
I was pretty lucky.
definition of
The Nether Fortress
insanity?
bounding box was right there. It was really easy. Like, almost too easy. I shot a few blazes with my bow, and in a few minutes, that was it. I had all the blaze rods. And so ends our adventures in the Nether.
Wait,
Holy
really?
shit. The day of reckoning was fast approaching. The Ender Eyes were made. Before going in, I wanted to be prepared. I leveled up my weapons finished. I got the most ridiculous set of
Registriere
arms, the most
zusätzliche
ridiculous bow,
Feindkontakte.
All of
the most
this just to
ridiculous
get
sword,
himself out of
Feindliche
purgatory.
the point of preparation. I collected a bunch of wood for blocks, and I
Yeah,
stole
all the patience
all
that I
my
ever would.
beds.
I would laugh. I wouldn't.
And the search
I would
began.
never go back.
1,000 or so blocks later of just doing this, there it was. I said my goodbyes to this terrible place I'd called home for the last several weeks, opened the portal, and jumped inside.
He did it!
Feeling like the rest of the world was a cold, desolate void. Just me, the small platform of the city, the bedrock temple, and the dragon. And so, the fight was on.
Bring it on, bitch! Oh my god, could you imagine getting this far and then dying? Dude, I would actually lose my mind if I died at this point. Oh, no, it's giving birth to excellent. That's great. He did it! He did it! Oh my god, wow! And now we can go back fighting the original Ender Dragon with his teammate. Congratulations! You're out of the gulag!
Shit.
Sich nähernde Feinde erkannt.
Imagine if you get first then get instantly shot back up and sent back to the gulag again.
Hit his ass.
I don't think there's any pretense here, but let's be honest, fighting the Ender Dragon is nowhere near this epic. The music is doing a lot of legwork here.
Yes! Let's go.
Bravo! You did it!
Steven, swear. No, 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 yeah, no, 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 no.
No. We did it. We beat the game. And I'm
Okay,
sure many of
but
you will be
everyone
pleased to
else
hear this.
beat the game.
We beat
You
up
beat
Steven.
2 games, buddy.
So, thanks for watching. Buy the frog from the link in the pinned comment. And I'll see you next time.
Damn, what a video! Well, ladies and gentlemen, as ever, Martin Cena Pants is never a bad watch. So, with that being said, I hope you enjoyed this video. Make sure to go subscribe to Martin if you haven't already. And as ever, please put up with my voice as I'm practicing and stuff. And hopefully you'll tune in for the next video I put up. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you guys next time. Bye-bye.
The story begins by the narrator saying that classes are blessings granted by the goddess at 10 years of age. A blessing ceremony is held to receive the class, and schools fitting their class with respect. Elsewhere, a boy named Errol is sitting quietly, while his father states that he seems quite calm, and comments that he wonders what class he will get. He was so nervous, he could barely sleep, while a girl exclaims that it is fine, and the other girl states that it's fine. Errol is her awesome little brother, so he will be the best class ever. A woman mentions that Errol then will be super popular, but the girl yells that it is too early for him to get a girlfriend, while the man announces that maybe they will get lots of fans coming. Errol thinks that they never stop once they are like this, but suddenly a bell rings which catches his attention. He further thinks that he should head to the temple, and gets out of the room. But as he walks outside, his family yells at him to not leave his family behind. His parents dance happily, while the girl tells Errol that he is terrible. He is leaving his big sister behind, to which Errol says that he can get the blessing himself and the day would be over by the time they are finished. But as the girl gets angry, he asks her what he could do, and mentions that Feynod is a rural town with no priests. Only once a year a priest is sent there to perform ceremonies. He doesn't want to miss it and has to wait until next year. In a building, a priest announces that he shall now begin the blessing ceremony, and instructs a boy to step forward from the right, to which the boy agrees and approaches him. While touching the boy's head, the priest states that he will read his revelation: flame, the scent of metal, the sound of strength, and questions if that matches what he sees. The boy gets surprised, and the priest declares that he is a blacksmith. The boy happily runs to his father, and exclaims that he can work with him, while the priest calls on the next child. Errol comments that they are all taking after their parents, and his sister says that lineage strongly affects classes. But as she begins to declare that she is sure he will be, the priest requests for the next person, and he states that it is his turn. The priest gets surprised and addresses Errol as Leon's kid. Someone mentions that both have advanced classes, the Sword Princess, Pharaoh, and the Magic King, Leon. A child inquires his father what is everyone talking about, and if it is important, to which his father explains that advanced classes are superior to the basic classes and take a lot of effort to obtain. But both of them were granted advanced classes immediately. They are prodigies, so their son will surely be. The priest instructs Errol to close his eyes, and comments that the goddess will show him his class. But as Errol closes his eyes, he thinks that he doesn't see anything, while the priest surprisingly realizes that there is no reaction, and announces that by now, normally it is impossible, which makes everyone shocked. Then the priest informs Errol that he is classless, which leaves his mother Pharaoh, father Leon, and his sister stunned. The priest states that classes are blessings from the goddess. To be classless is to be abandoned by the goddess. Later on, Farah swings her sword and says to Errol that it is okay. As Farah fights with Errol, she says that she and his father will keep working, so it's okay if he doesn't, to which Leon agrees and mentions that he should not think about killing himself, hearing which Errol yells that he is not planning to come or live off, and his sister shockingly asks if he is mad. Squeezing Errol's hand, his sister announces that even if he is a potato, she will never leave him. After a while, Errol is eating as he comments that they all seem to be pretty upset, but he is not feeling down at all. He adds that since he was little he has practiced the sword with his mom, and remembers to the people saying that how useless it is to practice even though he is not a swordsman. He continues to state that as a swordsman, they gain the swordsmanship skill to instant effect. But being classless, he can still use a sword because of his practice. It wasn't useless, he can do just as much with effort as with skills. So even without a class or skills, he doesn't need to be depressed, to which Farah tells him that thinking positive, what a wise child. And Leon says that he will go far, and then his family begin to talk amongst themselves, and he walks off while saying that he is off to the practice grounds. Walking outside, he suddenly overhears someone shouting that skills are awesome. His body is just moving by itself and reaches the person. He sees two boys dueling and states that they are probably young around his
Gegner bewacht einen Ort in der Nähe.
Hallo.
Fuck! Wusste ich doch! Jawohl! Nah genug! Wir müssen von der Seite! Zerschießt das! Schutz an! Besser das Weite!
Sich nähernde Feinde erkannt. Nachschublieferung erkannt.
Hab dich, ey!
his age. Noticing Errol, one of the boys addresses him as the classless guy and questions what he is doing there. Errol answers that he came to train just like them, but the boy mentions that he doesn't need to train. He is a swordsman. He just came there to check out his skill. He can take a look. The boys go back to dueling, while Errol watches and thinks That swordsmen first obtain the elementary swordsmanship skill. They move well, even just at the elementary level. Suddenly, he gets an idea and thinks while calling out the boys that with their skills maybe. He inquires the boys, how about they sparring with him? The boys begin laughing, and one of them exclaims that a classless against a swordsman. There is no way, but Errol asks why not. He would be a good match. He thinks that the sword princess, his mother, is too strong, while the boy irritatedly screams that he's messing with him. But as he tells him that he can't even fight back, the boy agrees and questions Errol, that by the way if even classless have divine protection. He confirms and announces that he is no different than anyone else, while he thinks that the divine protection is another blessing from the goddess. Classes are received at 10 years of age, but divine protection is with them from birth. He narrates that divine protection is something like invisible armor. It reduces harm taken by the body, but its effects are diminished once used, and a portion of the pain is still felt. The boy further questions Errol if he won't die even with a serious beating, and Errol replies that it will still hurt, so he should prepare himself. The boy irritatedly yells at Errol to not mess with him, and strikes with his sword while calling him classless. But Errol blocks his sword. The other boy exclaims to get him all ready, to which the first boy thinks that he gets it, but he is parrying all of his blows. Seeing his friend struggling, the other boy declares that they should take him out together, and rushes to attack Errol from behind. But Errol dodges the hit, and thinks that it is interesting, as he thought it is best to practice against opponents of similar skill. While one of the boys screams to the other that if he attacks him, he will hit him too. Errol further thinks that the skills improve their technique, but not their tactics or other talents. If that is the case, it is a little lacking, and rushes to the boys. The boys get stunned as they can't see Errol, and one of them begins to inquire where did he, but before he finishes his sentence, Errol hits him by a surprise attack, and the other boy realizes that he is strong. He calls him a scoundrel and announces that he will cut him to pieces, but the boy trips and falls before Errol. Then he hits the other boy on his back and the boy tumbles to the ground. Comments that it looks like he wins, but one of the boys shouts that he attacked while they weren't focused, to which the other boy agrees and mentions that it didn't count. Errol asks the boys if they want to go again then, and the boys respond that of course. Just then a boy announces to give it up. The swordsmen, they shouldn't embarrass themselves any further, and questions if they really think those excuses would work in a real battle, while Errol thinks that he wouldn't mind some more practice personally. One of the boys inquires who the hell is he, but the other boy shuts his mouth while saying to stop, and states he is the red-haired swordsman. While the red-haired swordsman asks Errol if he is the son of the sword princess Farah, Errol confirms, and the boy comments that even classless can inherit abilities from their parents. However, these two boys were just appetizers. He shouldn't get cocky just because he beat them. Then he raises his sword to Errol's neck and tells him that his next opponent will be him. He will show him the true power of swordsmanship, and asks him that why he is facing him, while Errol wonders that this is the first time they have met. So why is he directing this much hatred towards him? The boy questions him if he didn't hear him and yells he is telling him to have a match with him, while one of the two boys says that the red hair is similar to that of the leader of the municipal police. The boy states that is correct, his father, Evans, is said leader. Errol thinks that he knows that Evans, he is the person who always comes to his mother with diverse monster subjugation requests, and he remembers Evans saying that in the north part of the forest, killer panzers have been appearing more frequently. He further thinks that they don't look alike at all and wonders if this guy is also going to turn into a rustic old man like him, while the boy continues to say that his father is the most talented person there is, to which he comments that setting aside his skill with the sword, his decisiveness and leadership abilities also are why he is so popular. The boy gets angry and screams that even so, his mother is regarded as the strongest swordsman. He will never accept that. To which Errol says that so basically, he is resenting him because of his parents, but the boy irritatedly yells at him to shut up and states that he probably also thinks that his mother is the strongest, to which he mentions that, of course, his mother is the strongest in the world, and thinks that he can't really boast about her leadership skills, and the boy irritatedly states that the skill of one's parents will be inherited by the child. That is why he will win against him, and he will show that his family deserves to be called the strongest. After he became a swordsman 1 year ago, he continuously honed his basic skills, and after learning the sword from his father, he managed to acquire intermediate skills that would normally take 3 years. He shall not lose against someone like Errol, to which Errol replies he understands that he deeply respects his father, and that he is working hard as a swordsman as well, but he had his sword skills hammered into him by his mother, so he doesn't plan on losing. He remembers of Farah questioning him, how she can bring out that skill, how about swinging the sword, and saying that she can't explain it to him with words. So he will have to see and learn, and thinks that it is just like he said, they are skills that literally were hammered into him. The boy tells him to hurry and ready his sword, and declares that it is a battle. And then, Errol and the boy slash their swords at each other. The other two boys watch, and one of them mentions that it is amazing. It feels like a real battle. While the other one inquires if Errol is really classless, and comments that he can keep up with intermediate skills. While battling, Errol supposes that the boy is definitely stronger than those two, but he is letting his anger control his movements if he aims for a gap in his sloppy attack. But as he ducks from an attack, the boy thinks that he has got it, and calls on double-edged cut. Raising his sword to block the boy's hit, Errol gets taken aback, and thinks that he only swung it once, while the boy hits him, to which Errol flyingly crashes to the wall behind him. The boy announces that to think that he would be able to defend against his skill from this distance, but it seems like one hit connected, while Errol asks the boy, what was that just now, and if he was attacking from both sides. But the boy answers that it's an assault skill. Namely, it is a skill that unleashes 2 attacks with 1 swing. It's no wonder that someone without a skill like him wouldn't be able to defend against him. While he says that he wonders about that, he did manage to defend against one, to which the boy questions him if he would like to try it. He mentions that just for him, he will beat the boastful speech out of him. The next day, someone greets good morning to Errol and tells him to wake up. He opens his eyes, and his sister lays down next to him. Then he closes his eyes back, to which she yells to not ignore her. His glamorous Oni-chan has came to give him a courtesy wake-up call. He addresses his sister as niece and he informs her that lying is not good, but his sister comments that he shouldn't worry about it. It will happen eventually. Walking into a room, he greets good morning to his mother Farah, to which she greets back and announces that breakfast is ready. After eating, he thanks for the food and says that he is going out. As he leaves, his sister states that ever since he came home that worn out on that. He goes out early and comes back late. She is kind of worried, but her mother mentions that he will be fine, and opens the door while saying that reminds her she didn't show her yet. Looking in the drawer, Errol's sister comments that it is all used swords, to which Farah reveals that they are the ones that Errol used ever since that one day. Apparently, he fought with a kid around the same age, and got really motivated, while Errol's sister announces that ever since then, he has been training the sword outside, rather than being depressed. He is more lively than ever, to which Farah confirms. Errol's sister inquires that, by the way, where is her father? And she answers that he is still sleeping, to which she says that he is just like Errol, sleeping all the time. But Farah mentions that he is the exact opposite. Outside, Errol is slashing his sword at a tree and thinks that the double-edged cut he lost because he couldn't deal with that skill. 1 swing and 2 attacks, just like magic, but it's a sword skill. With the time it takes to make 1 swing, they actually do 2. Then he states that when they increase their physical ability, they can perform higher level skills. So, if he had the physical ability to do this double-edged cut, it's possible to do without actually possessing the skill. He thinks that the reversal of his wrists, in order to get stronger, he will do it no matter how much it takes. He has to remember the movements of that redhead, to think that there would be the day when he would use other learning methods besides the ones from his mother. Suddenly goblins appear, and one of them jumps to attack, but he spins around quickly and slashes him with his sword, while calling on double-edged cut. The goblin falls defeated on the ground, while he continues to think that against small guys like goblins, he is fairly decent with the skill, and asks what about the others, but realizes that they ran away. While looking at his sword, he keeps thinking that the forest is really nice, even though it is a bit dangerous. He can train to his heart's content, and comments that alright, it is time to go home. Just then, he hears a roar, to which he realizes that it is a large enemy, and he wonders why it is at the foot of the mountain. He has to report this to the municipal police, but suddenly he hears a scream. He thinks that the scream is a child's voice, and wonders if someone was attacked, and if that's the case, then he doesn't have the time to report this. Taking out his sword, he thinks that it's fine. He is pretty strong himself, and proceeds in the forest. Walking through the forest, he overhears someone saying to not get any closer, and alerts another person, to which he looks through the bushes. He notices that the person is the one he fought on the training grounds, and wonders what in the world he is fighting against. Seeing a huge goblin, Errol realizes that it's a hobgoblin. One hit from him can really send him flying. But with that boy's skills, a solo subjugation would be much faster, so why did it come to this? But as he looks at a wood panel, he notices the sword marks and remembers of the boy saying. Without self-conceit, He has continued to hone his skills and realizes that just like him, he was practicing in the woods. Then he narrates that the hobgoblin's power is immense, but their movements are slow. Luckily, he has his back to him right now. While the hobgoblin approaches the boy, he states that before he can get one more hit, he will cut him. Meanwhile, the boy tells the hobgoblin to not come there and raises his sword to it, but realizes that it's no use. He can't move his body and can't run away. But suddenly the hobgoblin gets decapitated and falls before him while Errol appears and says that was easier than expected. The boy gets surprised and begins to collapse, but he catches him while saying that his divine protection got cut. They have to restore it as fast as possible. Then asks the boy about his holy water, and the boy replies that it broke when he was assaulted by that goblin. Errol gives him his holy water, and the boy drinks it. But suddenly, he shockingly asks Errol what was that attack just now, while Errol thinks that the boy is immediately back to normal. Then he says that it was the double-edged cut, but the boy tells him to not be ridiculous. It's exactly because it's a skill that is so difficult to master, to which he states that, well, it probably is impossible normally. That is why he trained more than normal to cut like that. The boy replies that he doesn't get it, but he comments that he didn't say anything difficult. He confusedly announces that saying it loud is easy, but making it into reality, to which Errol says that he hates losing. That's why, to definitely win the next time they meet, he made that as his goal and arrived at his level today, even though he was hoping for a different meeting. To which the boy says if he worked himself to this extent, then they should have their rematch right now. But he tells him to not force himself. They can do it whenever. But the boy states that he owes him so much, he even shared his holy water with him. He should let him repay his debts. Then he comments what a strong sense of duty. He is actually a good guy, to which the boy irritatedly questions what he means by actually. Afterward, Errol and the boy slash their swords at one another, and they both call out for double-edged cut. The boy thinks that he defended against both hits. That's without a doubt a double-edged cut, why he is able to. But before he finishes his thought, Errol hits the boy on his shoulder, to which he inquires what was that just now. Errol answers that it was a third attack, which makes the boy shocked. He mentions that this skill is a double attack, but Errol announces that his double-edged cut is not something that can be called a skill. Basically, he doesn't need the double-edged part, because it is not limited on 2, and he can still improve with continuous hits, to which the boy says that it's impossible. Errol informs the boy that he just saw it, but the boy shouts that no, it can't be. Even if he was able to use a double-edged cut, it is nothing more than the imitation of a classless like him. For people blessed with the class swordsman and their double-edged cut, losing against this is impossible. To which Errol suggests the boy, then how about they put it to the test? Who is the stronger one here? After that, both Errol and the boy scream for double-edged cut, but as he slashes at the boy's sword, it goes flying, which makes the boy shocked and he falls to the ground. To which Errol tells him that it is the same development as last time, and it will stay like this. Then he walks away while declaring that it's his win. Back at home, his sister asks father if he heard that the child of Evans departed towards Brescia, but he questions if he was not 1 year older than Errol, while Errol thinks of the boy he sparred with and inquires his mother what is Brescia. His mother responds that it is a city for swordsmen apparently, and Errol's sister exclaims that's the city where mother was working before, which she states that before she got married, she joined the guild and swung her sword every day, polishing her sword skills with her comrades every day. What a blissful time, while Errol thinks that the city of swordsmen, Brescia. Later on, some people are traveling in a cart, and the driver says to the people that they can see the next station. Once they pass the gate, they will arrive at Brescia. In the back of the cart, a woman asks a man if he is also heading there. The man questions if a woman like her is really going to swing a sword, to which she replies that what's important is the job. It doesn't matter if she is a woman. And she is a rogue, an advanced level job, to which the man states that he is a gladiator, while the woman inquires if that's not also an advanced level job, why he looks so frustrated. The man yells that he hates being on the same level as a woman like her, while the driver comments that wonderful, the two of them, aren't those two perfect jobs, and suggests that how about they show them their strength with the orcs right there, which leaves the man and the woman shocked. The woman shouts to look over there, and asks that the large one if it's not a king orc. The man exclaims that this is on the level of sending out a subjugation party, while a woman grabs him and begs to save them. But the man yells to not joke with him. Protecting his own body has utmost priority. She should get out of the way. If she stays there, he will definitely die. He is getting off. Getting off the carriage, the man announces that he shouldn't have used it after all, while the woman says that she will also pass on giving her life for other people like this, and jumps out of the carriage. The driver states that he also has to hurry and get away, while a child suddenly walks past him, to which the driver screams to him that's the wrong way to run away, but soon he gets taken aback. The child runs to battle the orcs, and the driver thinks that he was beside him just now, and he is already in the midst of his enemies, and he is pretty strong too. From the carriage, a woman mentions that just now she completely lost that kid when he was moving, while the driver watches and comments that a Shukuchi skill, it is wonderful. But now he is surrounded and questions what is his plan now. The boy moves quickly while fighting and jumps to the sky, to which the woman gets surprised and announces that it's amazing, it's like he is dancing. Then the driver states that it's like he is evading them by dancing while swinging his sword. There is no mistake, that is the sword dance skill. But the sword dance should only be able to be mastered by a sword princess. Why does a boy like him? Meanwhile, the large orc attempts to bash the boy with his weapon, but he suddenly disappears, then appears over his head and pierces his sword into its skull, to which the large orc falls to the ground. From the carriage, the driver mentions that he defeated all the orcs on his own. He can't believe it. Dropping his hood and revealing to be Errol, he tells the driver that the problem has been dealt with. He should go to the next station if he would, to which the driver states that he is really strong, and asks what kind of job does he have. Errol responds that he is jobless, but the driver inquires him why he is hiding it, and comments that he must have the strongest job. 5 years ago, Farah asks Errol that just now if he used the double-edged cut, to which he replies that he did, but Farah says that no, this must be a dream, to see a dream like this. She must have still not accepted the fact that her Errol is jobless. She cries and exclaims that what a cruel mother she is, while he explains to her that it is not a dream. He really used the double-edged cut. It took him a while, but he can reenact it with his own strength, and he wants to do that with other skills as well. That is why, if she could show him all the skills that she knows, which shocked her, she happily yells that everyone listen. Errol really is a genius, to which he tells her that rather than that, she could just show him. In the present, the carriage driver informs him that they have arrived at Brescia, but as he looks over he notices people speaking, and states that there are so many swordsmen, while the driver comments that they are not just normal swordsmen, to which he inquires the driver if he means like him, but he announces that he is just the driver, while Errol asks then how does he knows all the skill names, and states when the orcs appeared, he was as calm as can be. If he didn't get rid of them, he is sure that he would have. But the driver interrupts him while saying that it just doesn't fit his nature, being someone of court service, so many formalities to keep in mind. In that regard, being a driver like this is much more interesting, and he can meet more people, so he won't stop now, but he should please do his best. Errol thinks a skill that could be used for court service and wonders if he is not an advanced class holy knight or something. Yet, he is a driver like this. What a waste. Just then, a girl attempts to touch him, but as he moves the girl falls to the ground. The girl states that he dodged her without even looking, but this doesn't mean that he has the necessary skill, which confuses Errol. She happily exclaims that it's nothing, and inquires if he is new here, if he is going to search for a guild, to which he mentions that was his plan. She tells him that what a fortuitous encounter, actually she is trying to gather new members for their guild, to which he thinks that it seemed like she bumped into him on purpose. She takes out a paper and informs him to look at this. It is the entry contract for her guild. He should accept it. Errol begins to leave while saying that he will pass, but she requests him to please wait. Then asks why he would decline without even looking, to which he replies that she is way too enthusiastic to get new members. She must be a small weak guild, which makes her irritated. She refuses and comments that they are very famous, while he thinks that she should learn to lie before she pulls stuff like this. She announces that she can't help it then. She will give him a special favor, namely, the right to go on a one-day date with her. But he says to Lilia that he has absolutely no interest in her. He thinks that she feels totally like his sister. She has got no melons, but still is quite the beauty. Then he walks into a guild and sees a group of people, to which he thinks that it seems like this wide space is where the guilds advertise themselves. He has to look for a strong, popular guild. A man looks at a piece of paper and questions Errol if he is classless, to which he agrees. Then the man kicks him out and shouts that this is not some child's play. Sitting outside he thinks that now he's in a pickle. To think they would kick him out just by seeing his application. Then he remembers his mom telling him that if he is going to Brescia, then she will write him a letter of recommendation. She is sure it will help him. He thought that she was just overprotective, but she might have guessed that something like this would happen. But for now, he will search for the guild that she was in. Just then Lilia appears from behind and mentions that it seems like he still didn't decide on a guild, to which Errol states that it looks like she still didn't give up on him yet. She explains that she will be honest with him, since they lack members, their survival is at risk right now, but he comments that it has got nothing to do with him, while someone suddenly screams to please save him. He looks around and supposes that if you remember, she lived around there, while she announces that he should at least take a look at the guild. It's that building over there. She points while exclaiming, that is their guild, to which Errol gets surprised and says that it is pretty big, while she reminds him that she told him that they are a well-known one. Then he inquires that why they are lacking members, if it's a deserted guild, to which she agrees and tells him that previous shots is lost, and they are the weakest guild, but she will swear right there they will definitely get back to where they were before. Dragon Fang is indestructible, hearing which he recalls his mom telling him that the origin of their guild name, it comes from a dual sword master skill called Dragon Fang Cut. It's like a dragon's bite. He then walks into the guild while thinking that this is the guild his mom was talking about, and Lilia informs him that the area is the reception hall. Suddenly, he look over a drunk man, who asks him if he is a newcomer. Lilia addresses the man as her father, and yells that he is drinking again, while Errol looks at Lilia's father, and thinks that he doesn't have his right arm, while Lilia's father tells her to just give up on this guild. She reveals to Errol that her father is the dual sword master. Before, he was a famous sword master, but after he lost an arm, he ended up drinking a lot. It makes sense that he wouldn't want to join after seeing this, but he refuses and declares that he will join her, to which she happily questions if really, and says that they should then hurry and fill out his application. Then both sit down and fills over the application. After which Lilia mentions that his classes, but after reading it she gets speechless, and inquires if he is classless, and states that what a bad joke it is, this is a formal application, to which he shows her a paper, and comments that the information is correct, she should look at his occupation certificate. She stands up to grab a sword, and threatens him while saying that if he doesn't want to die, he would better annul this contract right now, but he asks her who she is. She shouts that the type of people that should join guilds are either swordsmen or knights, or at the very least, he should know some sort of sword skill, otherwise, he won't be useful at all. I think that such an arrogant scoundrel like him would be classless of all things, but as a woman appears while asking Lilia what is wrong, she heard her screaming all the way outside. She screams Raina and states to her that just when she thought they would get a new member, it turns out he's classless, while Raina looks at Errol and exclaims that no way, so it is. To which he questions her who she is, and she replies to him that they are from the same village. They even fought in a duel, but he says that he doesn't remember, as if he would forget meeting a beauty like her, but he remembers fighting with a guy who had a similar hair color. That was the son of Evans, listening to which Lilia yells that Evans only had a daughter, and that was her. Errol shockingly thinks that he was actually a she, and apologized for not recognizing her, to which Raina tells him that she let her hair go during these 5 years after all. Meanwhile, Lilia calls out to Raina and tells her that the guy she was talking about, that she couldn't defeat, who was classless, that's him. So that really happened. She can't believe it. If Raina states that normally, this would be impossible after all. But it won't go the same way anymore. She got stronger in those 5 years. They have a training area underground, so they should have a rematch after these 5 years. One round, the one that knocks down the opponent. But he inquires what they should do about the rules. Lilia asks Raina if she is really going to fight against a classless guy like him, to which she confirms and comments that he is strong. In the fighting area, Errol and Raina are standing against each other, and Lilia announces that both parties should ready up and fight, to which Raina prepares her sword and calls on double-edged attack, while Errol thinks he has the same skill as 5 years ago, even though he blocked it back then as well. But now as he gets hit, he wonders that his defense didn't work, while Raina says to him that he lets his guard down. She is way stronger than she was 5 years ago. Her sword has 5 times the heaviness of a normal one. He won't be able to defend against this that easily. With the superhuman strength skill of a heavy swordsman, she will bring him down with this overwhelming power. To which he thinks that as an advanced class heavy swordsman, she has really been working hard as well, and continues fighting with her. He further thinks that it's so heavy, but she is swinging the sword like every other. This way, he will definitely push back. She slashes Errol and exclaims that a clean hit, but he vanishes before her and reappears behind her while saying that she also let her guard down, to which she thinks that it's an afterimage skill. It can't be. That's an upper class level skill. Errol hits her on her back, to which she falls to the floor, while Lilia gets shot, and mentions that there is no way. Reyna was defeated, and Reyna questions herself why she lost again. She should have become much stronger. To which she comments that she really did get stronger, but so did he. Reyna looks ready and begins to cry, seeing which Errol announces that even though he praised her, but she says that she is not crying, and runs off while screaming that she lost again, even though she worked so hard these 5 years. And then, Lilia welcomes Errol to the Dragon Fang as a new comrade. But as he informs her that is a quick way to change her attitude, she exclaims that she believed him from the start. Afterward, in a room, he wakes up, and Lilia greets him good morning and asks if he got a good sleep last night, to which he confirms and says that sleeping on a real bed felt like heaven. As he notices Reyna, Lilia states that now then, since everybody is present, she wants to announce something very important. Since they have finally gathered a total of 3 people, they finally have enough members to participate in the guild competitions. That is why she wants to enter the upcoming guild war next week. To which he questions Lilia. The guild wars is a group battle, but she refuses, and mentions that it will be a one-on-one last man standing, and the guild with no fighters left is considered the loser. By the way, the upper limit for participants is 10 people, so they will probably be forced to play 3 versus 10. She knows that she is asking for the impossible. But they can't lose this, as they can see they are severely lacking members. She is Reyna were able to earn enough money for solo battles or subjugation quests. But the earnings to keep the guild running is at its limit. And if they don't win the prize money, then now that they have decided to participate, she has no intention of losing, nor does she have any plans to throw away their precious home. There shouldn't be any high ranks after all, and they even have 2 B ranks with them. To which he inquires what exactly is the high and B rank thing about, and Reyna answers that it is a rank to measure the individual strength of a swordsman. Lilia explains that the ranks are divided into 4 groups, and of the around 500 swordsmen present in the city, only about 20 people are high ranks. That's why getting matched up with a fight against an high rank is very slow, even though it is not 0. She then dashes off while saying that the matchup should be coming up soon. She will go and check up on their enemy. Afterwards, Reyna gets up and tells Errol that until that day comes, she will keep practicing. As she begins to leave, he calls out to her, but she yells at him to not just call her by her name like that, while he asks her that if she is heavy swordsman, what other skills besides superhuman strength does she have? To which she responds that solidity, it can suppress the reduction of divine protection. Listening to which he comments that so it basically strengthens her divine protection. That is something he would like to learn. That would mean. Then he grabs her hand and questions her, that with the sword in her sheath, if she can hit him with it. She gets confused and mentions that she doesn't want to which he informs her that he wants her to do it. This is a chance for them to get closer, and she shockedly inquires him if her getting closer to him by hitting on him. Then states that she has no idea what kind of hitting would make him happy, and she would rather start from a normal friendship, to which he thinks that somehow, he feels like there is a big misunderstanding happening right now. So he explains that the reason he told her to hit him is because he wants to replicate the solidity skill, basically being able to get hit more by being able to endure more hits. He thought about being attacked in a state without any active divine protection, and to make it more efficient, being attacked by someone with great attack power would make it even better, to which she asks if he is an idiot. Then she exclaims that skills are blessings that they get from the goddess, he can't just learn them, but he questions who decides that, and tells her to lend him her sword. But as he holds the sword, she inquires him what he is planning to do with this, and announces that he won't even be able to lift it up, to which he holds the sword by her face. She gets taken aback, and asks him if even without using her superhuman strength skill, he was able to swing her sword. To which he replies, not just superhuman strength, but afterimage as well as double-edged cut. After daily rigorous training, he was able to copy skills, and questions her if she is still going to say something after seeing all that. Something like raw talent can't win against effort, to which she hesitantly says that is correct. If effort was really worthless, then she would still be a normal swordsman. She got it, she will go along with this special training. However, she will hit him seriously, so he should not start crying in the middle of it. Errol states that he is glad that she is such a nice woman, to which she irritatedly yells that again, she told him to not tease her. After some time, Lilia calls out to Reyna and mentions that she finally knows the guild they will be fighting against, and they are the current top guild, Black Blade, if she remembers correctly. They have like 8 members of rank, since the guild leader is supposed to be as tenacious as
Der
serpent. He will
Bergungshelikopter ist
surely
fast da.
form a group to destroy them completely. That's why they have to train even harder. But as Lilia sees Errol and Sword both covered in blood, she screams at the moment she was gone. They are suddenly killing each other, to which Reyna nervously refuses and explains that it is just a special lesson. All of a sudden Errol comments that he has gotten hungry and suggests that how about they get some breakfast. But Reyna inquires him if he actually wants to eat something now, while Lilia shouts that rather than breakfast, he should drink some holy water. Later on, the day of the guild war, Errol is standing outside around people and questions if this is the arena, while 2 men are talking and one of them announces that it has been a while since he has seen Dragon. To which the other man says that he thought they would have been gone already. Well, they won't come there on top for sure and asks the first man if he wants to bet on who is going to win. Errol says to Reyna that they can even wager there, to which she mentions that's the reason for this whole arena after all, while Lilia states that the possible profit by betting on them is 20 times, and he inquires her if that is not pretty good, but she yells that it just shows how nobody expects them to win. But on the other hand, this is the perfect chance to get the money they used all of their money to bet on who wins. If they do win, they will have secured a safe financial situation for a while. Just then, a man appears from behind and comments how commendable and radiant to see them, working this hard to protect their father's guild like this. But as Lilia addresses the man as Joy, he announces that he heard about it, a classless joiner. Errol asks Reyna who is that guy, and she answers that he is the Black Blades guild leader, while Lilia questions Jorg what about it, and if he came there just to laugh at them. To which Jorg responds that he came here to cheer them on. Seeing a former rival guild of theirs fall this deep is just depressing. That's why he wanted to help her out, so he organized a middleman for their battle. She surprisedly inquires Jorg if he did that just so that he could fight them, but Jorg asks her why she is glaring at him, and if this is not the perfect chance to get extra money. He then turns to walk away and tells Lilia to do their best today, while Errol says that he doesn't feel any intent to help from him, to which Reyna agrees and mentions that he is just as keen as ever to crush every guild he comes upon. Then he states that reminds him he understands that Lilia wants to save her father's guild, but questions Reyna why she stayed in their guild, to which she answers that when she came to this city of swordsmen, and recalls of a man pushing her out and saying that they want immediate assets right now, not some snorty brat. And she thinks that whatever guild she tried, none would accept her, and comments that so this one is no good. Alright, on to the next one. A man approaches her on the ground to help her up, and announces that he sees her around quite frequently, being thrown out the door everywhere. And she is still not giving up, she has got some real guts, and inquires her if she will join his guild, which makes her shocked. Back in the present, she informs Errol that he saved her when she was thrown away, so she has to save him this time. Then Lilia happily says to Errol that he was also saved by her guild, so he should make sure to return the debt. But Errol states that he joined because she asked him, which makes Lilia furious, and she tells him he really doesn't know how to hold back, to which he states why he should lie about that. Later on at the arena, someone thanks everyone for waiting, and announces that it's time for today's main event. Black Blade vs Dragon Fang. Let's begin. Errol comments that the guild leader is not in there, and questions if he is holding back on them, while Lilia yells that there are 4 high ranks in there, and Reyna mentions that rather than holding back, it is like he is as motivated as ever. From a balcony, a woman exclaims that the following people please enter the stage. From Black Blade, Rapier Swordsman Geo, to which Geo walks out and says that he will end this by himself, while the woman further exclaims that following him, Dragon Fang's classless Errol, which leaves the audience surprised. As Errol steps into the stadium, the crowd inquires if he is classless, what an idiot, and if he is trying to kill himself. Geo mentions that why a high rank like him has to fight against a classless guy like him. He would rather have some fun with the girls over there. Then he instantly pierces Errol with his sword, and tell him to hurry up and die for him. The woman announces that as Shikuchi into a vital stab, it's over while Lilia scream out for Errol, but Reyna informs Lilia to look. Errol suddenly vanishes, and Geo comments that he has gotten used to afterimage skills. That won't work against him, but as he attempts to slash Errol, he gets shocked to see that he has disappeared again. Then Errol creates a duplicate of himself in front of Geo, and Geo thinks that this time he has got more than one. Whichever is the real body, he will just do a Shikuchi and finish them all at the same time. But as Errol appears behind Geo, he shockedly questions if he is kidding. He has 2 afterimages. While putting his sword at Geo, Errol disagrees and says the one in front of him is the real one. The other 3 are just afterimages. Geo irritatedly mentions that 3 afterimages, he is kidding him, while Errol gets confused and thinks that his mother always used fine women. As Geo falls to the ground, Errol further thinks that he tried to revive his stats, but it seems like he still needed more practice, while the people are shocked, and one of them states that he defeated a high rank. Errol looks up and comments that now they should move on to the next battle. The audience is shocked, and one of them says if he is kidding, while an opponent hits to a wall, and Errol calls for the next. The next opponent falls defeated to the ground, and states to think that he would break through his skill, while Errol calls for the next opponent again. Errol defeats the next guy, while someone questions if Errol is not classless, to which someone else mentions that he defeated 9 people on his own, while Errol calls for the next opponent. Lilia asks Reyna if Errol was this strong, please tell her about that earlier, to which she replies that she didn't expect him to be like this either. Lilia excitedly comments that she has to prepare immediately once this battle ends, but Reyna inquires if it's a celebration. They didn't win yet, to which she refuses and states that it's a marriage registration. If she can get a hold of Errol, the guild should be in good hands, she can't let him get away. Meanwhile, a man approaches Errol and the host announces the 10th fighter from Black Blade is Master Fenger, Massamune. While Errol thinks that the blade of the sword is thin and curved, what a weird sword, and mentions that he is the cutting type. Reyna comments that it's the first time she has seen a high-ranked samurai from the West, while Lilia says that she has never received information on someone like him. It seems to be their secret weapon. Massamune prepares his stance, and Errol thinks that even though he has not even pulled out his sword yet, he can feel the incredible pressure. This will end badly if he moves carelessly, while Massamune states that not a single step forward. It seems as one would expect, since he was sure that using any shallow technique wouldn't be able to defeat him. He was planning on using a certain death skill, but as Errol walks over to him, he mentions that even after hearing his plan, he would jump into his certain loss, to which Errol comments that he can't let this stay as a stalemate after all. He wants to see his certain death skill, but Massamune announces he is afraid that won't be possible. The moment his skill activates, he will already be on the ground, to which Errol prepares to fight, and says that he wonders about that. He has confidence in his speed, and thinks that he still has not pulled out his sword. If he is pulling it from the sheath in one go, he has no idea, but maybe he should get closer with a phantom. No, if he is this concentrated, he will probably see through it immediately. It seems that once he enters his range, it will be a 1-second battle, the faster one wins. While raising his sword to Errol's face, Massamune calls on Secret Cut, and supposes that he has got him, but Errol disappears before him, which makes him surprised. Then Errol suddenly reappears behind him, and he thinks that the one before him definitely was not an afterimage. That means he moved faster before his blade. He turns to see Errol, while Errol states that he is really fast. Number one is the city's father to conjunct, but he was taught by someone that is even faster, and remembers that his mother told him that she will then show him her certain death skill. And then Errol calls on Piercing Tempest and shoots attacks at Massamune, which leaves everyone surprised. Reyna questions on the countless swords, to which Lilia answers that it is the sword princess certain death skill, while the audience asks what just happened, and mentions that it was so fast that they could not see it, while a knight tells the women to give her judgment. The women declares that the winner is Errol. Black Blade was defeated by Dragon, while Reyna and Lilia get the light. Someone yells to Jorg, how much does he think he bet on them? He should give back their money, while Jorg angrily remains watching Errol. Meanwhile, leaping on Errol, Lilia thanks her, but Errol dodges her, and as she falls to the ground she inquires him if he would normally dodge her, to which he answers that it has become his habit to immediately dodge when someone is jumping on him. Reyna comes to hug Errol, but she stops and comments that she got swept along the flow. Her apologies. While drinking, Lilia announces that alcohol after a win is the best, and Errol says to Lilia that he didn't expect her to be older than Reyna, while Lilia puts down the drink and asks him to marry her, but he refuses, to which she tells him that he has no need to fluster her. It's fine. He can throw all his desires at her however he wants, but he states that if he had to say it, he would prefer women like Reyna, hearing which Reyna blushes and shouts at him that he should learn to come up with some better lie if he wants to decline, to which he questions her what makes her think that was a lie. Reyna hesitates and mentions that she means she is just swinging the sword all day. She is even told that she is acting like a man. She is not acting cute like Lilia does, nor does she have any cute hair accessories. She doesn't have any charm as a woman, while Errol thinks her that her charm is currently resting on her arms. Lilia thinks that Reyna is pretty ignorant when it comes to romantic feelings, so she won't become a rival. It's for the guild's survival. She has to seduce Errol with her charms. Then she inquires him if he is not tired, and comments that she will help him relax his body in his room, but he tells her that he wants Reyna to do it, to which Reyna gets shocked. He further says that the reduction of his divine protection is even slower now, so he wants to learn the solidity skill now. And Lilia yells if there is even room for someone else besides Reyna in his head. Just then, Lilia's father appears and yells to shut up already. Lilia calls out to her father, and her father states that she is quite carefree. She requests her father to please listen, and reveals to him that they defeated the Black Blade, to which he comments that they probably had the lowest of the lowest on their side. But Lilia refuses and mentions that they had 4 high ranks, but it was actually Errol who defeated all of them. Anyway, thanks to that, they earned enough to uphold the operating funds. If they have Errol, they will be able to restore the guild back to its former glory. But Lilia's father comments that she is way too naive. Someone as strong as that would immediately move to another guild. To which Lilia announces that there is no need to worry about that. Errol will be marrying her after all, but Errol says that he never promised anything like that. It is true that she is being too naive about this, but she is definitely better than the guy who just gives up and does nothing. While Lilia's father asks Errol, what was that? Errol questions him what kind of adult he is, just giving up on that, and mentions that he can still swing a sword with just one arm. Hearing which, Lilia's father grabs him by his collar and shouts what the hell does he know about him. The moment he lost his double swords as the double sword master, he lost almost half of all his skills, while Errol says to him that he really doesn't understand anything. He doesn't have even one skill after all, to which Lilia's father tosses him aside and walks off while yelling that they should hurry and clean this up. Errol then sighs, while Lilia thanks him and comments that she thinks that might have had some impact on her father. If she and Reyna said something, he would just take it as a joke and ignore it, but if it's Errol and Reyna, perhaps he might get back on his feet again. Errol agrees and announces that when he comes back, maybe he can get him to show him his skills. Meanwhile, Reyna says to Errol that he really loves to learn other people's skills, to which he states that of course one will, while Lilia calls out to him and mentions if he wants to learn about many skills, there is a perfect place for him. There is a giant underground labyrinth beneath the city, a dungeon, with traps and so on, and filled with magical beasts. But he comments that to think that she had built something like that underground, who in their right mind gave the okay for this? But Lilia refuses and announces that this is the perfect training place for swordsmen, and a lot of people come back, making it really popular. Then she inquires him if he has ever gone into the dungeon before, to which he says no, so Lilia says that she will then show him around tomorrow. Inside pitch black darkness, accidents happen, and a wonderful love will bloom. Afterwards he asks Reyna what they should do, and she explains that of course they will go. She wants to fight in the Sword Divinity Cup, but as Errol questions what is Sword Goddess, Lilia gets shocked, and inquires him if he doesn't know, and explains that the Sword Divinity Cup is a battle that decides who the strongest of the strongest in the city is, both in name and reality. Then she gives Errol a paper, and says that of course he would want to participate. He should use this entry sheet, but he rips off the paper, which makes Lilia stunned, and Reyna asks him what is wrong, and if he doesn't want to participate, to which he answers that was a marriage registration form, and Reyna states that he really can't let their guard down. Meanwhile, a woman is watching them from somewhere, and a man questions her if she found out anything about their movement, to which the woman replies that tomorrow they will move into the labyrinth. The man is George, who states that the labyrinth, that's what he expected. Back at the guild, Lilia's father is drinking, and mentions that an unexpected enemy, an unexpected trap, no help will come. Everything is decided with their own strength, exactly, even if their life is in danger. Then the next morning Errol is sleeping, while Lilia sneaks on top of him without clothes, and says that it is morning. He should wake up, last night was rough dark. While Errol grabs Lilia's face and squeezes it, to which Lilia screams that she gives up. Her head is going to split up. But as Lilia asks Errol what he is going to do to a maiden, he calls her a molester. He tells her to not just sneak into his bed, but Lilia states that he came into her room. As Errol binds his fist, Lilia quickly apologizes and exclaims that she was the one that sneaked into his room. Then she coughs and mentions that anyways, there is no need to sweat the small details, as she pushes him on the bed and says that as long as he becomes her husband, they should do something husband-wife worthy, but sees that he has disappeared, to which she yells that he is leaving an undressed lady alone, while he walks outside and knocks on Reyna's door. He asks her if she has got some time right now, and states that if she could exorcise the evil spirit occupying his room, entering Reina's room, which is empty. He wonders if she is not there and thinks that she just responded to him, to which he calls out to her. But suddenly, something catches his attention. Seeing her sleeping, he questions her if she is awake, but she replies while calling him Papa, which leaves Errol surprised. In her sleep, she comments that she is finally the same as Papa. She has become a swordsman. Errol supposes that towards her father she is a spoiled child, and as Reina says, he walks out of the room and thinks that Reina is quite the father, and wonders why she mistook him for her father. He doesn't think that it's his voice. From upstairs, Lilia screams for Errol to please come back, while Errol continues to think that he guesses he will train a bit underground. Later on, Errol, Lilia, and Reina are walking outside, and Lilia points while saying that this is the gate to the labyrinth. But Errol announces that he expected a more cave-like entrance, to which Lilia says that the god that created this must have good sense. Then he states that there are a lot of people stationed there, and Reina mentions that the Sword Divinity Cup is close after all. While walking inside the labyrinth, he comments there is even a line until they get inside, and inquires if there is some sort of special thing, but Lilia tells him that it's mine, and mentions that in the back there is a transfer magic and act moving him to the place he wants to go to, of course. He can use that and get above ground again. However, he can only travel down by foot if he has not been there before. But as he asks them how far did they get, Reina answers that the 14th floor, and Lilia announces that she was on the 12th, to which he states that he will then also start on the 14th floor, but Lilia informs him that's not going to work. The magic only allows him to move there if he has arrived at the floor once. She will show him the shortest route, so they should do their best until the Sword Divinity Cup. Then she tells Reina that she will take care of Errol, so she can move to the deeper floors if she wants. Reina refuses, and explains that she will go with her, but Lilia states that there is no need for two guides, and she won't have any problems on the earlier floor, to which Reina agrees. Then Lilia grabs Errol while saying that they should go. She has to create a good mood and continue from this morning, while he thinks that he feels like there will only be more problems if he goes with Lilia. He turns to Reina and mentions that he wants her to come with him, to which Reina happily agrees. But as they walk off, Reina wonders why she is relieved at this, while Lilia announces that they are finally underground. While opening the door, they find soldiers waiting, and Errol grabs his sword while saying that what a warm welcome, it's living armor. He fights with a soldier and falls down the ground, to which he comments that they are pretty fast for their height, but they can't compare to a high rank. Then he beheads the soldier, but gets surprised as the soldier raises its sword to slash him. Reina shouts that they can move even without their heads. They are moving armors under the magic of the labyrinth. They don't feel any pain and have no weaknesses, to which Errol thinks that if he wants to immobilize them, the natural thing to aim for is the legs. Afterward, he slashes at the soldier's knee, and the soldier falls to the ground, but he still swings its sword, to which he states that it is quite the obstacle. He then looks at Reina and asks if she is done over there as well. After that, looking at a soldier, he mentions that they have stopped moving, while Reina comments that it seems like their will to attack diminished. Errol inquires what they should do with the wreckage, but Reina reveals him that they will come back to life after a bit, and come attack them again, to which he announces that it seems like a good place to train. Lilia acts all tired and says that they were quite the strong enemy for the first floor, but Errol mentions that she didn't do anything, to which she angrily yells at him that she just gave the newcomers a try. That is all. It's definitely not like she didn't get a chance since they were too fast. Then he asks Lilia what is her class, and she answers that she is a fencer. If there are any skills that he wants to learn, she will thoroughly help him. While he questions if the one wasn't above fencer, to which Reina informs him it is Sword Princess, hearing which he declares that so Lilia is useless, which makes her shocked as she shouts to Errol that he really has no sympathy, she was taught something. Then she relaxes herself and states that like a sympathizing heart, meanwhile someone suddenly screams to save him. All three of them watch in surprise, while an injured man appears and begs to please help him. The man collapses to the ground and Reina inquires him if he is okay. Reaching the man, she further inquires him what is wrong and what happened, to which the man replies that when he entered a new room for the first time, but as she states that the exit is over there, he should let her take him. The man exclaims that he can't go back yet. His comrades are still in that room. He has to go back and save them. The man requests her if she won't help him in saving them, to which she declares that she got it. But Lilia shouts to her that she can't, and explains that first is a deal, they won't move without a good compensation, while Errol thinks that he doesn't think she has any right to teach him about sympathy and whatnot. The man recognizes Lilia and questions if she is not in that magazine, to which she happily confirms, and mentions that she appeared in there. It is the article about the beautiful swordsman, to which he comments, if he remembers correctly, it was about the collapse of her guild, which makes her irritated. She angrily yells to Reyna that they should ignore him and move on, while he takes out a bag and says that there is the bet he won last week, and inquires if this will be enough. Lilia happily takes the bag and announces that they have a deal, but Errol shouts at her. He asks Lilia if she does not think that this is weird, to which she states that the money is the real issue. But he tells her that he is talking about the man himself. There is way too much blood, to which she mentions that it happens if their divine protection gets cut. She knows from her father. While Reyna comments that it's often talked about disasters with beginners. Not everyone is made out of steel like Errol. Then she instructs the man to guide her to his comrades, and the man informs her that they are overdue, while Lilia explains to Errol that they have got some money. They should think of this as work and do their best. Following the man, Errol notices the bloody footprints on the ground, and thinks that probably the majority of the swordsmen would not have been able to fight without a divine protection. On the other hand, because he lost that much blood while practicing, he knows very well that much blood loss is life-threatening. When he lost that much blood, he would not have been able to stand, let alone walk without any holy water, and thinks that those injuries are weird, but why he would lie, and if the air is worried on this. So if that's the case, then this should be more interesting than the living armor. The man shows them a wall, and announces that this is the entrance to that hidden room. But Lilia asks him if it's not just a normal wall, to which the man pushes brick and surprised her by the hidden door. Reyna explains that alright, they should hurry inside, but Errol grabs her and says to hold on. Errol tells the man to get inside first, and the man agrees. Then they walk in with the man, and Lilia mentions that his comrades are not there. No enemies in sight either, and yells to Reyna to look at the ground over there. Seeing a pool of blood, Reyna gets shocked, but Lilia questions if that is money lying on the ground. Reyna inquires if she is wrong there, while Lilia presses on a tile on the ground, and a magical circle appears around her, to which Reyna declares that it is transportation magic, while the man standing at the wall apologizes, and states that a job is a job, but as the ground glows beneath the man, he screams that the whole room is getting transported. After a flash, all of them, including the man, are transported to a room, and Errol announces that they landed in a wide open space, while Lilia looks around and says that there is no exit in sight, to which Reyna states that she has never seen such a lift. It might even be deeper than the 14th floor they made it to, and Lilia asks why she didn't hear about this. While seated on the floor, the man is shocked and questions why he was transported as well. Lilia reminds the man that he said something about a job just now, and inquires if he can give him an explanation, while Errol suddenly sees a light, and mentions that there is the pillar of light in the room. Then the man explains that he received an order to guide them to that room. That place has a summoning circle, and if they ever enter it, they won't leave alive. Naturally, one can imagine its destination, probably the lowest floor. From the pillar of light, a knight suddenly appears, and the man continues to say that the thing that appears is the rainbow-colored armor possessing the highest class, Sword Deity. To which Lilia comments that Sword Deity, it is the class that is also called an apparition, so her life will finally end there. Then she starts crying and screams that no, she wants to be lovey-dovey with a beautiful gentleman before she dies. But Errol pushes her head down and shouts to duck down. From the rainbow-colored armor, a gust of wind blows at them, to which Lilia asks what just happened, and Reyna announces that something huge came flying at them. The man watches in shock, and Reyna says she can see the scar of the sword, to which Errol states that it is a skill from the Sword Deity called Divine Soaring Cut. It is a technique that sends an attack flying at them. The Sword Deity should be in reach throughout this whole room, to which Reyna calls it nonsense. She then questions Errol why he knows that much about a Sword Deity's skill, but he yells that it is coming. The gust of wind hits again, and the rainbow-colored armor slashes its sword at Errol. He hits Errol against the wall. While Errol says that it seems like it was worth practicing the solidity skill, the decrease in divine protection is lower than he imagined, and pushes the armor back. The man is surprised, and mentions that in the blink of an eye, it's so fast. While Lilia comments that it's too crazy, even for the Shukuchi skill, to which Errol announces that it's a higher skill called Divine Footwork. With it, he can reach every corner of this room in an instant. After receiving the attack head-on, there is no doubting the guy is a real sword deity. Lilia says that she guesses that even Errol can't win against him, but Errol refuses and states that it is a shame that he has the skills he has already seen, but this is a good way to test his ability, which makes Lilia and Reyna confused. The man inquires Lilia and Reyna if Errol just said something about testing his ability against the sword beam, but Lilia tells him not to ask him. While facing the armor, Errol mentions that it's his turn and rushes to attack it, to which Lilia and Reyna get impressed, and Lilia asks if that is divine footwork. In comments, just from him crossing swords, she feels like she is receiving damage herself. Then she questions if Errol can actually fight toe-to-toe with that thing, to which Reyna announces that for now, but there might be another certain death skill in the game. That thing is getting closer after all. Suddenly, the armor begins to glow and Lilia says that her body feels heavy, while the man asks what is going on. He can't muster any strength, while Lilia inquires if this is the sword deity's divine order skill, and mentions that it lowers the divine protection of the target, and changes it into one's own strength, as if God came down to reign over them. In the flashback, Farah says to Errol that being able to withstand divine order like this, he will soon be able to master it. Anyway, today she will teach him how to release a skill during such a situation, called Infinite Break, to which he asks if that is the one she called high-speed chopping, and comments that he can't learn it yet. All he can do is standing, not to mention even defending. Farah tells him that she will do it softly, to which he questions if she is not really bad at regulating her divine protection. Pulling out her sword, Farah announces that she will let it out this time probably, and he exclaims that as if he would die there. Back in the present, Reyna continues to watch and says that he is fighting normally, while Lilia inquires just what kind of training did he go through, while Errol thinks that during the influence of divine order there will be an absolute attack, and as the armor begins to attack, Errol realizes that there it is, taking out a coin. He yells that as if he would let him, and flips it at the armor. An explosion happens, and Lilia screams that it's her mother, seeing the armor stand. Errol mentions that it is interesting to see an armor act surprised like that. Didn't expect that attack. Leaping to slash the armor, Errol shouts that how about this? It's not the skill of a classist, and calls on Infinite Break. Then he slashes at the armor and breaks it apart, to which the armor falls to the ground. And then, Lilia happily exclaims that as her husband for him, she knew he could do it. While Reyna tells him to get back to her question from before, and asks why he knows so much about a sword deity's skills, to which Lilia mentions that she was wondering that as well. She has been living in the city for all her life, and she has never even seen a sword deity. Errol reveals that his mother is actually a sword deity, which makes Lilia and Reyna shocked. Lilia yells even her father doesn't know her, to which he comments that she apparently did a class change right before she left the city. Reyna shouts, why would the sword princess then live in a normal village? And he answers that it's because she hates standing out. Reyna announces if she knew that he was the son of a sword deity, she would not have asked him for a duel, to which he says that it was then good that he kept it a secret. His duel with Reyna was very important for him. Reyna blushes, while Lilia explains that rather than that, they should go look for an exit, to which he questions her what does she do in a secret room like this, and Lilia replies that there is always a summoning circle that appears if the room is clear. But suddenly something catches their attention. Lilia states that it is the same light from where the living armor appeared, and Reyna comments that another summoning circle showed itself, while Errol inquires if they can get out with this. Lilia announces that maybe they should be on their guard for a bit, but Errol walks over to the circle, which makes Lilia shocked. Reyna too walks over while saying that she is following him, and Lilia says to her that it is great that she is so relaxed about this. Then Reyna mentions that if they are with him, they should be fine anyway. Remaining behind with the man, Lilia says that she doesn't like where this is going. Then she calls out to the man as bald, and states that they should go, but the man screams that he is not bald, his name is Dio. Then he asks if it is really fine, to which she responds that they still haven't punished him properly for his misdoings. And also concerning Errol, this was rather beneficial for him anyway. He gets surprised and mentions that she actually got a kind side of him, but she shouts why he is so surprised. He is as rude as always. Lilia's father is having a drink at the guild, and overhears someone saying that they came upon a big guild, luring a small guild into a teleportation trap for the money, to which a second person states with that. Black Blade seems to have one. Lily's father walks over to the boys and asks them if they would mind telling him more about that. One of the boys questions what is with him, while the other boy refuses and mentions that he doesn't have a right arm. He is the previous guild master of Dragon Fang. One of the boys shockingly comments that means he is one of the people that they were supposed to. But Lydia's father interrupts him while calling them scoundrels and breaks the table. Then he yells what they did to his daughter and grabs one of the boys, to which the boy responds that they were asked to lure them into a teleportation trap. Just then, Jorg appears at the door and addresses Lilia's father as Rod, while announces that he heard some loud noises coming from the store, but to think that it was him. To which Rod shouts, "Shut up, he doesn't have time for that." They were asked to do something to Lilia and the others, but suddenly he realizes something and inquires Jorg if it was him, but he asks him what he might be referring to. Rod grabs him and tells him not to play them. He knows that he has the tendency to set up traps for people that are a thorn in his side. Jorg removes his hand and says that he has pointless accusations without any definite proof. His guild members just happen to be around at times. That is all. Still, what a coincidence. His guild members just happened to see the moment when his people entered the hidden room. His guild members tried to stop them. He can ask them once they come back. Well, if they come back alive. To which Rod gets angry and mentions that he has to drink something, while Lilia suddenly appears and states that they did get some money, so they should relax this evening. Rod shockingly comments that she is alive, while Jorg announces that it is impossible, and questions if they shouldn't have been lured into the trap, to which Lilia confirms and says that thanks to that they almost died, but they defeated the enemy and safely returned, but Jorg tells her to not lie. She yells back that she is not lying, her guild is really strong after all, while he states that a sword deity was resting in that room for B ranks like them. Picking a fight with that would result in. Then he sees Errol ordering a burger and eating, and realizes that it's him, while Lilia informs him that, by the way, the man that lured them into the trap has confessed that he was ordered by him. But as he inquires, what about it, Lilia gets shocked and shouts that he is acting innocent now, to which he comments that the place she almost died in was the underground labyrinth. Whatever may happen down there is her own responsibility, so it's her fault that she walked into the trap. Errol agrees while eating, and mentions it makes sense, to which Lilia screams that he shouldn't stab his comrades in the back, while Rod says to Jorg that even in that case, he aimed for the life of his precious daughter. He will never forgive him, and Jorg asks what a drunkard like him can do exactly, to which he replies that he won't drink any alcohol anymore. But George announces that doesn't change the fact that he is an old man who has lost half of his skills. Passing by Errol, George says that he is also taking part in the upcoming battles. He will definitely be the one to strike him down, to which Errol states that he is looking forward to it. Later on, Jorg is walking while cursing the group for surviving through something like that, and enters a room, and states that after the Sword Princess disappeared, they crushed the double Sword Master, and with that, the mantle of the strongest should have been his. Then comments that this time, it is a classless defeating upper ranks one after another, and questions if his rightful position as the strongest will stolen by that guild yet again. He thinks that he can't allow that to happen. He will kill Errol and erase this eyesore. Then he opens a box and sees a dark sword, which says to him that what a wonderful desire to be the strongest, and inquires if it should grant him that wish. Meanwhile, Lilia is reading a paper, and Reyna asks her if the debts are closing in, but she refuses and mentions that the groups for the preliminary round, they announced it today. Then she cries and screams that she and Errol are in the same block. Errol questions if the Sword Divinity Cup has preliminaries, to which Reyna answers that there are a lot of contenders after all, and the winners of the respective blocks can move on to the real battle. Luckily, she is in a different group from the two of them. She proclaims that this year for sure she will make it past the preliminaries, while he says that she will report back to her papa, to which Reyna confirms, and announces that she is sure that papa will be happy. But then she quickly stops while getting embarrassed, and mentions that she normally doesn't say papa. Lilia states that even though her chances are slim, she still won't give up just yet. That being said, they should head down to the underground labyrinth. Just then, Rod walks in the room, while Lilia states that it is time to prepare. Rod inquires Lilia if she is going down to the and advises her to be careful, to which she happily responds that okay. But he shouts that she should listen to the more serious. She never knows when George might plan something again. Afterwards, Lilia, Errol, and Reyna prepare to leave the room. Rod mentions that all this time is taking, so he guesses he can't act like the worried father now. It is time to stop sulking and return as a swordsman. Later on, a woman announces to everyone that now it is time again. The preliminaries of the Sword Divinity Cup start today. Lilia comments that she really hoped she could make it to the deciding battle of the block, while Errol asks her if she is wagered for her own divinity, but she informs him that if it is his turn now, he will be fighting against the person she lost to. They are using unique skills, so he should be careful. He says that he did see most of the skills in the match, but she explains that there are skills that are not related to Errol that her class is magic swordsman. She fights with magic alongside her sword. To which he states that what a weird class, which catches the woman's attention. The woman mentions that she doesn't want to be told that by him. He should let her say this up front. Magic swordsman is a proper class, but she doesn't want to hear any excuses, like he lost because of her advantage. Errol comments that naturally, the stronger one wins, that is all, to which the woman announces that it's perfect. Then she will show him her sword magic. The woman throws a gust of fire at Errol, but he fights the flame and dodges it. He cuts the flame with his sword while the woman throws a gust of fire. He fails to dance for her until he runs out of strength, while he thinks that he can't read her moves because of the large attack. And the difference in effective range sure makes this powerful. He says that used correctly this could very well be the strongest sword, however, she is still average, which means the woman shocked. Then he states that comparing this to his father's magic, this is like a cannon, and she is barely any better than Lilia, to which Lilia questions if that is supposed to be a diss. As he calls out double-edged cut, the woman screams that her flame is gone, while Errol hits the back of her head with the back of his sword and knocks her out. And then, the host declares that contestant Errol is the winner of Block 4, while Errol wonders if he has magic skills as well. Afterward, Lilia screams to her father that now they should go to the final selection, to which he tells her to go there herself, but she says that they even get seats since they are in the same guild, and asks him if he is scared of George, to which he angrily calls her a name, and knows that it is scared. Then he states that yesterday, while holding a sword, he realized that his skills had gotten rusty, so much so that winning the sword deity cup was ridiculous, and questions how could he go watch the sword deity cup like that. Hearing which, she irritatedly informs him that she really doesn't understand the feelings of the people. That actually makes it the final selection. He will come with her and no less. While holding up the shirt, she continues to say that he says that he wouldn't go watch it, but he was planning on sneaking there later. But he inquires her why she thinks that way. Lilia answers that he loves watching the growth of the guild members, and this time around, Raina, who he has been watching over, is finally taking part, looking at Lilia's invention. She is just like her mother, and she asks if that is supposed to be praise or not. Later on at the final selection, while Raina is seated worried, Errol questions her if she is okay, to which she gets scared, and tells him to not surprise her like that. Then he explains that she seems so nervous. She explains, this is a big deal in the city there, so of course she would be nervous. Not to mention that right now, she doesn't even know that she is fighting him, to which he says, so she is worried that she will be up against him. But she shouts at him to not be so conceited. Just then, the host announces that thanks for waiting. They will now announce the contenders for the first match. First up, the previous champion, Sword Emperor Jorg, and his opponent is classless Errol, which makes Errol surprised. Raina grabs his hand and comments that he should be careful, while he tells her that he isn't bad. As Errol walks out, Lilia sees him and says, let there be peace, he should just blast away the idiot. While someone from the audience states that the Jorg walks and transforms, which makes everyone stunned, and Lilia screams what happened to him. He looks like a monster. Rod informs Errol to not get too close to him. He has the worst weapon there is. The sword has a powerful demonic being sealed inside it. To which Jorg laughingly mentions that to think that there's someone exists who knows about this sword, and asks if there is someone from the Imperial Court. Lilia questions her father if he doesn't know him, to which he replies that it seems like he was possessed by that demonic being. Rod thinks that while he was active in the Imperial Court, he saw her during a maintenance trip for swords that deserved the best of the best. Then comments that when the sword deity killed that demonic being, the sword was possessed by the grudges it carried, but he should have been sealed away, and inquires Jorg why he is there, to which he responds that a human's life is truly short. He waited for a few hundred years, that is all. Everyone that knew about him had died, and the truth became legend, fear and terror were forgotten. And then there was Jorg who sought strength, trying to control his power. Then he states that his name is Dulgulda. Now then, it is time to enjoy himself after all this time waiting. Raina repeats the name Dulgulda, to which Errol asks her if she knows him. Raina announces that they have learned about him in history class. He is a demonic being that once summoned an evil god, a long time ago. But to think that the legends were true. From the audience, people question if it is Dulgulda, the demon from the legends, and if it is not the one that destroyed countless cities on his own. To which they explain that the evil god is the Dulgulda says that he must these voices. Screams of terror and despair are so pleasant to the ear. However, after hundreds of years of boredom, this is not nearly enough. Shouts of the people people to scream more, and then he creates a magical circle on the ground. Lilia inquires what it is for, while Rod hears a man yelling, "Let them out, please." Seeing people stuck inside while pleading to let out, Rod asks if it is fair, while Lilia scaredly mentions that a demonic being can do something like that. Dulgulda states that it is good, they should do more of that, slaughtering humans in terror and agony is the best healing techniques. While Errol steps forth with his sword and comments that no, he is pointing his sword at him because he thinks he can, to which Dulgulda announces that to think that there would be someone who still points his blade after seeing his magic and questions if he is not scared. But Errol says that he was defeated by a previous sword deity. Basically, he is not invincible, to which Dulgulda questions what happened, and states if he is a sword deity, then there is indeed a chance. But according to the memories of his body, a sword deity doesn't exist in this world. It is as if everyone is plastic. Rod grits his teeth and mentions that it pains him to say, but he is right, to which Lilia calls out to him and begins to tell him that about the sword deity. Errol informs Dulgulda that he is wrong about two things. First, a sword deity exists in this world, and second, even without being one, he can defeat it, while saying that Errol uses one of his skill, to which Dulgulda shockingly exclaims, "That divine footwork, he just used a sword deity's skill," while Errol calls out infinite break and creates an explosion. Dulgulda thinks that he can't defend at all. This is just like the sword deity's skill from back then. Dulgulda calls him a scoundrel and says that to think that he was a sword deity himself, but Errol refuses. Then he attacks at Dulgulda and mentions that he is just the average classless. Dulgulda falls on the ground and Errol walks over him, while Rod asks what just happened and he defeated. While Errol looks at Dulgulda, someone in the crowd comments that his divine protection must have run out. He doubts he can muster up a counterattack. As Errol walks away, the people talk that he defeated the evil god just like that. Meanwhile, Dulgulda thinks that as if he would let himself get sealed away again, there is no helping. He has to run away from this place. And now, he has to get away from that young man and regain his strength. In order to do that, he has to possess another human there. No good. In the midst of all of it, men hold a body that seems strong enough to help him in escaping from him. Then he refuses himself and thinks that there is one. He has one more chance if he uses all his remaining strength against him. Lilia announces that she is glad the two of them are safe, while Errol suddenly hears a rattling. Seeing the dark sword flying towards him, he screams that the sword is coming, and dives onto Reyna while pushing her out of the way. The dark sword hits a wall and causes an explosion. As the smoke clears, Errol and Reyna get shocked to see the destruction, and Reyna says that no way, the place where Lilia and the others had been. Reyna runs while shouting for Lilia and Rod, and questions Lilia if she is okay, to which Lilia confirms, and mentions that her father protected her. But as she looks up, she gets stunned to see her father holding the dark sword. While Rod instructs her to stand up, Reyna worriedly shouts for Rod, and Errol states that this time Dulgulda possessed the old man. He guesses he should have focused on the cursed sword instead of Jorg, to which the possessed Rod mentions that it is too late now and calls him a fool, to which he comments that he just has to defeat him again. But the possessed Rod inquires him if he is sure about that. Holding the sword at Lilia, Rod announces that if he goes and attacks him, his fiancée will die right there. But Errol disappointedly asks him what he is on about, to which he laughs, and says that he doesn't have to cover it up. He has inherited Rod's memories. The daughter of the body called him her future husband. Hearing which, Errol raises his sword and mentions that alright, sacrifices have to be made. But Reyna hurriedly tells him to calm down, while Rod questions if he really doesn't care what happens to Lilia. Errol says that he has to know the exact value of a hostage if he wants to make demands. They have to be valuable to the other person, to which Lilia yells that is quite horrible phrasing there. And Rod inquires her what is this about, to which she cryingly apologizes and exclaims that it was a lie, just a sudden fancy. She will do anything, so he should not kill her. But Rod asks her who would listen to a worthless girl like her, while Reyna comments that she does feel bad for Lilia. And Errol informs Reyna to not worry, he won't kill her, to which Rod questions him what he said. And Lilia warns Errol to not stir him up any more than this. The possessed Rod tells Errol that he thinks someone like him would hesitate to kill off a single girl. They should hear his regrets once he finishes off, but as he proceeds to move his sword, he gets confused. Then he realizes that he can't move, and inquires why, to which Rod announces that as if he would let him. Rod fights with the possession and says that this is his body. He shouldn't dare use it for its own convenience. As the possessed Rod kneels down, Lilia runs away, while Reyna states that his movements started to get weird, and asks what is happening over there. to which Errol explains that when Jorg was possessed, he has the looks of something like a magic beast. Compared to that, the skin color of the old man barely even changed. He figured that he must have been resisting inside his own body, to which Lilia happily mentions that her father really is stronger than Jorg. Meanwhile, the possessed Rod groans and questions Rod why he won't let him in, and comments that he can feel it. He wants the strength to relive his old glory, to which Rod announces that if this had happened a bit earlier, he might have just given in to his temptation. But the brat over there made him realize if he still has an arm, he can swing his sword. Even if he doesn't have any skills, he can work harder and put effort in it to overcome that. Even if he only has one arm left, he can still fight in his own way. He further says that he wants to regain his old strength, and that should be possible if he just works hard. That is why he doesn't need a worthless piece of junk like him, and throws the dark sword towards Errol. Errol states that how convenient that he is coming towards him, while the dark sword shouts to stop. Errol slashes the dark sword and breaks it into pieces. Errol then stands calmly and mentions that this time he should be down for good. Then the next day, Rod shouts to someone that he shouldn't just rely on his skills and move on his own. He should attack in his own pattern. If not, he will be on the losing end immediately. Then he asks the person where is his defense stance, and says that if he is not facing him head on, using his skill is not that easy. While Deal questions if this is Dragon Fang's true skill, to which Lilia confirms, and mentions that it looks like all the people that returned are very passionate about their guidance. But Deal states that he is not sure if he is happy about that. After the tournament, the number of members grew. He must be happy, to which Lilia comments that they have had even more before. This is all thanks to Errol, who showed her father the opportunities he still had. Deal inquires Lilia, where is the sensei right now, and she asks him if he means Errol, and questions him if he is not older than him, to which he replies that it's because he is the person he owes his life to. Then explains that after seeing Sensei at the tournament, so many new people joined. They all want to see him as quickly as possible. But Lilia cries out to Errol and screams that why he left her alone there, even though they promised to marry. Meanwhile, in a carriage, the driver inquires Errol if he is really fine with this, and announces that for the winner of the Sword Divinity Cup to leave like this, it is unprecedented. To which he replies that even if he says that, there is nothing more to do at that place. And the driver states that it's true, everyone aims for the cup. Then he asks Errol what is there at his birthplace and if there is anything he wants to do. Errol responds that rather he has a goal back at his birthplace, and as the driver questions what it might be, he answers that maybe now he will be able to win against his mother. And the driver states that he says some interesting things. Every mother is strong, but Errol mentions that it wasn't meant as a joke. At home, Farah is cutting flowers outside and comments that such a nice scent, she will make sure to put them in a big vase. Errol suddenly appears behind Farah while she states that when Errol returns she has something to greet him with. Errol announces that he guesses she found out even after he hid his presence, but she mentions that no, she didn't realize until a few seconds ago and welcomes him back. It seems like he grew stronger, she can tell at a glance, to which he inquires if she can then tell what he is thinking right now, to which she confirms, and states that she is his mother after all. She then informs him that she thinks that their house might get wrapped up in it. They should move to the training ground deep in the mountains. Meanwhile, in a marketplace, an explosion suddenly takes place, and one of the people yells what is going on. They should look at the forest to the west. There are sparks and thunder, while other person asks if it is some natural calamity, and exclaims that someone should quickly report that to the municipal police leader. In a carriage, a driver questions Reina if it's fine to go over to the village, and comments that there seems to be a war going on, to which Reina replies that it is fine. The classless is just enjoying himself. If he is worried, then she will get off there and walk there herself. Later on, she knocks at a door, to which a young girl opens it and inquires how can she help her. Reina gets surprised and asks her if there is someone called Errol living there, hearing which she stares at Reina and slams the door while saying that she doesn't understand Cowish. Reina gets confused while Errol suddenly appears behind her with his mother and calls out to her, which shocked her. But as she turns to see Errol, the girl rushes from inside while welcoming back Errol and her mother. Reina questions, who is that kid? To which Errol reveals that she is his little sister Mila, while Mila inquires him how was his battle with Mother. Her mother proudly announces that she finally lost, but he thinks that it was a battle of endurance. It's not the way he wanted to win. While his mother states it seems like he has learned a lot in the City of the Sword, and requests him to tell her lots about what happened, but no sword talks. She wants to hear about the start of his romance with that girl, to which he tells his mother that her name is Reyna. They have been living together in the city, but Reyna exclaims that she is just a fellow guild member. Errol says that reminds him and asks Reyna why she even came there, and she replies that it's because he suddenly disappeared from the guild, to which he mentions that he did leave a letter behind. Reyna states that normally he would give his farewells in person. There were many people that just suddenly left the guild for various reasons, like having lost their motivation. So she thought that something might have happened to him, but he comments that he is perfectly fine. He just saw every sword skill, so he left. Listening, which Farah tells Reyna that worrying about Errol so much that she came all the way over there. He sure is loved, to which she surprisedly refuses, and announces that she was also born there, and she has a request for her which confuses Farah. Then she happily questions her if she wants to learn all the things Errol likes, and mentions that with pleasure she will teach her about everything. Reyna frustratedly mentions that now she understands why Errol rarely participated in a conversation. Then she exclaims to Farah that she wants to become an even stronger swordsman. She wants to dance together with her sword as beautifully as Errol did. She thought about how to best achieve that, and she could only come up with one solution. Bowing before Farah, she begs her to please make her disciple, which makes them surprised. While Mila states that their mother is going to reject her, to which Errol agrees, and comments that their mother doesn't like teaching others that much. But before Farah can answer, someone yells out to her. Farah addresses the man as Evans, and inquires him what is with the rush, to which he shouts that they have found a natural calamity going on in the forest to the west. Maybe she knows something about it. There was a thunderous roar and a fire flying towards the sky, while Errol thinks that it's the place he and his mother were fighting at. Evans continues to say that hence he was going to ask her to, but suddenly stops as he notices Reyna, and Reyna calls out to him as Papa, to which Farah asks if she was Evans' daughter and announces that she looks just like her mother, and Evans questions Reyna why she is at Farah's house, to which she states that the thing is, but Farah interrupts her and tells him that from now on, Reyna will undergo her wife training. He states that Reyna is at that age after all, to which Reyna blushingly mentions that they are wrong. She wants to learn more about the sword. Mila yells to her mother that is right, the sword alone is enough, and inquires Errol if he would not want that either. But Errol disappears, while Mila screams where he went now, and Farah announces that now they should investigate the forest to the west. Reyna should come too. And then Errol knocks at a door and someone says to come in. Errol calls him father and states that he is back, and Leon welcomes him home. Leon comments that he heard Mila's voice outside and asks him if he brought in a cute girlfriend. But he responds that well, Reyna is more of a beauty than cute, which makes Leon shocked. He then questions if he really did and mentions that he has to see her immediately, to which Errol states that rather than that, he has something to talk about with him. He then reveals that he won against her mother today, to which his father congratulates him and says that he knew he had it in him. But Errol announces that the second he won, he felt that the feelings he worked so hard for just vanished. Of course, he is going to continue his training, but now that he lost his goal, he doesn't think he can continue as he has before. Still, he doesn't want to rest, and just moving half-heartedly doesn't fit him. That's why he wants to go a different direction now. Then he inquires his father if he could teach him about magic, hearing which his father shockingly screams, to which Errol shouts to him that his jaw is going to dislocate at that rate. Meanwhile, Farah says to Reyna if she is the one teaching her, she will have to be wearing this, and gives her clothing. Reyna thinks she guesses being taught by the sword princess requires some special equipment, but as she puts the clothing on, she gets shocked and yells that it is an apron, while Farah mentions that now they are all matching. Reyna states that it's almost as if they are making food, to which Farah exclaims that is exactly it. She will teach her how to make Errol's favorite food, while Reyna comments that she wants her to teach her sword skills, but Farah tells her that a knife is also a sword. Errol learned this as well, to which Reyna thinks that there are swordsmen who use knives as weapons, so it might be useful to learn it, and announces that she will do it, while Mila says that Reyna is such a simpleton. Holding cabbage, Farah informs Reyna that for starters, she will have her cut the vegetables into chunks, but as she begins to cut the cabbage, she gets confused, and Mila asks Reyna if she has never cut vegetables before, to which she blushingly exclaims that she indeed never has, all her might. Hearing when Leon are seated if everyone is okay, to which Farah states using bomb rises to her in a flat skills. He knows it is quite audacious. Passed away. He swore that he would try his best to properly raise Reyna. Farah comments that Reyna is honest and very about her. On top of that, he heard that She must have zero households too much. Surprisedly mentions that now that she says it, need to teach her some household duties from scratch, and Reyna comments that she is more than fine with just sword skills, but Farah refuses, and announce if she wants to learn even the strongest sword skills, she has to bring her body and mind up to the perfect level. She has to use the simplest of skills in her everyday life. Hence, from today on, she will be living there as she learns. Suddenly, a fire is lit in the house, and Errol screams at Mother, not Reyna. Later on, Errol and his father finish maintenance, and his father states that the kitchen is repaired. Walking out of the kitchen, his father further states that he was thinking of renovating it anyways, so that was a good chance. While Errol asks that if he could have fixed it with magic, why he did it by hand. To which he answers that, well, his mother said she loves it when he smells of sawdust. Then questions if he wants to see some magic, and if outside the ones in the learning books, to which Errol agrees. His father states that he told him before, but he thinks he is better off giving up on magic. Humans often don't hold any magical power inside them. After talking about it, he looked through several books, and there were not any records of a classless awakening to any sort of magic. But Errol inquires if that doesn't mean it is impossible, to which his father confirms, and explains that he won the Sword Divinity Cup as a classless. That alone shows that his potential should not be disregarded. However, that was possible because they were talking about swords. Swords and magic are different. And while taking out a broken sword, his father tells him to look. This is one of the swords he used for practice. Even if he is not a swordsman, he can hold one. With enough practice, he can become a skilled swordsman. However, with magic, it's like he has no arms to grab a sword, and with that, practicing is impossible. To which Errol agrees, and mentions that might be difficult. But as he asks Leon how can he say that, and reminds him that he said that humans don't hold any magical power in them. To which his father comments that, well, a long time ago, after he received the blessing, he became able to use magic. It looks like he is not satisfied with that, and Errol announces that using that as the basis to say he has no magical power is a bit far-fetched. It's just that he can't test whether he has any magical power, because he has no skills. He also looked into scriptures to check, and he found no proof that would speak against that. That means there is still a chance that he might have magical power inside of him. But Leon states that he can't see that happening. If so, he should have been able to use magic by now. The amount of magical power they can hold is small. Without the blessing of the goddess, they can't even awaken to it. It still means that there is a chance. Still, he is surprised he could come to a conclusion like that, to which Errol mentions that because there was an incident that made him think like that, which confuses his father, and Errol explains that since he can't judge, he wants his father to help him out as he has magic skills. After that, Errol informs him that at the guild, he was hit by Reyna every day, to which his father shockingly questions why, and then comments that he has heard about this, she is his senior type, to which Errol announces that it was just so he could learn the solidity skill. In a flashback, Lilia slams her hand while shouting to Errol that spending the days like that, enough of that, what he is even doing. Their expenses for holy water have shot up through the roof because of this. But as Errol states that he earned most of the budget, Lilia shushes him and exclaims that anyway, they have to reduce the use of the guild budget. That being said, the medicine was sitting in the storehouse. He should please try this for his recovery. Hearing which, Reyna inquires Lilia what effect they have, and she responds that who knows, but she thinks they taste pretty good, to which Reyna yells that they might be alcoholic. Taking a medicine bottle, Errol states that in a certain sense, this could be training for the solidity skill, and opens the bottle. Then he drinks the medicine, to which Reyna asks him if he is okay, while Lilia questions if it's not poison. And he replies he feels a bit better. Then Lilia announces that alright, with this, they can save some money. Back in the present, Errol narrates that after that, he investigated exactly what it was, and tells his father that it was actually a magical power replenishing potion of some sort, to which he gets shocked, and inquires Errol why he would feel better if he didn't have any magic. Then Errol comments that is when he started thinking, maybe humans actually possess magical power, and thinks that in order to see if that was a coincidence, he kept drinking them. As a result, every time, he could feel something inside of him regenerate, to which his father says that there is a good chance when he was drinking that medicine, he felt the same. Then asks Errol if he can feel it without drinking the medicine, and if he can move it inside his body, and Errol announces that he thinks so. So his father instructs him to try to bring it out then. He should visualize himself bringing it out onto one point inside of his hand, to which Errol says that he will try, and suddenly steam begins to rise from the palm of his hand. His father happily exclaims that this is magical power without a doubt. He is already the best son ever, and he can now use magic. As Errol tries to detest, he suddenly faints before his father. His father helps him, and informs that it seems like he used up all his magical power. He will go bring some recovery medicine. But Errol states that this feels like he has woken up to a slight cold, to which his father tells him that he must know why they can't detect magic on their own. Taking the medicine, Errol comments that it's because the amount is so little. While he drinks the medicine, his father says that he might have been able to become #1 in the city. But looking at the amount of magic he has, it is questionable whether or not he can become a sorcerer. Also, that just now wasn't magic. He simply brought out his magical power in order to use magic. He needs to up that amount 100 times, to which Errol questions how he can improve the amount. And his father answers that good for him, it is the same as his sword practice. By forging his own body, he can gather more magical power by constantly using it. So training every day again, he can do it again. Then he leaves while saying that now that this is done, it's time to drink something, while Errol thinks that really devoting himself to something really feels good. Later on at a shop, Errol informs a shopkeeper that he would like to buy all the mana potions in this store, but when she says that it's magical power restoration, his father is a busy man. Errol refuses and mentions that he will be the one using them, hearing which she addresses herself as Grandma and assures him that she will always be his ally, and she has known him for a long time, so she is aware that he is a good kid. Errol's mother remembers of her daughter saying that she will create an environment where even a classless Errol can live comfortably, and informs Reyna that she said and left the town, to which Reyna looks at Errol and wonders if there really is any need to go this far for a strong guy. After that, she is washing dishes with Mila, while Errol's mother calls out to Reyna and inquires her that once she is done with the dishes, if she should give her some practice, to which Reyna happily says to please do, and cracks the plate. Errol's mother states that it seems like there is a lot she can teach her, and Mila yells to her that she is spoiling her too much, while Errol tells his father that it seems like his mom really took a liking to Reyna, but his father comments that he has too. She is admirable and a beauty, eavesdropping of them. His mother asks his father who he prefers then, and he gets nervous and hesitantly mentions that of course she looks as young as ever, as if she is still in her 20s. The following day at carriage, Errol is seated in the back and questions the driver how far they are from the city of sorcerers, to which the driver replies that 2 or 3 days depends on the weather. The weather around these parts is rather depressing, while a boy in the carriage inquires Errol if he is also going to the city of magic. Errol confirms, but the boy inquires if he is not pretty old already, and what took him so long to go there, while a girl addressed the boy as Kaido, and tells him to stop with that, and states that Errol probably failed the entrance exams a few times, but he still can't make fun of him for being an idiot, to which Kaido thinks that she is trying to be kind, but it's even more cruel. Kaido addresses the girl as cute, and yells if she is not looking down on him even more, but she comments that she is not doing any of that, while a second girl in the carriage asks if they could stop fighting please, to which both Kaido and Kyufa address her as Colette, and announces that they are not fighting. Errol then says that he guesses they are all in the same group. It takes him back to when he received the blessing, and thinks that most people in the city of the sword were already pretty strong. That is why there were more veterans than newcomers. Then wonders if the city of magic is different, while Kaido questions him what magic he is good at. He mentions that for him, it's red magic, while Errol remembers of his father's lecture in which he told him that with magic, he has 6 types: black, white, yellow, green, blue, and red magic. On a side note, the types of skills acquired depend from person to person, since he has no restrictions. They might as well try out all the skills he knows, and he reveals to Kaido that he doesn't have any special, he is classless after all, which makes Kaido surprised, while Kyufa giggles, and says to Kaido that Errol is just teasing him. There is no way that a classless would get into the magic institution, which makes Kaido annoyed. While Errol thinks that it's a school for magic, he guesses most young people are aiming for that, but Kaido interrupts him while shouting that telling lies is not funny. Errol tells Kaido that he was not lying, and shows him his report to check. Kyufa and Colette get shocked to see that he is really classless, while Kaido inquires Errol if he still wants to learn magic. and if there is something wrong with his head. And Errol wonders if this development didn't happen before. Suddenly, all kids get surprised as they notice that the carriage stopped, to which Kufa asks if that was the voice of the horse. But Errol comments that it's the voice of a troll king. Seems like it came to attack them from the forest. Kaido questions if the troll king is not crazy strong, and screams to the driver that they have to hurry. The driver informs Kaido that the horse lost consciousness at the roar just now, to which he shouts that they can't run away. And Colette cries out that they will die. But Kufa tells her to calm down. It might be a king, but a troll is a troll. His movements are slow, and his body is big, so even their attacks should hit him. To which Kaido agrees, and announces that they should use their skills to defeat it. Meanwhile, the Troll King appears from the trees, and the kids shockedly yell that he is way too big. Colette gets scared, and screams that this is not something beginners like them can hope to defeat. They are done for. What should they do? Her skills do not have much force, so, to which Kaido says that same is with him, and approaches the Troll King. Kaido takes out his magic wand, and states that he will burn him to a crisp with his magic, but as Kufa yells to stop him, he mentions that if he uses up all the magic power he has, and throws a magical fireball to attack the Troll King. The fireball hits the Troll King, and Kaido exclaims that he did it. It's a wonderful hit. But as the Troll King steps forward, Kufa comments that it hit, but it did 0 damage. Just then an explosion happens, and the Troll King erupts in it. Kaido surprisedly inquires what just happened, and states that the troll turned to ashes in a second, to which Errol announces that maybe he could have held back. Kaido stares at Errol in shock, and wonders if he did it. Kufa asks Colette if the explosion wasn't the highest tier of red magic, while Kaido thinks that his magic only someone with the Magic King class can use. Then he drops to his knees and gives Errol his deepest apologies, and says that he had no idea that he was so skilled in magic, and even made fun of him, and begs to please forgive him, to which Errol explains that it's fine, he should not sweat. Kaido gets happy, and tells Errol to let him address him as master. He wants to be a sorcerer like him, but Errol mentions that he is not that great of a person, while the driver informs them that the horse is back on its feet, so they can move forward again. Errol then states if he knew this was going to happen, he should have used his sword, while Kufa comments that there has to be a mistake in this report, and Kaido announces that he is probably hiding his real talent for some reason. Back at Errol's home, Farah is sipping tea and compliments Reina that it's delicious. She has gotten so good at brewing tea. But suddenly, they hear a scream, to which Reina asks Mila what is wrong, and Mila cryingly reveals that she went to wake up Errol, and she found this letter saying he went to the City of Magic. Farah consoles her and mentions that he did talk about being interested in that City of Magic, but to think that he would leave right away, while Reina states that she wonders if this is how Father felt before. She recalls of herself telling Evans that she decided to leave relatively early, and the ones left behind will end up feeling lonely, to which Farah comments that is why she should not leave them as well. Then she hugs Reina, and Reina tells her that she won't. She still has many things to learn. Back in a city, Kaido addresses Errol as master, and announces that the story takes place in a prison where all the inmates are forced to get out of their cells for mealtime. Igir, one of the prisoners, is unsure why, and when he was brought
Hallo meine lieben Kuschels, herzlich willkommen zu einer weiteren Reaction hier auf dem Reaction.
Chemische Gefahrstoffe entdeckt.
Ich hoffe, ihr seid gut.
Neuer Ort wird betreten. Schwierigkeitsgrad Mittel.
Wenn ihr das hier schaut, dann...
Feinde
warte
werden
mal.
erstellt. Feinderstellung hervorgehobene Türen. Feinderstellung
Wann brauchst du die
eingeleitet.
für Sonntag noch, ne? Okay, wenn du das Sonntag machst, seid ihr dann noch auf der Fahrradtour? Also macht Sinn, wenn ich das erwähne. Okay. Na gut, na gut. Wunderbar. Hallo meine lieben Kuschels, herzlich willkommen zu einer weiteren Reaction hier auf dem Reaction-Kanal. Und ich habe direkt einen
Konsole online.
Das ist der letzte Tag von der Fahrradtour von Hakon und Tom. Die beiden machen nämlich zusammen ein paar Tage Radtour. Also schaut euch da unbedingt bei den beiden bei Twitch mal vorbei, die den ganzen Tag einfach am Fahrrad fahren. Machen natürlich zwischendurch Stops und so. Klickt euch da mal
Raum ausgewählt.
durch. Okay.
Schwierigkeitsgrad schwer.
Genau. Und
Feinde werden erstellt.
Kommt
Feinde
weg.
erscheinen in hervorgehobenen Türen.
Doch, tut es. Los.
Feinderstellung eingeleitet.
Genau. Und jetzt werden wir hier in Side-Quest. Kleines Video, wenn ihr das gesehen habt, werdet ihr direkt in die
haben mich geblendet!
und dann Garage und dann vorbeischauen. Und ich würde sagen, wir gehen jetzt erstmal rein ins Video. Hakon hat uns Nachbarn gefunden. Ja, also, ne?
Konsole aktiv.
Rein ins Video.
Nachschubstation aktiviert.
Link mal in den Chat. Und Daumen nach oben. Ihr wisst, wie es läuft. Ne? Support muss immer da sein. Ich würde sagen, rein. Na, los, geh los. So.
Andere YouTuber kaufen sich Luxuskarren und Plankton kauft sich eine Patenschaft für eine ganze Schafsherde.
Ja, das ist auch einfach zu süß, ne? Das ist einfach zu süß.
Well, das stimmt leider so auch nicht ganz.
Seit über 6 Monaten bin ich jetzt ja auch ein BMW-Fahrer.
Ich habe seit einer Weile einen BMW.
Was ist das?
Und das auch noch von der Sorte Why not Supercar if Supercar shaped? Es ist so absolut berechtigt, die Frage in den Raum zu werfen, ob ich jetzt auch so ein YouTuber geworden bin. Aber was soll ich sagen? Eines meiner Interessen ist halt irgendwas mit Autos und diese Möhre ist schon seit einem Jahrzehnt auf meiner Bucketliste. Ganz nach dem Motto, irgendwie werde ich den Wagen schon irgendwann mal fahren dürfen. In dem Sinne. Herzlich willkommen zu Planktons Auto Reviews.
Raum ausgewählt. Schwierigkeitsgrad
Thema
mittel.
Nacktbaden erstmal. Na, wenn es beim Nacktbaden Großes gibt, bin ich auch am Start.
Feinde werden erstellt.
Wir erwarten Großes.
Feinde erscheinen in hervorgehobenen
Also,
Türen.
schön einschalten bei Hakon und Tom.
Feindlicher Kombattant wird erstellt.
Wow, wow, wow.
Zwar nicht so gut wie die von Power. Ich werde das Video direkt mit meinem Fazit zu dieser Karte starten. Eine Handvoll Minuten über die 3 labern. Und das Ding mit dem Der BMW i8 macht ziemlich viel Laune, wenn du ihn immer schnell fahren solltest. In allen anderen Szenarien ist er bodenlos und praktisch.
Konsole online.
Das ist ein Bankstudent in der Karre quasi.
Ich glaube, dass der i8 beim Release einfach für viele eine Art Sehnsuchtsobjekt wurde. Vielleicht war man da gerade 17, 18 oder in seinen 20ern und plötzlich sah man diesen Werbespot, in dem so ein Typ, der so aussieht wie der von Dark, einen stellvertretend für den Wagen anschreit. I'm lighter than wind, stronger than storm. I am I8. Und schon postet man I am I8 als Caption auf Instabams, weil man den Wagen in der Mittagspause tatsächlich mal for real gesehen hat und Werbung einfach funktioniert. Manche konnten den Wagen dann irgendwann durch einen Jochen Schweizer Gutschein ballern. Und andere hatten das wahnsinnige Privileg, ihn dann tatsächlich auch gebraucht schießen zu können. Und das ist das Ding, der BMW i8. Ich will hier nicht immer den Markennamen aussprechen, nennen wir ihn in diesem Video einfach Jürgen. Und das Ding ist, ein Jürgen ist zwar immer noch teuer, aber bei weitem nicht so teuer, wie er aussieht. Einen gebrauchten Jürgen kannst du dir quasi für den Preis eines VW Telebob zulegen und bekommst dazu als Feature einen Haufen E-Rollerfahrer, die dir auf Random einfach einen Daumen hoch geben. Und wenn du dann zum ersten Mal in Jürgen steigst, wirst du dir definitiv die Frage stellen, was das hier eigentlich sein soll. Sitze für Menschen, bei denen die Beine aus den Seiten wachsen oder was? Die Antwort darauf ist übrigens dein Kofferraum. Denn der eigentliche Kofferraum ist dir höchstens eine Extension deiner Bauchtasche. A.k.a. hier ist der Motor verbaut und hier war halt noch etwas Platz für gute Laune. Jürgens optisches Main-Feature ist aber nicht seine großartige Plattintelligenz, sondern seine Flügeltür. Wow. Und Flügeltür.
Komm, der hat ihn doch nur gekauft wegen den Flügeltüren. Kannst du mir nicht erzählen. Hätte ich harte Türen gehabt, wäre es vielleicht ein anderer Wagen geworden. Aber die Flügeltüren, die fand ich
Dann sind wir sehr schon so. Wenn
und wahrscheinlich
der Wagen Go-Wing-Doors hat, also welche die so nach oben aufgehen, als ob man ready wird für diesen Ninja-Kampf, dann verbrauchst du tatsächlich weniger Platz als normale Autotüren und kommst somit am Samstagabend auf den Netto-Parkplatz ein bisschen geschmeidiger aus deinem Auto. Und dann gibt's Butterfly-Doors. Die öffnen sich so und sind mega sägig, aber auch eigentlich richtig, richtig dumm. Du siehst von innen einfach nicht, ob man öfter den Wagen neben dir streifen wird oder nicht. Und sehr darauf achten, deine Tür bloß nicht zu schnell zu öffnen. Sobald du
Oh
fertig
nein!
bist, kommst du im Regelfall auch aus deinem Auto raus.
Hebeltüren sind damn sexy. Ja, sind sie wirklich.
Und auch das ist tatsächlich ungeübt.
So, wow, die Türen gehen ab.
So cringe, dass du dabei deine Whatever Wannabe Babbo-Aura direkt wieder in die Tonne verfrachtest. Hierbei ist übrigens zuerst die Beine raus und dann mit dem Ellbogen und gut Schwung aus deinem Auto rausdrücken.
Die ducken irgendwie. Das ist dann doch wieder nicht so cool. Aber es sieht halt cool aus.
Kauf wieder zurück zum Auto kommst und dir erst dann einfällt, dass du
Ja gut, aber das ist ja auch kein Wagen eigentlich für den Alltag, mit dem man einkaufen geht und so.
ja eigentlich so nah es geht an dieser Parklinie hier parken wolltest. Verdammt nochmal. Jetzt aber ein Smart recht close an deiner Fahrerseite gespawnt ist, dann wurdest du halt offiziell von einem Smart besiegt. Bei normalen Türen kannst du dich halt noch versuchen irgendwie reinzuquetschen. Bei Schmetterlingstüren, da gibt halt nur die Zustände ganz oder halt gar nicht. Jürgen ist übrigens auch ein tiefer Boy. Eine Erfahrung, die ich vorher noch nicht machen durfte. Er ist zwar nicht so tief, dass es ein Tuning-Verbrechen wäre, aber tief genug, dass jetzt zum eigentlichen Fahren durch die Stadt
Sind High Heels ja auch nicht. Das ist was ganz anderes.
mental bei mir ein Zusatztreiber installiert wurde, der dafür sorgt, dass ich vor jedem Bordstein und jeder Bodenschwelle ein weirdes Gefühl bekomme. Ich bin nämlich einmal aus dem AEZ-Parkhaus etwas zu schwungvoll herausgefahren und hab Jürgens Plastikfresse direkt in den Asphalt gerannt.
nein,
Aber
scheiße.
zum Glück nicht doll. Der Innenraum des Autos ist inzwischen ein bisschen in
Die kleine Katze, die mit dem witzigen Akzent.
die Jahre gekommen, was per se ja nicht schlimm ist. Wenn du drin sitzt, hast du das Gefühl, du bist in einem 2014er BMW, weil es halt auch einfach einer ist. Aber gleichzeitig auch irgendwie in so einem weirden Kampfjet. Und das große Special-Ding mit diesem Auto, das, was die Leute an der Tankstelle dann auch dir hinterherrufen, ist das nicht so eine? Hat er nicht so einen Motor? Und auch das, was ihn für mich neben seinem, wie ich finde, nahezu perfektem Design schon vor 10 Jahren super spannend gemacht hat, ist tatsächlich sein Antrieb. BMW hätte kein Problem damit gehabt, einen Sportwagen zu bauen, da einen 10-Zylinder reinzuwerfen und zu sagen, ist gut. Haben sie aber nicht. Stattdessen wurde vorne ein Elektromotor verbaut und hinten ein Benzinmotor, quasi aus einem Mini Cooper. Letzteres ist definitiv eine Headline, die vermutlich bei Verbrenner-Cracks für Entsetzen gesorgt hat. Aber dieser Mini Cooper Motor ist bis in die Puppen geturbocharged, hat zwar nur süße 3 Zylinder, also so viel wie ein VW Fox, wenn er denn auf allen Zylindern arbeitet, bekommt aber alleine bereits 231 PS hin. Und mit dem Elektromotor zusammen ist die Gesamtleistung von Jürgen recht dezente 362 Hafer. BMW wollte damals was riskieren und sie wollten etwas bauen, was halt jeder Ferrari und Lambo dieser Welt bereits schon lange ist. Und sowas.
Wir wollten einfach einen Wagen, der coole Türen
Das finde ich halt immer spannend.
Parallel brachten sie auch den i3, also den kleinen Bruder des i8s raus. Dieser
Der ist schon hardcore hässlich, ne?
lief nur auf reiner
Und das sieht auch irgendwie bescheuert aus.
elektrisch angelehnt.
Bei Jürgen ist es nun eine
Neuer
Art
Ort wird
verbrauchsarmer Sportwagen geworden, der in der Kfz-Steuer günstiger ist als ein Fiat 500 und in der Versicherung und Kombi.
Fahrende erscheinen in
Wie er auch
hervorragenden
alles
Türen.
raussucht. Erstmal
Nun
die
eine Art
Versicherung.
verbrauchsarmer Sportwagen geworden, der in der Kfz-Steuer günstiger ist als ein Fiat 500 und in der Versicherung.
Guck mal, nicht Sport als ein das Auto, die Qualifikation so leicht. Ja,
Kontrolle
Ja, aber bei Hybriden sind
gerade weil die leicht kontrolliert dann also fühlt es sich, und wenn die so klein sind, fühlt es sich auch nochmal schneller an. Also es ist, in so fetten Karren fühlt sich mehr km/h ja weniger an.
System ist es halt immer so ein bisschen Blabla. Der verbraucht das halt nicht, wenn die Batterie leer ist und auch nicht im Sportmodus. Aber auch dieser gewagte und super moderne Antrieb ist inzwischen in Zeiten von Elektrokarren, die einem nur beim Antippen des Gaspedals direkt aufs Maul geben, ebenfalls so ein bisschen in die Jahre gekommen. Gefühlt ist der Elektromotor in dieser Kiste einfach nur für den emotionalen Support des Verbrenners da. Wenn du etwas Dollar Gas gibst, dann ist der gesamte Antriebsstrang aber für einen kurzen Moment so. Warte, ich
Neuer
mach.
Ort wird betreten. Schwierigkeitsgrad hochrangiges Ziel.
Selbst wenn du eigentlich nur elektrisch fahren willst und den EV-Modus-Button anklickst, dann aber einmal etwas zu viel Gas gibst, kriegt der Verbrenner sofort. Nee, der will mehr, mach du jetzt! Der einzige Ort, wo man am Ende merkt, dass Jürgen auch tatsächlich wirklich abgehen kann, ist die Autobahn. Auch wenn das Fahrzeug auf 250 km/h abgeht, ist richtig toll. Das wirst du ganz gut in den Sitz gedrückt. Die Kiste mit einem Gemisch aus dem Elektromotor und einem V8-Motorsound an. Letzteres ist bei einem 13-Zylinder definitiv nicht fake über Lautsprecher in alle Richtungen geblasen, aber es klingt schon ziemlich wenn du auf 250 kommst und du förmlich merkst, wie ein unsichtbarer Arm dich einmal zurückzieht und sagt, hör mal ab hier bitte, Diggi. Der BMW hat ziemlich viel Laune, wenn du ihn denn maschinell fahren solltest. In allen anderen Szenarien ist er eher
Konsole
Das habe ich schon am
aktiv.
Anfang gesagt und jetzt habe ich das schon wieder gesagt. Er ist quasi in großen Anführungszeichen ein preiswerter Hybrid. Wie ein Prius, nur so ganz ohne Kofferraumplatz. Und auch wenn's ein...
Wow, das wird mich ja so abfacken bei so einer Karre, ne? Also ich finde, Autos müssen einfach praktisch sein. Groß und praktisch. Ich liebe Kombis. Ich liebe einfach Kombis, weil da passt sehr viel rein. So, da gibt es auch super schöne Modelle. Aber ich habe generell gar keine Ahnung von Autos. Und Autos interessieren mich auch nicht. Hauptsache, sie funktionieren gut. Und es passt viel rein.
Traumauto gewesen ist, habe ich tatsächlich keine Ahnung, wie
Neuer
lange
Raum
Jürgen
wird betreten.
Der Haken auf meiner Bucketliste ist definitiv
Leicht.
abgehakt. WhatsApp Plankton aus 2018 freut sich.
One day, boy, one
Ein
day.
Essen. Und mal ganz doller unterm Strich sind alle negativen Aspekte, die ich hier genannt habe, die größten Luxusprobleme ever. Aber ey, was für ein schöner.
Das ist halt schon echt scheiße.
Jürgen, in dem Sinne.
Feinde
Danke an
werden
Holy
erstellt.
fürs Sponsern von Jürgen.
Feinde
Viel Spaß.
erscheinen in
Ich lasse meine
hervorgehobenen
Longform-Videos
Türen.
größtenteils sponsorfrei tatsächlich. Und vielen lieben Dank fürs
Feinderstellung
Zuschauen.
eingeleitet.
Was haltet ihr von die 8? Lieber doch 16 Zylinder unter der Haube? Oder wollen wir doch noch mal gucken, was so alles Spannendes aus hier in den nächsten 10 Jahren kommt? Schreibt mir in die Kommentare. Habt euch lieb. Euer.
Konsole verfügbar.
Da ihr jetzt gerade bei Plankton kein Holy Placement gekriegt habt, kriegt ihr jetzt hier Holy Placement. Gönnt euch mit dem Code PUSH schön die neuen veganen Milchshakes. Gönnt euch, die sind alle wieder vorrätig. Es gibt wunderschöne hier Fläschchen, da einen Shaker, zack, mit einem süßen Axolotl und die anderen kleinen süßen Tiere, die jetzt auch alle auf den Shake. Total süß, oder? Ich mag am liebsten Vanille und zack, Karamell. Die sind zuckerfrei und vegan. Die könnt ihr einfach mit veganer Milch machen, plant-based Milch. Und ja, gönnt euch, ne? Mit dem Code PUSH kriegt ihr 10%.
His sister was the recognized school beauty, admired as a genius by everyone. But he, in contrast, was labeled the ultimate fool. All because the ability he awakened was the lowest tier, weak electricity. Classmates mocked him, saying he'd end up raising pigs at home and living off his family. What they didn't know was that he possessed the legendary twin ability physique. On
Feindlicher
top of
Kombatant
that,
wird
he
erstellt.
had awakened a supreme power, the violet sky, divine thunder. This world existed parallel to human civilization developed in roughly the same way. But here, terrifying colossal beasts fight against them. People awaken to supernatural powers. Everyone, upon reaching adulthood, will awaken their own body.
Konsole aktiv.
These powers were ranked across 9 tiers,
Nachschussstation
and most people
aktiviert.
only awakened between F and D rank. His power, however, was the very bottom, level 1 weak electricity. Even if he pushed himself to the limit, its force was weaker than a
Neuer
cheap
Raum
stun
wird
battery,
betreten.
let alone made him
Schwierigkeitsgrad.
above a ridicule
Hochrangiges
and
Ziel.
scorn throughout his class. Even his childhood
Elektrische
sweetheart,
Gefährdung
Blue
aktiviert.
Rian, urged him to switch his college entrance exam focus to liberals, so he could at least live out of quiet.
Erscheint in
In
hervorgehobenen
the Great
Türen.
Sion Nation, higher education was
Feindlicher
divided
Kombatant
into two
wird erstellt.
tracks, liberal arts and martial. Martial track students were required to enter the designated national exam and fight beasts to victory. That's why anyone with an ability below D rank was advised to choose liberal arts. In other words, to voluntarily give up their powers. By contrast, those who succeeded in the martial track after years of training under mentors, had a chance to break past the norm stage and become true ranked awakeners. Powerhouses had risen from there. Blue Ruyan wanted him to choose liberal arts and shoot years in lifetime in the martial. A secure job, when facing opponents, he would still be focused. After all, his parents had been killed in a beast attack that invaded their city. In the end, he still wrote his name down on the martial track in London. From then on, he practically lived in the training hall, pouring all his energy into the combat. Very he had chosen the spear. Yet after 2.5 years of training, his mastery remained stuck at the beginner stage, showing no progress. Just as he sighed over his bleak future, a blue virtual window suddenly popped up in front of him. He shot upright in shock. It was the long-delayed arrival of the system. Opening the novice game pack, he received an S-rank ability and 200 ability points. He was ecstatic. In the entire Great Sea, only one S-rank awakener appeared every 2.5 years. Once such a person appeared, top academies would fight over him, showering him with resources until he rose to become the strongest of his generation. With a wave of his hand, he opened the ability gift pack. Ding! The system congratulated him for obtaining an S-rank ability, Violet Sky, Divine Thunder. The sky above the city darkened, with streaks of violet lightning tearing through the night. The 3rd Legion stationed in the city immediately activated the highest defense protocol. Such a terrifying thunder phenomenon made many believe a powerful lightning beast was about to invade. Staring excitedly at his palm, he thought, as expected of an S-rank ability, Violet Sky Divine Thunder. With this power, I'll definitely shine in the martial exam. He then raised his hand again to open the ability point pack. The system explained, ability points could be earned by slaying beasts and spent to upgrade levels and skills. His mind buzzed with excitement. Defeat monsters to level up? Simple and brutal, just my style. The system panel showed he currently had 2 basic skills: backslash, basic spear technique, and backslash, basic lightning gale slash. In essence, abilities were born from the fusion of human physique and spirit. After he allocated points into both attributes, a warm current surged through his body, nourishing his blood and sharpening his thoughts, leaving him clear-headed. Looking at his panel, he realized he already had the strength to get into the nation's top ability academy. The only thing weighing on his mind was whether he could claim the title of Jiangnan Province's top scorer. Thinking of those geniuses who had been trained by master tutors since childhood, he couldn't help but feel a little uncertain. With that thought, he decided to test his progress at the martial hall. He kicked his spear up from the ground, spinning it deftly in his hands, forming a dazzling spear flourish. Just then, the door suddenly burst open loudly. A group of firefighters rushed in, blustering and cursing. They explained they had received a call for reporting a fire here. He quickly waved his hands, explaining that it was just an energy surge caused by his ability training. The firefighters exchanged glances, then let out a sigh of relief. Who would have thought that such commotion came only from student practice, surveying the wrecked training room? They couldn't help but remark, to make such a scene just from training, this kid's really something. Downstairs, neighbors asked him concerned, was the fire okay just now? Su Jingming smiled and replied, it's fine, Uncle Yan already took care of it. The neighbors nodded in relief, saying, good to hear. Judging by your outfit, you're heading to the martial hall? Training even the day before the exam. Impressive. In this world, anyone who wanted to advance from an awakener to a true ability user had to temper both body and mind to increase their power. Thus, martial halls offering training grounds and instructors came into being. But not every family could afford a private training room. The 2 most famous martial hall chains in Great Xia were Thunder Hall and Bear Hall. Bear Hall charged an annual fee of 100,000, catering to wealthy students, while Thunder Hall was the only one open to high schoolers free of charge. When Su Jingming stepped into the hall, he immediately spotted a familiar figure. It was his cousin, Tang Chi. He walked over and greeted her. This is Chi. What brings you to the hall? Tang Chi explained she was only there to accompany a friend. Su Jingming nodded without pressing her. I see. Well, I'll let you get back. I'm heading to the training room. As he laughed, Tang Chi frowned slightly. Something feels different about it. Beside her, Xiaoya whispered curiously, Chi, who was that? He's pretty handsome. Tang Chi replied, that's Su Jingming, my cousin. He's also a senior like us, taking the martial exam tomorrow. Just then, a boy walked over to him, asking so many questions, Xiaoya. Are you crushing on him? Xiaoya admitted bluntly. It looks like that. As long as his strength isn't terrible, having him as a boyfriend would be pretty impressive. Tang Chi, however, poured cold water on him. You'll be disappointed. He only awakened an E rank. The boy chuckled and E-rank ability and still daring to take the martial exam. Bold, I'll give him that. Feng Chi's side, bold doesn't mean wise. The risk is too great. I'd rather he didn't take it all. Seeing the move turn heavy, Xiaoya tugged and Chi's arm. Alright, let's drop it. We came to Thunder Hall to look around. Remember? Feng Chi nodded. True. I've spent all 3 years of high school at their hall. And this is my first time at Thunder. Relaxing a little before exams is good for the mind and body. Let's go. Meanwhile, Su Jingming entered the test room. Holding the spear, he felt it lighter in his hands. Or maybe it's because my body has grown stronger. But with the exam tomorrow, it was too late to find a better weapon. He decided to test his peak strength without any ability boost. He exhaled slowly. Clenching the spear with both hands, he thrust forward. Bang! The metal target was pierced clean through. The training room was built with low-grade memory metal, automatically repairing itself within its endurance. The display flashed. 321 car. Su Jingming smiled. Purely physical strain, doubled from before. The strongest normal awakener barely reaches 100. Next, he decided to test the power of the violet sky, divine thunder. Spark electricity roared out from the panel display, 3,021 car. He was stunned, as expected of an S-rank ability. A first-rank ability, user only reaches 1,000 car. Yet I haven't even stepped into rank 1, and I'm already unleashing power on all of tier 3. But even that wasn't his limit. His true killing move was the fusion of raw strength, ability amplification, and battle techniques. With that thought, he gripped his spear tightly, channeling divine thunder. He unleashed lightning gale / straight at his attacking machine. The moment the spear tip struck, it buzzed and roared violently. A heartbeat later, Su Jingming shouted, "Break!" A massive blast erupted from the spear's tip, spreading outward in all directions. At the same time, people in the main hall felt the entire building tremble, some even thinking it was an earthquake. Those on the same floor as Su Jingming nearly lost their balance. Such intense energy waves. That's definitely at ability user level, someone exclaimed. Xiaoya frowned. Isn't this floor reserved for high schoolers? Anyone breaking into ability user level early usually trains at their hall. The boy beside her guessed. Maybe some monster came here to train, or maybe a new ability user high schooler has emerged. As the two speculated, Tang Chi cut in direction. Let's go check for ourselves. The energy fluctuations were indeed coming from nearby. But before they could take more than a few steps, they ran into Su Jingming. Tang Chi looked slightly awkward and asked, "Xiaoming, heading home already?" Su Jingming nodded, saying he wanted to go back early and prepare some more. Hearing that, Tang Chi encouraged him. "All right then, good luck in the exam tomorrow, but remember to stay safe." As the two exchanged words, the boy interrupted harshly. "Forget the small talk. The energy surge definitely came from here." The group stopped at a doorway. It should be here. But when they stepped inside, the sight before them made their eyes widen in shock. What the hell happened here? Xiaoya gasped, pointing at the scene. No way. Even memory metal got pierced. That kind of force? Do we really have a high schooler this strong in Jiang City? The boy beside her studied the marks on the wall and replied coolly, "It's not a high schooler. I can still feel traces of violent energy." Whoever did this was likely a rank 2 ability user who accidentally wandered to this floor and tested their strength here. Hearing that, the others finally relaxed and nodded knowingly. Exactly. No way a student could pull this off. Yeah, not even the top prodigies in the capital could do it. Jiang City? Impossible. Xiaoya's mind raced with yes. Just now, only Su Jingming came through here. What if it was him? What if he's a hidden genius, mastering the strength of all the time? He's waiting to blow everyone away in tomorrow's exam. Her words drew sharper torts. You've read too many web novels. Only a shock. Everyone knew. Get real. Even pretending requires a baseline. He's just an E-rank awakener. If he can hit 300 car, that's already pushing. The short-haired boy added, both hallways lead outside. Whoever unleashed that power must have left through the other one. Tang-Chi, what do you think? Tang-Chi only answered lightly. Not sure. But deep down, she knew. The marks looked an awful lot like spear strikes. So, Su Jingming really overestimated herself by taking the martial exam. Time flashed forward to the day of it. Outside of the buses carrying candidates were arriving one after another. Students, weapons slung over their backs, greeted each other. Soon, Su Jingming also stepped off the bus, speeding. A few curious students walked up to the fence, peering inside. So this is our exam site. Damn, is that a horned rhino? Weren't past exams just shadow cats and iron spiders? This year's insane. As they muttered, someone suddenly walked up and sneered, a horned rhino, so what? If you can't even handle it, even if you scrape into an ability university, you'll still be trash. Hearing that, Su Jingming raised a brow. Who talks that big? His friend Lu Jie leaned over. Who else? That's Bree's sword, Zhou Mingyang from First High. Rumor had it Zhou Mingyang had awakened a B-rank ability, Swift Gale, and had already broken past no rank to become a rank 1 ability user. Su Jingming smiled faintly at that. So it's the so-called hot favorite for this year's martial exam top scorer. Inwardly, he thought, I wonder, between him and me, who's truly stronger. Moments later, a booming voice cut through the noise outside the exam grounds. Attention, candidates. I am Wang Haiyang, Chief Commander of this year's Jiang City Martial Exam. Before we begin, let me repeat the key rules. The exam will start at 9 a.m. sharp and end at 9 p.m., lasting a total of 12 hours. The testing ground is the ruined town behind me. As in previous years, the area is divided into the outer ring, middle zone, inner ring, and core sector. Killing beasts of different types and tiers will earn different amounts of points. The stronger the beast, the higher the score. The core sector is like bonus questions on a written test, meant for top students to attempt. Don't throw away your lives chasing points. Listening to Wang Haiyang's briefing, Su Jingming thought, 9 days ago, I wouldn't have dared leave the outer ring. But now, I must aim for the inner ring, even the core. The organizers then announced, we will now distribute exam supplies. Please collect them from your homeroom teacher in order. As the teacher handed things out, he explained, there are 3 items in total. A smartwatch to record the number and type of beasts you kill and tally your score in real time. A tactical backpack containing 2 energy bars, 1 energy drink, and a single-use med kit to sustain you for 12 hours. A safety sphere, which, once activated, creates a high-voltage grid around you that ordinary beasts cannot break through. Afterward, the teacher still looked uneasy, pulling Su Jingming aside. Remember, once you use the safety sphere, the exam ends, but your life matters more than anything else. Su Jingming gave a small smile. Thanks, teacher. I understand. Just as he was about to enter, Lin Xingyuan suddenly rushed up and shouted, Su Jingming, you don't have a team yet, right? Want to join ours? Even Lu Jie, who had recently awakened to sea, added, what's your name? I'll have your back. But others in the group immediately objected. Class rep, being nice is one thing, but this is the exam. Teams are capped at 5 people. If we drag them along, how are we supposed to? Lu Jie snapped back. We already agreed on this, and now you're backing out. The 2 remained stubborn. Who knew he'd actually show up? I'm not carrying dead weight. Hearing this, Su Jingming tugged Lu Jie back before he could explode. Old Lu, class rep, I appreciate it, but I'll go in alone. You guys stick to your team. Seeing how serious he was, they could only nod. Fine, but be careful. The 2 who had refused him quickly pulled Lin Xingyuan away. Forget it. Let's go team up with Huang Tian instead. After they left, Su Jingming couldn't help but smile faintly. With full confidence, he said, even without you, I can still score high. As swarms of drones buzzed overhead, the announcer's voice boomed. The 2037 Jiang City Martial Exam officially begins. Surveillance and tracking drones are now live. The exam broadcast has started. In the next instant, countless candidates charged into the ruins, shouting battle cries. Some yelled as they ran. My goal is Jiangnan Ability University. This year, I'll make my name known to all. Among them was Su Jingming's cousin, Tang Chi, and also the so-called top scorer favorite, Zhou Mingyang. Su Jingming followed just behind the crowd, his own heart-roaring martial exam. Here I come. As soon as he entered the exam zone, his smartwatch lit up with a notification. Candidate confirmed. Su Jingming, Jiang City Second High, Class 5 Senior. Exam ID hashtag 178. Live rankings. First, Zhou Mingyang, 7 points, Jiang City First High. Second, Li Sun, 5 points, Jiang City First High. Third, Zhao Zhou, 4 points, Jiang City First High. Glancing at the data, Su Jingming murmured, as expected of First High's top contender. He's already hunting beasts. Looks like my turn. Knowing the full region is still far away, he thought, then I'll head straight. After waiting for a while, Su Jingming suddenly froze. Ahead of him, a fellow student lay collapsed in the pool, barely breathing life. Seeing the scene before him, Su Jingming sighed. Such heavy injuries, he didn't even have time to activate his safety sphere. No wonder my teacher kept telling me to give up the exam. If I hadn't awakened an S rank ability, I'd probably have ended up the same way. In a martial exam, there are no regrets. Opportunity always comes with risk. Not everyone gets the chance to defy fate. With that thought, Su Jingming quickly used his watch to contact the logistics team. But just then, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed. A second later, a black beast crept out from the corner. Su Jingming's heart sank, so it deliberately left that student alive just to bait in anyone who got close. This whole thing was its trap. The beast advanced slowly, step by step. Then, without warning, it lunged straight at him. Luckily, Su Jingming's strength had grown. With a quick step back, he narrowly dodged the strike. Staring at the creature, he thought, fast, sharp claws, and a bite force over 1,000 kilos. No doubt about it. It's the so-called rookie killer. Beasts bore the title Fierce, precisely because of their savage aura and natural pressure that crush the will of their prey. It was said most awakeners, upon facing such beasts for the first time, collapsed under that aura, unable to unleash even 30% of their strength, some even giving up without a fight. That was why wealthy families often hired ability user bodyguards to take their children into the wild, so they could get used to fighting beasts early. Su Jingming, of course, had no such luxury. This was his first time truly facing a beast. As that thought crossed his mind, the Shadow Cat lunged again. Its claws were about to rake across him. Su Jingming gripped his spear tightly, electricity crackling along the shaft. In the next instant, he struck upward with a fierce thrust, killing the Shadow Cat in one blow. So this so-called aura has no effect on me at all, he realized. Tossing the beast body aside, the system chimed. Beast slain, Shadow Cat, unranked. Ability points plus 3. No, beasts are classified from rank 1 to rank 9. Those below rank 1 are considered unranked, equivalent to human awakeners. Seeing the notification, Su Jingming thought, slaying the beast grants ability points to strengthen myself. But unranked beasts really don't do much, since their aura doesn't faze me. Staying in the outer zone is pointless. I need to head for the middle zone quickly. Along the way, the system kept chiming. Beast slain, Shadow Cat unranked. Ability points plus 5. Beast slain, Iron Highborn unranked. Ability points plus 5. After cutting down one beast after another, Su Jingming sighed. I collected plenty of points, but what I lack is real combat experience. The Violet Sky Divine Thunder can one-shot these unranked beasts, but relying on it won't truly sharpen my skills. The higher the ability rank, the greater the drain. If he unleashed Violet Sky Divine Thunder at full power, he wouldn't last even an hour. In contrast, his old E-rank weak electricity could hold out for more than 3. But the martial exam ran for a full 12 hours. Before reaching the core zone, he couldn't afford to waste his power. So along the way, Su Jingming stuck to his plan, slaying beasts with spear work alone, building up real combat experience. After a while, he spotted a horned rhino ahead. The beast locked onto him and
Elektrische
instantly
Gefährdung
launched a
entdeckt.
savage charge. As it barreled
Raum
closer,
ausgewählt.
Su Jing
Schwierigkeitsgrad.
spinning through
Hochrangiges
the
Ziel.
air in a 720-degree turn.
Feinde
With
werden
both
erstellt.
hands gripping the spear, he drove it straight into the rhino's forehead. The beast crashed to the ground, while Su Jingming landed smoothly, almost stylish. At that moment, he realized the speed at killing beasts had grown sharper than ever. Could it be that my spear technique was already He quickly pulled up his status panel. Physique, 141. Vitality, 160. Spirit, 160. Skills, spear technique, intermediate. Lightning gale slash. Ability points, 256 dot. Sure enough, his spear skill had advanced to intermediate. Clearly, real combat with the spear boosted him the most. Intermediate spear work already gave him a sense of complete control. I'll push it further, what would happen? With that thought, he could upgrade spear technique without hesitation. In the next instant, countless silhouettes flashed through him. His eyes widened in shock. Endless advanced spear techniques surged into his consciousness. He could barely contain himself, desperate to find another beast to test him on. Meanwhile, Class Rep Lin Qiyuan's squad happened to pass by the same area. Catching a glimpse of the figure, Lin Qiyuan exclaimed in shock. That looks like Su Jingming. Her teammates immediately scoffed. Class Rep received this. No way it's him. With his strength, coming here would be suicide. Their words made Lin Qiyuan hesitate, wondering if she really was mistaken. But that back view, it looked exactly like Su Jingming. Then someone reached out. Come check out this horn rifle. Lin Qiyuan stepped closer, examining it carefully. It hasn't been dead long. The blood is still fresh. Must have died just minutes ago. The fatal wounds to the head, from the shape, it's a puncture made by a bullet. My guess, it was a spear. Her face turned pale in shock. The one I saw earlier was Su Jingming. A teammate sneered. Don't tell me you think he killed this rhino. That's a beast only E-rank awakener can solo. Su Jingming? Impossible. Someone suggested. Why guess? Just check his score rank. Lin Qiyuan pulled up the rank. When she saw 46th place, Su Jingming, 256 points, Jiang City second high, she gasped. It really is him. Her teammates were stunned. Su Jingming? No way. He broke the top 50? I don't mind. Must be someone with the same name. Since when can a rank 1 awakener be this strong? Meanwhile, when the spectator stands outside, the crowd buzzes. First high is still dominating, almost sweeping top 10, especially Zhou Mingyang, already 412 points. Looks like the top score is locked in. Jiang City hasn't produced a provincial champion in years. Maybe this time. In the stands, Jiang City's Education Bureau Chief, Zhang Wenshan chuckled. Zhou Mingyang is our city's ace. His swift gale ability is formidable. Even the provincial exams, he won't qualify. I'd say he's got a real shot at the top 10 in Jiangnan province. He went on. Old news. I've always been pleased with third high skills. And third high is doing well too. Finally squeezing someone in the top 10. Hearing this, the principals of first and third high beam, flattering him quickly. It's all thanks to your guidance, Chief Zhang. We'll continue to rely on you. Then Zhang Wenshan turned, his expression sour, toward the principal of second high. But your school needs to step up. Your best student is only ranked 18th. Principal Zhao Yao of second high clenched his teeth. Only 8 of ours in the top 50. Li Ming, Yang Jian, Su Jingming. You guys better make me proud. They hit him. Wait, who is this Su Jingming? I've never even heard that name. Is he even in the elite class? Behind him, a homeroom teacher also noticed the name. Seeing Su Jingming in the top 50 left him completely stunned. Wasn't this kid an E-rank awakener? Has he been hiding his power all along? But no matter how you hide it, how does an E-rank suddenly become S-rank? First, only the top 10 without 5 triangles. There was no way to see Su Jingming on screen. So how on earth is he scoring this high? The broadcast shifted back. Su Jingming had already reached the middle zone, where danger levels spiked. He deliberately stepped on a glass bottle, letting it shatter with a sharp crack. Noting the silence around him, He thought, as expected, beasts are fewer here. Rank 1 and above have intelligence and territory awareness, making them far harder to deal with than unranked. Before he could think further, heavy footsteps thundered closer. The next second, 2 cars ahead of him were swatted aside like toys. A beast burst into view, roaring madly. Su Jingming recognized it immediately. A rank 1 beast, blade-armed tiger. His eyes lit up. Lucky. Just entered the middle zone and already ran into a rank 1. Perfect chance to test my spear technique. The blade-armed tiger, violent by nature, roared furiously, its massive body charging forward like a tank straight at Su Jingming. Yet Su Jingming showed no fear. His eyes carried not the slightest hint of panic. With a forceful tug, the obsidian spear he had been dragging along the ground spun up like a giant windmill. The clash of spear point and tiger claw rang out in a deafening boom. Even the blade-armed tiger's proud claws went numb under the impact. Su Jingming sneered inwardly. So this is all the strength of a rank 1 blade-armed tiger? I bet only the Tiger King could make me work harder. He roared aloud, "I'll send you to your grave," and charged forward with his spear. Now that his spear technique had advanced to high level, his strikes were several times faster than before. Against that lightning-fast thrust, the beast had no chance to react. With a wet crack, a bowl-sized hole was punched into his abdomen. Any ordinary creature would have collapsed instantly. The tiger only let out a chill. Then, it launched itself at him again with reckless fury. As expected of a rank 1 beast, its vitality is monstrous. Su Jingming hadn't expected to finish it with a single blow, not without using his ability. He swung the obsidian spear with dragon-like fluid, clashing with the beast's fierce duel. Each strike carved another bloody round. Hampered by its bulk and reach, the tiger failed to land any real damage on him. With a twist of his spear, Su Jingming's voice rang cold. Struggle all you want. Useless. Sparks of electricity crackled violently along the weapon shaft. The next instant, he snapped the spear, and bolts of lightning shot out like venomous serpents, striking straight for the tiger's skull. As expected, the arcs of lightning slammed squarely into the blade-armed tiger's skull. Its massive, battered body crashed to the ground, throwing up a cloud of dust. The system chimed. He slain, blade-armed tiger, rank 1. Ability points plus 14. Glancing at his panel, Su Jingming muttered, "Sure enough, killing a rank 1 beast yields nearly double the points of an unranked. The stronger the beast, the higher the conversion of ability points. What others see is a death trap. To me, golden blinding. His eyes burned with resolve. This is my chance. I have to seize it and harvest as many points as possible." Meanwhile, in Conference Hall, the leaderboard flickered with updates. 3-1 SD, Chu Xian, 345 points, Jiang City first high 3-2 ND. Su Jingming, 328 points, Jiang City second high 3-2 ND. Li Ziang, 328 points, Jiang City second high. Teachers gasped. Teacher Chen Fan, Su Jingming is from your class 5? Out of all the parallel classes, only yours has someone breaking into the top 50. You're truly remarkable. Later this year, we must have you give a lecture and share your methods. Chen Fan waved his hands quickly, flustered. No, it's all the student's own effort. I can't take credit. Just then, someone shouted, "Look, Su Jingming's rank shot up again. 25th place, Su Jingming, 372 points, Jiang City, second high. He jumped 44 points in one go." Even the Education Bureau chief looked stunned. By exam scoring standards, killing a peak unranked beast is worth 6 to 8 points. Taking down a rank 1 lower beast nets 14 to 16. The smartwatch only logs kills every 4 seconds, which means Su Jingming either slew 5 peak unranked beasts or 3 rank 1 lower beasts in just 4 seconds. I haven't seen results like this in years. He turned to Principal Zhao. Principal Zhao, this student is quite talented. Why haven't I heard of him before? Principal Zhao quickly forced a smile. To be honest, I only just found out myself. For the details, You'll have to ask his homeroom teacher. He promptly yanked Chun Fan forward. Teacher Chun, tell the leaders more about Su Jingming, his talent, his background. Chun Fan froze, stammering nervously. Director, principal. Su Jingming awakened an E-rank ability, weak electricity. Principal Yi Zhao's eyes went wide. Just E-rank? Teacher Chun, are you sure? Chun Fan scratched his head helplessly. I'm sure. Before the exam, I even warned him not to take the martial track. The bureau chief sipped his tea calmly, then said, if he's gotten this far with just E-rank, then clearly he has other extraordinary qualities. That makes him even more intriguing. Mark my words, with this pace, he'll break into the top 10 soon. And when he does, we'll know the truth. If it turns out to be cheating, at those words, both Principal Zhao and Teacher Chun went pale, cold sweat dripping down their backs. As time slipped away, the rankings refreshed once more. 8th, Li Zi. 9th, Su Jingming. 10th, Ma Yun. 11th, Yili. 12th, Tang Chi. Staring at the board, Tang Chi thought, so it really was you, Cousin Jingming. That strike yesterday, it had to be yours. Even Zhou Mingyang, sitting comfortably in first place, couldn't help but mutter, already? 6 hours left in the exam, and someone just barges into the top 10. Su Jingming, never even heard of him before. Meanwhile, inside the ruins, Su Jingming continued his relentless hunt. The system chimed again. Beast slain, Shadow Cat, rank 1. Ability points plus 14. Su Jingming smirked inwardly. As expected, hunting beasts in Middle Zone is far more efficient. Glancing at the tracking drones circling above, Su Jingming knew he'd broken into the top 10. The martial exam tested not just strength, but potential, and only those with the best scores drew the most attention. I never planned to hide my power anyway. The top 10 is only the beginning. But before stepping into the core zone, I need to power up again. He pulled up his status panel. Name, Su Jingming rank, Awakener ability, Annihilation Thunder Physique, 141 Vitality, 160 Spirit, 160 Skills, Spear Technique, Advanced, Lightning Gale Step Beginner, Ability Points, 312. He was taken aback. Over 300 points stored up, yet his rank hadn't advanced. So, to move from Awakener to True Ability User, there's only one path, Ability Cultivation. Fine, then I'll boost my base stats further. With Physique rising by 40 and Spirit by 22, a surge of power coursed through him. He grinned. Perfect. Time to head into the core zone. The moment he stepped forward, the system flashed a crimson warning. Core zone. Maximum danger. Not long after, he spotted a pack of blade-armed tigers tearing into prey, a half-devoured horned rhino corpse. Atop the carcass crouched a beast far larger than the rest. That one in the center, its aura, its size, those abnormally long arm blades. It has to be the blade-armed Tiger King. Su Jingming's eyes gleamed. Looks like this is going to be a massive harvest. But the next instant, his expression hardened. He turned sharply. Come out. I've already sensed you. From the shadows, Zhou Mingyang strode out with a faint smile. Impressive. You noticed me. So, you're the one who barged into the top 10, Su Jingming. Hearing his own name, Su Jingming frowned. You know me? Zhou Mingyang chuckled. Anyone strong enough to reach the core zone, I know them all, except you. So when a stranger suddenly pops up here, it wasn't hard to guess. You're the dark horse shaking up the rankings. Zhou Mingyang admitted he'd been eyeing this pack of blade-armed tigers for a while. Seeing the sword in his hand, Su Jingming narrowed his eyes. So, you're trying to steal the prey? Zhou Mingyang quickly waved his hand. Don't get me wrong. The Tiger King is a mid-rank 1 beast, and with 9 more in the pack, no single person can handle them all. We could work together. But to his surprise, Su Jingming cut him off coldly. No need. He turned and
leid, immer auf die gleiche Stelle zu glotzen und zu hoffen, was anderes zu sehen, aber doch auch wieder nicht, weil dann hätte sich was verändert und du müsstest vielleicht schießen. Secret Service oder so. Ist es auch leid, immer auf die gleiche Stelle zu glotzen und zu hoffen, was anderes zu sehen, aber doch auch wieder nicht, weil dann hätte sich was verändert und du müsstest vielleicht schießen. Manchmal ist es etwas zu ruhig. Glaubst du, vor dem grünen Gift hätte man uns für geeignet gehalten, etwas wie das hier zu bewachen? Echt komisch, wie still es jetzt wird. Ist es auch leid, immer auf die gleiche Stelle zu glotzen und zu hoffen, was anderes zu sehen? Aber doch auch wieder nicht, weil dann hätte sich was verändert und du müsstest vielleicht schießen.
And strode toward the beasts. I'm enough on my own. He stepped forward, standing atop an overturned bus, staring straight into the tiger pack. The moment he arrived, the blade-armed tigers stiffened, clearly alerted. Su Jingming noted calmly, as expected of a pack with a leader. They actually know how to form a crude formation. With a roar from the Tiger King, several beasts instantly shifted their focus onto him. In the next heartbeat, they charged with thunderous snarls. Watching from the sidelines, Zhou Mingyang smirked faintly. Let's see if this fool is throwing his life away, or if he's hiding something remarkable. Su Jingming began to twirl his spear slowly, almost lazily. The weapon's rotation grew faster and faster, a storm of steel in motion. As the first tiger pounced, its claws were slammed back by the force of the spinning spear. Then, like a cold-blooded reaper, Su Jingming swept once, instantly cleaving down several blade-armed tigers in a single motion. The system chimed, be slain, blade-armed tiger, rank 1 lower. Ability points plus 10 be slain, blade-armed tiger, rank 1 mid. Ability points plus 15. One after another, the beast fell beneath his spear, bodies piling on the ground. Watching his underlings collapse, the Tiger King glared and let out a low, menacing roar. Su Jingming only glanced at his spear, muttering with faint regret. Pity, my body strength still isn't enough. I couldn't wipe them all out in one sweep. The blade-armed Tiger King lunged, closing the distance in a blink. A deafening roar erupted from its throat. Instantly, every window along the street shattered into shards. Zhou Mingyang clutched his ears in agony, his face twisting in pain. Su Jingming, however, only glared coldly. That roar might scare others, but it won't work on me. With that, he surged forward, spear in hand. The weapon clashed head-on, blocking the Tiger King's massive strike. Using the recoil, Su Jingming vaulted high into the air. Before the beast could even react, he spun, spear in hand, completing a full 720-degree rotation. With all his strength, he slammed the weapon down onto the Tiger King's skull. In the next instant, he was standing atop its body, spear poised downward. A sickening crack rang out as the spear pierced clean through. The system chimed, be slain, blade-armed Tiger King, rank 1 upper. Ability points plus 20. Zhou Mingyang stood frozen, eyes wide. No way, wipe them all out in one go. What kind of monster is he? Su Jingming gazed at the sea of tiger corpses, a satisfied thought crossing his mind. A massive haul of ability points. At this rate, by the end of the exam, who knows how much I'll have piled up? His eyes sharpened. The more, the better. I need to hunt down the next pack fast. Just as he turned to leave, Zhou Mingyang shouted after him. Hey, how the hell did you do that? Crushing a whole tiger pack with just a spear? Are you some kind of enhancement type? Su Jingming only tossed back a single line. Lightning type. Then he strode away without looking back. Zhou Mingyang's face twisted in anger. Lightning type? Don't lie to me. If you don't want to tell me, fine, but don't fob me off with nonsense. What a nasty personality. Quickly, he yanked up his smartwatch. Damn, with all the beasts he just killed, did his score catch up to mine already? The next second, the result floored him. First place, Su Jingming, 1122 points, Jiang City second high. Second place, Zhou Mingyang, 985 points, Jiang City first high. Zhou Mingyang nearly shouted, damn it, that bastard actually overtook me. Meanwhile, in the viewing hall, the director was full of praise. Such domineering spear work. Su Jingming's only 18, yet his technique is already at an advanced level. A bona fide genius. He added, with Su Jingming, Jiang City is guaranteed to break into the provincial top 100. After the exam, I'll propose an award for second. Principal Zhao. Thank you, Director Zhao. At that moment, he was so moved he nearly cried. Su Jingming is a miracle. At last, our school has hope of rising again. 3 hours later, Zhou Mingyang was still pacing. What the hell? Where did all the beasts go? A voice behind him answered. You should ask for one in the first place. You guys? Since when are you working together? It was Wu Hao, 3rd place, Meng Di, 4th, and Tang Chi 9th. Tang Chi said flatly, he's the reason. Meng Di clenched her fists, furious. Su Jingming slaughtered almost every beast in the core zone. We couldn't find any prey, so we had no choice but to group up. Zhou Mingyang gawked. Impossible. There are tons of beasts in the core zone. Tang Chi stepped closer. One look at you and I know you haven't checked the rankings in a while. Go look at Su Jingming's score. On the leaderboard, 1 SD, Su Jingming 3,435 points. Jiang City, 2nd, high 2 and D. Zhou Mingyang, 1103 points. Jiang City, 1st, high 3 RD. Wu Hao, 945 points. Jiang City, 1st, high. Zhou Mingyang was struck dumb. Tang Chi explained. Now you see? Even subtracting the 700 plus points he earned in the middle zone, that leaves over 2,500 points, meaning he's killed nearly 200 beasts here in the core zone. Zhou Mingyang's mind, no wonder he was so protective. He planned this hard. Tang Chi continued. Only a few hours. The plan to team up and head into the innermost zone. Zhou Mingyang paled. That place? The weakest beast in the upper range. And there are even ranked 2 beasts. Going solo is suicide. Meng Di clenched her fists tighter. Exactly why we're joining forces. So are you in or not? Night fell. Su Jingming sat atop a mountain of beast corpses. His supplies were gone, and the exam was drawing to a close. If I want more ability points, I'll have to push deeper. But in the innermost zone, there are rank 2 beasts. I'll need more power first. He pulled up his panel. Rank, Awakener ability. Purple Heaven Thunder skill. Advanced, Lightning Gale Strike, beginner, ability points. 2413. Staring at the massive pool of points, he muttered, where should I invest them? Forget it, let's pour them here. As power surged through his body, Su Jingming smirked. Now I should be ready for the Martial Exam's final boss. The last sprint had begun. What rank 2 beast will they unleash as the final trial? As Zhou Mingyang's group pressed on, they suddenly froze in horror at the sight. The beast before them was a bloodthirsty violent. Everyone knew this rare monster's hide was tougher than any great outlaw. Missiles couldn't even dent it. One slap from his paw could crush them all. Zhou Mingyang's face darted. Tang Chi's sighed helplessly. I think we should abandon this attempt. Even if the violent bear doesn't move, just stepping into this zone would get us wiped out by the rank 1 high tier. She waved her hand. Sorry, everyone. I'm out. No score is worth my life. Zhou Mingyang stomped the ground, cursing. What sadist designed the damn question like this? Just as they were about to retreat, Meng Di suddenly shouted, "Whoa! Someone's coming. That looks like Su Jingming." Sure enough, Su Jingming was sprinting toward them from the distance. His movements were swift and fluid, each step precise like flowing water. Meng Di's eyes lit up. So that's Su Jingming? He's really handsome. Zhou Mingyang sneered. Handsome? What good is that? Charging into a beast horde is suicide. As expected, Su Jingming's presence immediately stirred the pack. In the next instant, dozens of beasts lunged at him at once. The commotion drew even more creatures flooding in. Within moments, Su Jingming was surrounded on all sides. Finally, the mass of beastly body swallowed him whole, erasing him from sight. Zhou Mingyang scoffed, reckless idiot. If he dies, he brought it on himself. Wu Hao's voice trembled. No way. Su Jingming can't really be dead, can he? Tang Chi spun around, eyes blazing. No, I have to help him. The others grabbed him quickly. Are you insane? You'll only throw your life away. Did you forget what you just said yourself? But Tang Chi's voice broke with emotion. You don't understand. Su Jingming is my cousin. I will not stand by and watch him die. Just then, a faint spark crackled deep within the horn. A heartbeat later, thunder exploded outward. Bolts of lightning blasting from where Su Jingming had vanished. The flash of lightning was blinding, forcing Zhou Mingyang to shake her eyes. What the hell? Lightning? Could it really be Su Jingming's team? In the center of the courtyard, Su Jingming stood tall, his body wrapped in crackling arcs of thunder. Gazing at the pile of beast corpses, he knew the truth. Relying on brute strength alone wouldn't be enough against so many rank 1 high-tier monsters. He had no choice but to unleash his ability. As expected of an S-rank power, savage and overwhelming. Suddenly, a heavy rhythm shook the ground. Tum, tum, tum. The bloodthirsty violent bear loomed closer, over 5 meters tall, like a tank rearing on its hind legs. Seeing its underlings slaughtered, the beast bellowed in fury. Su Jingming's eyes narrowed. Huge body, terrifying power, but not very agile. With Purple Heaven Thunder on my side, I should be able to handle it. Still, those lesser beasts were nothing but distractions. In that case, time to clear the field first. He drove the Purple Heaven Thunder into his veins. In the next instant, his body shot forward like a cannonball. In a flash, several charging beasts were torn apart. The system chimed, beast slain, rank 1 high-tier Shadow Cat. Ability points plus 13. Su Jingming's thoughts surged. So this is the physical boost of an S-rank ability? Incredible. Though the thunder coursing through me is dangerous, I can't hold it for long. But to crush you beasts, it's more than enough. Beast slain, rank 1 high-tier Unicorn Rhino. Ability points plus 15. Watching the rhino fall, the violent bear finally lost control, roaring as it lunged at Su Jingming. A massive paw crashed down, splitting the air with brute force. But Su Jingming, wrapped in thunder, blurred like a phantom. When he reappeared, he was already meters away. Enraged, the violent bear charged full force, covering more than 30 meters in the blink of an eye. The bear was fast, but Su Jingming was faster. With a single leap, he dodged again with ease. His figure weaved through the horde, too quick for the violent bear to even graze him. Beast slain, rank 1 high-tier horned lizard. Ability points plus 15 beast slain. The system alerts rang out with every kill. The bear, unable to land a hit, grew more and more enraged. Su Jingming smirked. What's wrong? Mad because your little underlings are dropping like flies. He sneered. Don't worry. Once I clear the last one, it'll be your turn. With that, he dashed straight toward the final Unicorn Rhino. But suddenly, the violent bear swung a colossal paw, slamming it down right in Su Jingming's path. Su Jingming's eyes narrowed. Damn, it actually predicted my move. Boom! The two massive palms slammed together. The shockwave sent nearby cars flying several meters through the air. But when the beast pried its claws open, only the shattered remains of the rhino lay inside. A burst of lightning split the sky. Su Jingming descended from above, body wreathed in thunder, spear clutched tight as he dove straight at the bear. Now there are no distractions. Let's see if that armor-like hide of yours can withstand my thunder's wrath. With a roar, his spear thrust forward, driving into the violent bear. Thunder detonated, forming a massive lightning sphere that exploded on impact. The shockwave blasted Zhou Mingyang's group, forcing them to shield their eyes. In the viewing hall, spectators gasped, stunned at Su Jingming's terrifying display. Director Zhao slammed the table. Principal Zhao, this is what you call an E-rank ability. Are you kidding me? Another principal muttered in awe. To wipe out rank 1 elites and even hold ground against a rank 2 boss, this isn't just a rank. It might be beyond that entirely. Principal Zhao stood dumbstruck.
Feindliche Patrouille entdeckt.
Maybe it's a mutation, but Director Zhao's eyes blazed with excitement. Doesn't matter. After today, the entire Dachshund Federation will know the name Su Jingming. Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty violent bear was driven into a frenzy by Su Jingming's strike. It roared, saliva flying, as if ready to devour him whole. Su Jingming flipped back, shock flashing through his eyes. My full power shot, and only left a scratch? No wonder it's a rare rank 2. Those bristly hairs are tougher than steel.
Bergung angefordert.
Conduct electricity. With my current strength,
Feindliche Patrouille erkannt.
with one shot, it is impossible. The bear, enraged by repeated failures, lost all control. Black miasma burst from its body as it entered berserk mode, vowing to tear Su Jingming apart. A thunderous blow came crashing down a second later. Su Jingming raised his spear to block, but the shockwave blasted him several meters backward. So soon, it already triggered its berserk skill. Damn, this thing really hates me. The beast's eyes burned crimson as its massive claws pounded the ground where he'd just been standing. The earth cracked apart under its fury as it roared to the heavens. It lunged again, each strike narrowly dodged by Su Jingming's agility. Incredible. Once berserk, its physical power skyrockets. But the price is its mind. What little intelligence it had is gone. Now it's nothing but a killing machine.
Der Bergungshelikopter ist fast da.
Agility is the key to wearing it down. Su Jingming fainted and lunged forward. His spear rammed viciously into the bear's backside. The violent bear howled in agony, collapsing hard on the ground. Strike while it's weak, Su Jingming growled, channeling his thunder. Bolts of purple lightning poured down, exploding against the beast, ringing screams from its throat. As the storm subsided, Su Jingming narrowed his eyes at the smoking, twitching body. Is it dead? Su Jingming smiled faintly. Half a minute, purple heaven thundered. No defense in the world can withstand that. But suddenly, the bloodthirsty, violent bear's blood-red eyes snapped open. It swung a massive paw down, only to be paralyzed mid-strike by the lightning coursing through its body. Su Jingming's gaze hardened. It's time to end this. His spear spun in his hands, surging with unstoppable force. One thrust, shattering all before it. The violent bear collapsed with a thunderous crash, dead on spot. The system chimed. Rank 2 low-tier violent bear. Ability points. Exhaling and
Bergung wurde angefordert.
Thought, finally, it's over. Good thing I leveled Lightning Storm Strike up to advance just for this fight. The payoff was worth it. Though it lasted barely 2 minutes, it was by far the most exhilarating battle of his life. He tilted his head back, eyes gleaming. Once I clear out the entire core region, just how many points will I rack up? In a monitoring hall, the audience sat frozen in shock. The leaderboard flickered. 1 SD place, Su Jingming, 10,835 points, Jiang City second high. 2 place, Zhou Mingyang, 1,103 points, Jiang City first high. 11 place, Wu Hao, 945 points, Jiang City first high. Director Zhao, 10,000 points. He hasn't just broken Jiang City's record, he shattered the provincial record. This isn't just a genius.
Helikopter ist fast in der Bergungszone.
Champion only scored just over 8,000. Su Jingming has basically secured this year's title already. Back to Su Jingming stood over the wall next, knowing the end of it. The inner and core zones are already clear. Not a swoop.
Zur Abholung bereit.
Heli vor Ort.
Just as he turned,
Güter werden geborgen. Abflug in genau 30 Sekunden. Wir fliegen in 15 Sekunden ab. Fracht verladen. Kann losgehen.
Heli kehrt zur Basis zurück. Feindliche Patrouille erkannt.
I was just one beast away, 1 kill for passing. Meanwhile, Su Jingming casually carried a slain beast on his shoulder, muttering, "It's over already? What shame. I wasn't even warmed up yet." Soon, the candidates filed out of the exam. Outside, Tang Chi was instantly cornered by an eager girl. "Chi-Chi, Su Jingming really is your cousin, right?" Tang Chi rolled her eyes. For the third time, "Yes, he's my cousin. Really him." The girl's cheeks flushed. Then, "Good sister, give me his number, please." Just this once. Tang Chi scoffed. "Didn't you say yesterday you weren't interested? Now you want his number."
Abtrünnigkeitsprotokoll wird eingeleitet.
Today he's the top scorer. "Please, I'm begging you." At that moment, someone shouted, "Look, Su Jingming's here." The crowd rushed forward as Su Jingming stepped out, long spear slung across his back, greeting his classmates with a calm smile. The air buzzed with excitement. A bald student clapped Zhou Mingyang on the shoulder, teasing, "This
Abtrünnigkeitsprotokoll deaktiviert."
Zhou Mingyang forced a bitter smile. What can I say? Second high produced a monster. With my points, I'm already satisfied. Just then, the principal and director Zhao approached warmly, shaking Su Jingming's hand. "Congratulations, Su Jingming. Let me introduce you. This is Director Zhao from the education.
Kontaminierte Ausrüstung entdeckt.
He'll personally see you home." Su Jingming thought for a moment. "That's better. If I took the bus, I'd be pestered with questions all the way." Soon, he was riding in Director Zhao's car. "So, Jingming," Zhao asked with a smile, "have you decided which ability academy you want to attend?" Su Jingming replied modestly, "I've been focused on training these past months. Honestly, I haven't thought much about which university to choose." Director Zhao chuckled. "With your score, any university in the nation is welcome. But truth be told, half of all high-ranked three elite academies. Let me recommend our current and guardian of Asia. He's from there. Madu Ability University, based in a bustling port city, overflowing with resources and elite society. Perfect for those who push themselves to the limit. With more than 200 years of history, steeped in ancient traditions and unrivaled faculty.
Lebensfunktionen kritisch.
They're the dream of every student. Su Jingming nodded, then asked curiously, "I know ability users must train with specific to full abilities. But what exactly?"
Entdecke kontaminierte Ausrüstung.
Ones, it takes 3 to 4 years to evolve. With top-tier methods, you can complete the transformation in just 1 year. He smiled. "Don't worry. The result the choice will be yours." The next day, Su Jingming returned home, enjoying a long relaxation. He pulled up his system key, 2,534 ability points, enough to last until he lived in a
Es ist mir egal, dass wir keinen endgültigen Bestimmungsort für Sie haben. Hier können Sie nicht sein. Ich will, dass die Station ordnungsgemäß evakuiert werden. Keine Widerrede. Wenn der Wind sich dreht, stehen wir knietief in DC-62. Also, an die Arbeit!
Registriere zusätzliche Feindkontakte.
and his cousin Clancy, barged in just as Su Jingming was half-dressed. Startled, he rose. Tang Chi, blushing furiously, covered her eyes and shouted, "What are you doing?" Su Jingming scrambled into his room, muttering, "Seriously? You just barge in without knocking and blame me?" After his parents passed.
Kontaminierte Ausrüstung entdeckt.
Once he was dressed, he said, "I don't understand." Now, seeing you safe, I'm relieved. Scores don't matter. Even if you hadn't passed. And Chi in confusion. What? Chi-Chi didn't tell you? I placed the Chi grinned playfully. I figured it'd be better if almost smoked. She stamped. She cut in. Mom. 11,100.
Today I'm embarking on one of the most chaotic Dead by Daylight challenges I've ever tried, and it's no surprise how popular it's becoming within the community, the Copycat Challenge. And here's how it works. We start the streak as a perkless survivor. If we escape, we gain a streak point, and copy the killer's full build. Then get at least a 3K plus hatch if there are generators still remaining, or a 4K if the last. If we win, we gain another point. For our Copycat Challenge is to acquire 20 streak points without dying. And trust me when I say it's one of the most frustrating streaks I've ever attempted. Okay, come on. We had some audio difficulties in the first account. Hockey is National Laboratory. Let's go, baby. Got my favorite shoes on. It's oh man, dude. Can I DC? I don't want to have to play the artist, even if we win. No. Alright, let's do the gen. Let's do a gen. We get hag next? I hope not. I'm not gonna get a hag game. It's hope she gave me. If I do escape, hope she gave me like no hit or something. Then we'll be fine. Okay, she died. Not our problem. Gens are priority. Gens win games. Perfecting slog. First gen We're live. I'm a D-tier celebrity. We always win those.
Wahrzeichen wurde gesichert.
I'm coming. Not literally. I'm just here though. Right. Let's go. I need you alive, damn it! We're good. She got tunneled. Not my problem. Dude, you know what? Maybe this is for the better. If we lose this game, then we just restart at 0. We're already at 0. They can't get worse than this. I don't know where she is. She's stable. Should I farm her again? Well, so every round of a win, whether it's survivor or killer, counts as one. So if I escape this game, it counts as 1. Please run. Am I hearing anything? Come on! Jesus, lady. Oh shit. I'm hindered. So anyways, so if I survive this game, it counts as a 1. If I win as killer, it counts as another 1. So it'll be 2. Hen's streak is 28. Insane mode. Okay. Birds don't do good on elevation. We know this to be true. I don't know where she's shooting these pigeons. I don't know where she's shooting these pigeons. Okay, she slowed down a little bit. I'm gonna throw this immediately. Not today. She's breaking with a huge foot. Nobody's on gens. This is fine. I'm bringing her to the sable. Okay, we're hindered. Just a little bit. Not much.
Eintreffende Dark Zone.
Okay, we make this.
Dark Zone Lieferung verfügbar.
Oh, she missed. Thank Christ.
Dark Zone Lieferung trifft ein.
Alright, we're good. So far, so good. So far, so good. I'm gonna run through it like a boss. Oh, I got something for your beak right here, lady. Oh. Okay, we're good. My MMR is very low. We are winning. Back on my gen. We're all started. Yeah, Hen's streak is 28. That's like 400 games.
Der Bergungshelikopter ist fast da.
Oh no! Okay, we gotta find Devour Hope. That helps me.
Dark Zone Lieferung trifft ein.
Yes! What's up, lady?
Hubschrauber vor Ort.
Heli angekommen. Dark Zone Lieferung ist erfolgt.
I'll take a bird over these feathers, man.
Sekunden bis zum Abzug.
Please leave, bird. Run! Yeah, I can spin this. Yeah, this bad paint. Very bad paint. That's my goal.
eingeleitet. Bergung erledigt.
Der Helikopter fliegt zurück.
Good shot. I'm getting cooked. All beak, no feathers. All right, that's over. Okay, really good streak. Really good streak. We're gonna go far. Yeah, the good news is we're only 28 wins away from tying ends. You guys have faith in me, right? Like, obviously, like, all faith, no feathers. Okay. We didn't win the artist game either. Let's be realistic here, guys. Okay, everyone relax. It's happening. Okay, good map for us. Game 2. The first one was a warm-up round. Let's be realistic. We didn't want to play the artist anyway. All right, we're good. My teammates looking juicy. We got toolboxes, med kits. It's a blight. Okay. That could be good for us, right? Oh, that's not a good sign. Yeah, that's not good. That's not a good sign, man. Hey, they're on Genzo. So far, so good. I'm going to hit all great skill checks from here on forward. See?
Abtrünnigkeitsprotokoll eingeleitet.
Not bad. We should be able to get 2 gens out of that chase. At least. Didn't count. Alright. So he's got deadlock. So it's another 30 seconds. That's blocked. We know 1 perk. I could probably get started on one of the shittier ones, like out here, maybe? Like, they're already another gen. I think I found SEAL Team 6. I'm not even lying. Yo, not bad. W chase. I'm gonna leave that. I'm gonna go back over
Status abtrünnig entfernt. Kontaminierte Ausrüstung entdeckt.
I hope she's not crouching somewhere and hiding. That would be really bad for us. Okay, no longer in chase with Meg. Dwight got saved. Nice. So far, so good.
Entdecke kontaminierte Ausrüstung.
Does he come back for it? I think he does. No? Yes. No, we're good. Okay. I'm panicking. Chasing Dwight. I think Dwight stabbed with the hook. I think. Yes, he's
kontaminierte Ausrüstung entdeckt.
For sure. I'm gonna deadlock Claudette's gen. No painters on my gen. Oh, yeah. Let's heal up. I don't think we have time. Go, man! Try to take aggro. He's with the sauce. Yeah, he's gonna be fine. Okay, he knows where Claudette is. He's a friend to the end.
Die Sieglieferung durch einen Shade Agent geborgen.
Uh-oh. I don't know what is,
Von schwer gepanzerten Feinden bewachter Ort erkannt.
Okay, he hit us. Left. Going back to hook, probably? I mean, I could go hook trade. I think he saw me. He breaks off Meg to come for me. Damn it, man, need help. He's gonna die. I don't get to say if he dies. Wait, baby. They got him right the last second. Okay, yeah, no. Okay, we're alive.
Bergung wurde angefordert.
He doesn't care. He wants to kick the gen. What the fuck? Interesting. Where does he go? Oh, thank God. I'm already interested, so I'm gonna pull Dragon's Grip. W, man. www.com. Thoughts. Alright, 1 gen left. I think yeah, so Dragon's Grip, Friends to the End, Deadlock. I don't know what his 4th perk is. It could be Barbecue. I might be able to get the pull. Yeah, I get the pull here. Then gotta dodge. Run away. Oh.
Helikopter ist fast in der Bergungszone.
I think he's leaving me though. Machine a pallet? Oh God. No, he knows. Oh, terrible play by me.
Ein Shade Agent hat die Dark Zone Lieferung geborgen.
Console buttons? Oh God. 1 button does all? Oh, this is over. You just lose.
Schwer gepanzerte Gegner bewachen einen Ort in der Nähe.
gonna be fucking Maury to
Heli vor Ort.
Hey, the good news is our streak is consistent. That's for sure. Our Maury streak is 2-0, which is really good. However, this is where we win. Okay, Nostromo, good map for us. I don't know who killer is. Dying Light. Could this be a MERS? I don't have any terror radius, so I have to keep a watchful eye. All 4 of us are on gens. Okay. Okay, this is Myers. I don't know where he is though. He didn't get the stock on me. Dude, if I get Tombstone. If I get fucking Tombstone, man. Jesus. There's no way I'm gonna go 3-0 on this streak and getting more in. Okay, he's having evil within 1. I don't know where he is though. Let me tell you. Okay. I copycat streak, so in parentheses, just kidding. It is already it's tier 3. Unless my team is doing a really good job of cutting line of sight.
Abholung hat begonnen.
Heli kehrt zur Basis zurück.
Oh no! No! Not me, dude. Please. Oh. Just know I'm here. Just know I'm here. They got a brand new part in this bitch too. No, dude. I don't get this done. Maybe. I do. Yo, I'm not gonna, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie to you. I thought, bro, I thought it was Tombstone Peace. Bro, I wasn't paying attention. I was working on the jet.
Entdecke kontaminierte Ausrüstung.
Bro, I thought, dude, I didn't know it was Judas Tombstone. I didn't know. I thought it was Tombstone Peace. So after he killed the Nia, I thought it was done. I know I'm not the greatest survivor in the world. I'll be the first to tell you.
Feindliche Patrouille erkannt.
3 in a row, and we've been like the Miami Dolphins out here, just looking like shit. I think what it is I had the wrong fit on. I ain't gonna lie to you. Just change the shirt, something less noticeable, like that. Let's go. Hang up. Get
Bergung angefordert.
Maury, 3 times. Somewhere easy right along. You know what I mean?
Lebensfunktionen kritisch. Raxolieferung ist abgelaufen.
Trail torment looks like, maybe? Nice. 2 gens here. Does it have a little hot dog on top? It does. Oh shit, it's like right there. Oh fuck. Hell no. I ain't trying to get my ass licked.
Der Bergungshelikopter ist fast ab.
Okay, I don't know where he is. He's gone. Whoa, what the hell is that? It's kinda cool.
Sich nähernde Feinde erkannt.
3 gen defense so far. We think.
Kontaminierte Ausrüstung entdeckt. Helikopter fliegt zurück.
Nice. We both get out of there. He's on me.
Feindliche Patrouille entdeckt.
Hey, I'm good. Those pellets gone. Oh no! I don't think I make the LT. Too close. No, we make that. Wow, let's go. Come on. All right, nice.
Wahrzeichen wird betreten.
And overcharge with those add-ons. The ghoul. Okay. Two toolboxes.
Feindliche Patrouille entdeckt. Schwere Verwundung entdeckt.
Nice. Gotta eat this pallet for sure. Ooh, good cancel. Oh, we get it here though.
Kontaminierte Ausrüstung entdeckt.
They finished the boat. She doesn't go for the pallet. Where'd she go? Drops down. She could drop down and get to this pallet here. Alright, there's two. Alright,
Bergung wurde angefordert. Sich nähernde Feinde erkannt.
That was not the play I wanted. Got her there. All right, we'll hook here. I think they're. Nope. Check looks good. Maybe I'll interrupt this, maybe. Alright, back over here. Nice. These gens have no progress yet. Ooh, what's too far? We're good. Alright, which way did Lisa go? She's deep. Well, I'm getting one of you guys for sure. Nice.
Helikopter ist fast in der Bergungszone.
Nice. We get this. They should probably get a jet, I would imagine. That jet's done. Now, where's the other one that has most progress? It's gonna be the one over here.
Heli vor
I don't
Ort.
think the Warwick has that much. We'll see. The Warwick does have most. Rescue. Rebecca fell down. Rebecca's also on that, I believe. That's fine. Nice. I don't know where Rebecca is. I see her anywhere.
Abtrünniger Agent in der Nähe.
Okay, they're up over. Let her go. Warwick, we need to prioritize.
Hubschrauber fliegt in 30 Sekunden ab.
Ein Agent in der Nähe ist abtrünnig. Abtrünniger Agent bekannt. Sofortige medizinische Hilfe erforderlich. Abtrünniger Agent neutralisiert. Kontaminierte Ausrüstung. Abtrünniger Agent eliminiert. Kontaminierte Ausrüstung entdeckt.
Abholung hat begonnen. Bergung abgeschlossen.
Heli kehrt zur Basis zurück.
Okay, here's this. Okay, everyone's on death hook. These are both progressing. Well, how do I want to play this? Do I want to take this chase or want to go somewhere else? I think we'll go right where the dog is over here. Because we're in range, let her go.
Sie haben eine Einladung in die Gruppe eines anderen Agents erhalten.
Weg.
Sie sind einer Gruppe beigetreten. Ein anderer Agent wurde zum Gruppenleiter befördert.
Bloodlusting. Okay. Alright, the show should be there. So if I kill this person and the last gen has not popped yet, I don't think it will. Then we're okay. Then I get 3K hatch. That's fine. And the streak continues. Only counts through subjectives. True. So 3K plus hatch or something like that would count. Okay. All right. Well, let's see. All right, we're okay regardless. She was definitely hanging out nearby. Okay. Wow, that game was forever long. Jesus. Okay. The top survivor with the most points was
Abtrünniger Agent in der Nähe.
Okay. With open-handed, wiretap, blast mine, and kindred. GG's. Alright, the game, okay? Not bad.
Feindliche Verteidigerdrohne
Let's
entdeckt.
do it. The Houndmaster. God damn it. Working on the shitter gen it is. Leon doing great. The good news is there's a lot of Kindred, very fog.
Bergung
Nice.
angefordert.
Far too committed to give out the gem. We're going all the way. We're getting a lot of Kindred value though. Is anyone? She's going away. Alright. No, she's not. She's going back to hook. Holy frame loss. Dude, she's like hard. Dude, he's gonna go second, man. Man, you gonna get him? Lara Croft's at it. He's going for him. Nice W teammate. W teammate. Let's ride, boys. What's Sable doing? I don't know, scared. That count as a dub for me? If Killer DCs? Okay. Counts as a win. She's just gonna hook really close to me. She is. Alright, maybe your time to shine, boys. Hi, behind the meat. Okay, we're good. We're alive. We're still good. I've already done one and a half gens so far. Just kidding, I've only done one gen so far. We definitely got a variety of killers today, which is interesting. That's not terrible. Alrighty then, buddy. Let's heal you up. Double heal this. Double time it. Variety of Moris. We don't talk about those. We're past that. Never been Moried. Not once. Not in my entire life ever. I've gotten chased for negative seconds. Healths are up here. We have a bunch of shit we can work with here. Nice. Alright, let's run. Nice. Okay, unscathed so far. Except for the 3 Moris in a row. What are you guys talking about? That never happened. I don't appreciate all the lies.
Agent, Prioritätsziel verfügbar.
Friends till the end? Yeah, I've never died once. Not one time. Not one singular time have I died.
Zugriff gewährt.
Prioritätsziel verfügbar.
Alright, we can triple this to get adrenaline for Sable. I think she has it. I'm guessing she has adrenaline.
Elefant grenzt. Nur Nahbereichsabdeckung.
She doesn't have it. Let's leave. Got a streak on the line. Devouring coming. Yeah.
Abtrünniger Agent erkannt. Abtrünniger Agent neutralisiert. Wahrzeichen betreten.
Nice. The Houndmaster had... Oh, dude. Nowhere to hide. Early tremors. Lightborn. Friends till the end. What is this perk for what habit-ass build? What is this shit? Da-da-da-da. Boop. We did it. Nowhere to hide. Oh boy. Lightborn for what? I don't know. I'm not positive. I'm not positive. Is that hiding the build? All right.
Feindliche Patrouille erkannt.
Let's get you to bed.
Ein Agent in der Nähe ist abtrünnig. Abtrünniger Agent in der Nähe. Abtrünniger Agent eliminiert.
I know that night is goated, but holy shit, this is crazy. Okay, suffocation pit, alright. Not worthy enough. Alright,
Wahrzeichen betreten.
Gotta start off the match the right way. Okay. Alright, buddy. Listen, I'll never ask anything of you until right now. That's right. Okay.
I think up on
Right back to me. Beautiful.
Der Agent in der Nähe ist abtrünnig. Abtrünniger Agent erkannt.
Overkill, I think I could just hit her normally. That's fine.
Schwere Verwundung entdeckt.
Doesn't make that. Looking around, people.
Agent außer Gefecht. Bergung wurde
So
angefordert.
far, so good. Prince of the End? I think it's for maybe where Dwight is.
Sie betreten einen
Dwight is
sicheren
on that
Bereich.
end. If we get there in time to speak. Fingers crossed.
Übertragungsradius begrenzt. Nur Nahbereichsabdeckung. Abtrünniger Agent in der Nähe.
I don't know, this maybe too much time to follow. Spicy. That was already down for some reason. Stupid moment. My dog is not good. I don't respect pallets. Nice, good grab. Good grab, son. Boy.
Lebensfunktionen kritisch.
I'm facing wall. It's a habit. I'm sorry,
Agent
guys.
am Boden.
It's a habit. 3 gens are being actively worked on with drilling.
Agent verstorben.
Send,
Der Bergungshelikopter.
No, here.
Übertragung gestört. Nur Nahbereichsabdeckung. Sicherer Bereich entdeckt.
Excellent.
Bergung wurde angefordert.
It was a firecracker.
Abtrünniger Agent erkannt.
You're never gonna get me wrong.
Heli angekommen. Abtrünniger Agent in der Nähe.
Insane dog snipe. Alright, Alright, got it on the open. We should get hit here. Should. Okay, good hit, good hit, good hit, good hit. Did he get
Wahrzeichen betreten.
Okay, double finesse. Lightborn value? Dude, it was Lightborn value. Oh, not good. Okay. Good dog.
Entdecke kontaminierte Ausrüstung.
Okay, okay, now.
Wahrzeichen gesichert.
I think we're cooked. Maybe cooked yet. I need to get out of the section. Yeah, I have to leave.
Heli kehrt zur Basis zurück.
I have to leave. I have to go somewhere else. The street jam makes more sense. Oh, fuck. Wrong button. God damn, my helmet's just so dog shit. No pun intended. Oh, he's syringed. Okay, that makes sense.
Feindliche Patrouille erkannt. Angefordert. Entdecke kontaminierte Ausrüstung.
I don't know if I can get him in time.
Feindliche Patrouille entdeckt.
Tough, man. Tough. How's the streak go? We just lost it, unfortunately. Just lost, unfortunately. Damn. Spent too much time at Shack in the middle of the engine lead. It missed a lot of, Alyssa missed a lot of snug grabs, unfortunately. We only got 2K. Unfortunately, someone's already escaped, so. Not saying that I would have hit all of my snug grabs, but that was tough.
Helikopter ist fast in der Bergungszone.
2-0, we go. What do we have here? Vigil, Dead Hard, Flashbang. Yeah, the usually is fantastic. It's really good. Dane, it's Dane. Motherfucker, dude.
Heli vor Ort.
Son of a bitch. And in my free streak. This has been tough. That's fucking tough, man. Dead Sands, okay. The Wrecker's Yard. Not bad, not bad. Alright, we're back to square one. Killer has 180 ping. Let's go down this line. Okay, good. That's a ping. Corrupt intervention. Okay, so we know one of the perks so far. You know what? If we can get to like a streak of 6, I would be very happy. Okay, relatively quick. Never read 2 Raider review. 10, that'd be amazing. You mean 60? Oh yeah, I mean 60. We're going for the gold. Tight streak is 3, and it took us some time to get there too. Alright, this thing is already shitting on my team. What's going on? Alright. No traps on yet. I get the sticks on that tile. White tile covered. Slugging, okay. Let's see.
Sicher werden geworden. Ladung fertig. Bereit zum Abflug.
Der Helikopter fliegt zurück.
Okay. Can we pull this off with a bot? Yes, very debatable. Very debatable. Bot do jet. Good point. Good point. They do. Next Mori streak. Did they bring a Mori? Oh no. Oh man. Sorry, I just TMS my shit. The thing is, if I can take her on a chase. I don't want to farm this dude. Hold on. I'm gonna farm this dude, I think. She probably comes back to us, right? Let's see. I have a TL wall. I have a pallet there. I think Shaq's still up, maybe, if I'm lucky. Don't go that way, brother. Brother, don't go that way, brother! Oh. That's not on me. That's not my fault.
Bergung angefordert.
I'm just saying, it's not my fault. Fortune chase? Yeah, it's gonna be great. I think we may be in trouble. I think so. I think we're in trouble, dude. Sweet God. Sweet goodness gracious, guys. Come on, man. No helmets, though? Yeah, it could be Amanda's letter, maybe? I don't know. Oh, my God, brother. Hatch, maybe? Did we win yet? We got the 3, and then we lost to Tony the Dove. We lost to Tony the Dove, dude. So, Corrupted Invention did switch Surge. I don't know where the last perk is. I'm on pub. This guy. What are we doing, man?
Der Bergungshelikopter ist fast da.
Jesus Christ, you got hit from a different county, man. Alright, hold on, man. I just play Hatch here, right? I mean, this makes the most sense. I've gotten chased no times. Oh, damn, I'm getting this gen done. That time.
Abtrünnigkeitsprotokoll wird eingeleitet.
Table. Uh-oh. Table brought an offering.
Haley angekommen. Abtrünnigkeitsprotokoll deaktiviert.
Okay. 2 gens left. Sable, can you do them both, or what? What do you think? Maybe? What's back here? I don't even know what's back here.
Dark Zone-Lieferung trifft ein.
Okay. She breaks. Another jungle gym. It's not great though. It's one of those new weird ones.
Heli kehrt zur Basis zurück. Registrieren bedrohliche feindliche Patrouille. Eintreffende Dark Zone-Lieferung.
I think it should have been nether. I think so here.
Dark Zone-Lieferung verfügbar.
Okay. Out there.
Abtrünnigkeitsprotokoll eingeleitet.
Nein!
Kontaminierte Ausrüstung. Status abtrünnig entfernt.
Ich kann nichts sehen!
One more. Okay. This 4 lane is kind of buns. Oh, my bad.
Kontaminierte Ausrüstung entdeckt. Wahrzeichen gesichert. Ein abtrünniger Agent hat die Dark Zone-Lieferung gestohlen.
Okay, come on, baby. TL wall, let's see how we do. The problem is, I think I'm gonna do all this juicing, and she's going to finish the gen, get the gate, and leave.
Feindliche Patrouille erkannt.
Yeah, I need to be able to leave immediately.
Bedrohliche feindliche Patrouille entdeckt.
Sable, please leave. Sable, please leave. Sable, please leave. Please leave. Please leave. Sable, please leave. Survivor, man. She could have left, so I had a chance to make all the spawns like have to be here.
Bergung wurde angefordert.
Hold on. I'm not gone yet. No, they're just gonna leave. They need to just leave, dude. Bummer, man. Bummer. Dude, this is fucking hard, man. Dude, like my build was good. If I remember correctly from watching Hans, even if he lost, he copied the opposite build and started the extreme. Gotcha.
Helikopter ist fast in der Bergungszone.
I just like that. I just wish that they just knew just to leave. Like, you know, you're injured. Even if I get hooked in that scenario, then I get hooked. You're injured. So either at that point you just leave, which is the best option. So I have a fighting chance of maybe going to happen.
Heli vor Ort.
Or you have a situation where you stay around, don't get back, I get hooked, and then you don't do anything anyway. You just risk yourself getting killed. There's no way you're gonna get no one. I mean, there's no way you're gonna get a hook me, and then also get close. It's just like statistically, like so. It's a weird spot. Rather be worried, have to miss it. I totally thought that. So we can probably counter this pallet and also the locker pallets being on as well too, maybe. Just use some copies, you know.
Bergung eingeleitet.
Trying to go for it. I think he actually may get me still after breaking the pallet. Okay for now. Live for now. Okay, nice.
Bergung wird abgeschlossen.
Der Helikopter fliegt zurück.
Trying to get stocked here. I'm gonna pump fake this. We're gonna get a gen done. Okay. Short tier 3, I'm predicting J. Myers Memorial, and he may have man? What's going on?
Entdecke kontaminierte Ausrüstung.
He's running quad slowdown. Help your boy out. I mean, if he's running friends, I mean, there's definitely a possibility he could have no too. Back up exposed birds. Yeah, whenever you get the knife, doesn't work. Bring on the insurance. Maybe blood warden? Perhaps. If he sees me, they X-Bug. I have a really good pallet here. I don't know where he is. I don't know where the other gen is. I bet there's one here. Shit pallet here, shit pallet there. The pallet in between the bookshelf and the library over there should be open. And then the pallet in the art room will be open. I don't think he's been up here yet. So, oh shit! Hit rabbit maybe? Who knows? He has been here.
Feindliche Patrouille erkannt.
I think I should read that. Oh! I was not paying attention. Okay, this last gen. Where's the bell with it? Ryan is white over here. All I'm gonna do. Okay, we did pretty well there. But I'm afraid of the kind of build that dude. I'm afraid. Friends is thank you. We're back on the board after that.
Kontaminierte Ausrüstung entdeckt.
What do you got for me? No. Fuck me, dude. Ass! So ass! Oh, my boy's brand new. He's a day one Myers. Deathless friends. My boy's got the
Tageslieferung
roses too, man.
abgelaufen.
He didn't even bring the good shit. He didn't even bring the good shit. Dude, he is fresh out the box. As long as I don't have to throw his stuff again, we may be okay. Alright, let me have my spree. Alright, what do you got? You got a fragment, okay. You're stalking this fire for at least 1 second with evil within 2 reveals the orb or 2. Very nice. Oh, shit on me. But then you know what he got free? You know my boy got free.
Feindliche Patrouille entdeckt.
Alligator's work is gonna rip! Yeah. My dude watches Halloween. October's right on the corner, and he's like, dude, yeah, you know what? Let's buy the safe. Michael Myers is pretty powerful in those movies. He's completely dunked on by teenagers in a fucking police department. What's going on, man? Okay, in honor of my prestige 0 5-hour Myers, please bring me good fortune. My sassy ass walk, dude. Alright, if I'm a survivor, I would spawn. Hey, dump me there. Yeah, you cannot hide forever. I'm Michael Myers, man. Well, this add-on rips, dude! Thank you very much, appreciate it. They don't know which side I'm coming from, which is good. They know exactly which side I'm coming from, never mind. Never mind, we're back! Okay, what's the Bible stack? Oh.
Bergung angefordert.
And the crowd was wild. Oh shit, your boy is back! Your boy is back. Like we never left. Yo, friends value? Dude. Oh shit. You better run, motherfucker. I'm coming for that sweet ass. Fuck! Why are these barrels here? Alright, we're back, boys. Let's go. Let's ride. What's all those barrels up there? Am I at the Pirate with the Curvin ride? What's going on? You're never getting off that hook. Go ahead. Go for the trade. Go for the trade. Go for the trade. Go for the trade. Deadass, go for the trade. Mind the parts of the Curvin? You better run, dude. You better run, Rebecca Chambers. I got a huge butcher knife. Big swing! Me. If I got hold, I would have cried. Boom. We're back. Oh, you mean 1 second? This is gorgeous.
Der Bergungshelikopter ist fast da.
Because I have T-Rex lunges, mean I won't you up. Watch out! Oh, pivot your food stonks? Oh my, I forgot I had this perk, dude. Oh, this is amazing. So this perk is still rips. Just kill yourself a hook. Fantastic.
Abtrünniger Agent erkannt.
Oh my god, you are so dead. Come out with your hands up. It's Myers.
Feindliche Luftdetonationssucher Mine entdeckt. Heli angekommen. Feindliche Verteidigerdrohne entdeckt. Abflug in 30 Sekunden. Abtrünniger Agent neutralisiert. Abtrünniger Agent in der Nähe neutralisiert. Güter werden geborgen. Ladung fertig. Bereit zum Abflug. Heli kehrt zur Basis zurück.
That movie's so fucking good, man. Oh, take off that itch. Stick it. Oh, dude, don't worry, I will. To the forehead. There we go. Tommy one Winnie.
Feindliche Patrouille erkannt.
Oh, shit. Alright, Chad, I think we got this one in the bag. Where'd she go? You in here? Wait, maybe down here, Chad? God, there's like 1,000 lockers in here, man. Alright, well, these guys got shit on. If she gets hatched, we still win. I'm okay with that. Go ahead and find the hatch. Alright, we're good. Thank God. Holy cow, man. Survivor 33 says, thanks for letting me, thank you for letting our Yui go second hook state while y'all doubling on gents when we have Shroud of Unbinding in Healing Wyman and Chasing Maine. Alright, Yui's my top build. Yui's my top build. Tommy went wingy. So they had empathy, light-footed, prove thyself, and flashbang. Okay. All right, our streak is now up to 2. There we go. Toba landing. Okay, this could be getting us back to 3. We just had a lovely Myers game. This is the build. Hello, hello, ladies. Good to see you. Good to see you. Oh no. Okay, it's a spirit. Okay, this could be good for us. It's a hag. You guys wish it was a hag. Light-footed is going to be really, really good for us. Oh, she got yoinked. Holy shit, dude. Does she have prayer beads? Was she actually facing here? No, that is definitely not prayer beads. She's definitely there. Uh-oh. Okay, big respect for the boys. Tight like a tiger. I'm using it. I don't give a shit, dude. Rip shack pallet? Whatever.
Abtrünniger Agent in der Nähe.
I ain't dying. Alright, we're on the board. That's good news. Let's get a flashbang. Check at 5? Whatever, man.
Feindliche Patrouille entdeckt.
I ain't dying. I'm not dying. I need these megs to get their shit together, buddy.
Feindliche Patrouille erkannt.
I know I should have these pallets up here in Maine. A towel to my left. There's no way she comes back. Is she coming back? I think a crow just moved. I think she's coming right back here. Nope, never mind. Making shit up, I guess.
Feindliche Suchermine entdeckt.
Okay. What do we have left? That pallet's down, and that mech through that pallet. I can work around it, though. Meetings.
Feindliche Verteidigerdrohne entdeckt.
Man, this Funny's dead. Too early? Yeah, it's early, huh? Damn, dude, my timing on saves has been really bad. It's a little too early. She has weave? Uh-oh. Okay. She hits me here, I think.
Sofortige medizinische Hilfe erforderlich. Agent außer Gefecht. Kein
It is Franklin's. Frank Weave, yeah, it is Frank Weave. Okay, this Max is throwing in the towel. Damn tough.
Zeichen bei Agent.
I see, Doug.
Sicherer Bereich
Yeah, so
betreten.
I wasn't positive she was actually coming here.
Übertragungsradius begrenzt. Nur Nahbereichsabdeckung.
The other teammate is the Fung is in a locker somewhere. Oh, she's like a right here, man. Let's go. Thanks, Meg. I have to edge map this to heal in the space bushes. This is why I weave though. What do you think, gamers? Think this is gonna be a hatch game, maybe? I don't know. It's 2 gens left. We made if this Meg. We can get Jack and do that pallet before you start.
Abtrünniger Agent erkannt.
Did she go back to her body? Where'd I get hit? Like right over here somewhere in this tile, right? So I've got my other med kit. Does the game ever startle me? Yeah, it happens, for sure. Oh, shit. Oh, she didn't even try.
Feindliche Suchermine entdeckt.
I can't believe I landed on that thing. Wow! Oh, brother.
Feindliche Verteidigerdrohne entdeckt.
Really good, Faith. I think I'm dead here, guys. Yeah.
Abtrünniger Agent eliminiert. Abtrünniger Agent in der Nähe getötet.
Wasn't fair beat, but it was. Oh, it's this one. All right, back to 0 we go. The good news is we get to play Spyro. All right, this is where we go on the run, man. This is it. Midwich Elementary School again. Another Mori. Oh, jeez. You know what it is? I think it's the shirt. All right, we know there's corrupt intervention. Ghoul. Okay. W Chase. Do I go big on Halloween? Not so much me. My partner Toki does.
Feindliche Patrouille erkannt.
Incredibly kind of this guy. Thank you very much. Oh, never mind. Oh, it's Grim Embrace, so we're blocked for 12 seconds. Yeah, we may play Ghoul again, maybe. We'll see. Corrupt Intervention, Grim Embrace. We'll get... Oh, God, he's running quad slowdown. Holy shit, dude. Grim Embrace, Corrupt Intervention, Surge. Sweet Jesus, man. Good news is Grim is blocked. Just above us. Oh, not above us. Boys below. Pallets still up. These pallets are good.
Sie verlassen die Dark Zone.
I'm dead.
Auswahl in DC. Nur hier bei mir.
Okay. Me. Sorry for the harsh words, my bad. So this is Pain Res, Grim Embrace, 4 stacks. Everything is now blocked for 40 seconds. And Yoonjin Lee has her order read. So she went into the locker. She's dead. She's the one that was in the middle. I'm pretty sure it was Yoonjin Lee. Again, should ever get shit on, man? Oh man, this is difficult, dude. I know the killer games can have their moments where you go up against a good team or whatever, and you make mistakes and you lose. But I think arguably, like, you have such a higher chance of Survivor just not working out for you at all. He's not even here. Now he is.
Verbündeter Kontrollpunkt in der Nähe.
Ist komisch, das hier zu bewachen. Ich bin sicher, das war mal ein Job für den Secret Service oder so.
We'll save my ass there, I ain't gonna lie to you. We're going to Oogie Boogie Bash? No, we're not. Our baby's way too young for theme parks, stuff like that. But I cannot wait to be able to take her to that kind of stuff when she gets a little bit older, so she can like actually comprehend like where she is and stuff, you know. We're just getting nothing done, man. I'm not saying any of our chases have been like historic, but we're just getting absolutely nothing done. Oh, we're on the gen, yeah, I can tell, man. I mean, well, she's getting picked up. Bricks and chase. Thank God he was at a range from Surge, man. Another 8% would have been crazy. Never mind, he's got a pain wrist token left. Oh, fuck, man. Oh. You have a shitter pal in here, but he can just easily play around it. Right here. Oh, I'm definitely fried in here. I think I make window though. No, I don't. I don't make it. Tough, dude. We're not dead yet. I mean, we could somehow pull a win out of our ass, but it's gonna be hard. A lot of the good pallets are gone too on Bewitch. All right, ladies, what are we gonna do here? What's the play? Rick needs a juice. My poor man, I hope he does. Yeah, he's got quad slowdowns on the goal. He's enraged, I think. I want to get fucking grabbed for free, man. Oh my God, we evaded that? It's fucking crazy. Palace should be up here. I'm trying to see if I can chain these. I don't know. We'll try. I'm trying, guys. Fuck, dude. I'm trying my fucking best. Holy shit, he left. Thank God. Why are these games so fucking hard, man? Why are these games so fucking hard, dude? I may be able to get her. I doubt it. Doors open. I'm in trouble, dude. I'm dead. I'm fucking dead. There's nothing left. There's nothing left.
The summer car finale from Mark.
Hello again.
Hello.
My house is on fire.
Uh-oh.
Welcome back to Finland. This is a live stream on the game My Summer Car. I did this live stream about a year ago, and it was quite possibly one of the worst decisions I've ever made. In this live stream, if a viewer subscribed, liked the stream, or donated money, I had to drive this car a few meters. This car, of course, is Satsuma. And Satsuma is still a huge piece of shit. Oh fuck, not again.
Finish engineering.
I thought this challenge would be easy. You know, do a bit of driving, make a bit of money, high fives all around, and go home. It wasn't. When hours later, I looked like this. Satsuma had driven over 500 kilometers.
Dude, you know it's serious? You put the jacket on. Holy.
And the distance left was 6,500.
Oh, so it's like a subathon. Wait, that's strong. I like
This
that.
is the story of completing that distance. The obstacles, the crashes, the trials and tribulations, the myriad of characters we met along the way, and the pain.
Turning left.
So much pain. Oh my god! So, let us begin. But first, new merch. That's right, fuckos, it's new merch o'clock. Come on down to buttonseatofs.com and pick up some of the finest, most immaculate, least smelly merchandise you've ever laid your eyes on. We've got Finland Racing commemorating the completion of this fucking distance, and the Pissmobile.
Piss merch, I'm in.
Piss. 1 in 20 packages might contain piss. These garments are quite possibly some of the clothes ever made. Handcrafted by the top 100 ranked sweatshop workers using only the highest quality asbestos, cigarette ash, and the occasional wax that falls with the machine. Go now to buttonseatofs.com, one of the finest websites ever created, where you can click buy now on my brand new shirt. Yeah. Shirts not your style? Seriously? Go fuck yourself. We sell hoodies, perfect for storing all your favorite things. Your phone, your keys, your AirPods, a pre-cracked egg, souls of the damned, forever bound to roam this cursed land. Your wallet. So what are you waiting for? A train? Go to buttonseatevents.com right now, or I might do something regrettable. Don't test me, fucko. I'll do it. Make some purchases and commemorate this monumental event. You must act fast. In 30 days, a month will have passed. Like what? Which means the merch will no longer be for sale. You must hurry. This is the deal of a lifetime. Anyway, where was I?
Finland!
And so began the next several months of My Summer Car. Arrive at work.
Zugriff abgeschlossen.
Answer emails. Drive Satsuma. Edit video.
Agent, Prioritätsziel verfügbar.
Rebuild the engine. Stare at the wall. Piss on Timo. Hang Garfield. Drive Satsuma. Crash into my cousin. Rebuild the engine again. Go to prison for crashing into my cousin. Can't drive in prison. Fuck. The prison sentence is only 5 days. Get out of prison.
Okay.
As you can see, 6,500 kilometers is a very, very long distance.
Yeah.
Just driving,
No doubt.
driving a little more, and maybe a little more driving.
How do you not get
this time I was
bored?
on the highway, and things were going pretty well, and I was driving along.
6,000 kilometers. I feel like that's way bigger than Finland is.
Frank and John. Legal Lorp Lorp. Legal Lorp.
Lorp, Lorp, Lorp.
Überfallene Dark Zone wird betreten.
Stop the car!
Where is it?
Where'd it go?
Alien! Where is it?
I thought I might get lucky and see the UFO again, so I stuck my head out the window and
Babes.
looked up.
That's what I
In
do.
hindsight, this was a terrible mistake. What the fuck?
Head-on collision. No survivors. Dead.
I was fine. The other car,
Was not.
not so much.
Oh my god!
Of course, I did not go to check on them. I did not make sure they were okay. I did not make any attempt to help them.
Hinterhalt entdeckt. Bergung angefordert. Helikopter ist fast in der Bergungszone. Heli vor Ort.
But the girl would compensate. She survived. Even worse, she wanted my help.
Oh my god, they actually... She made him a widow!
Fucking, Surely someone else will handle this, right? Yeah, someone else will handle this. I mean, I've got other...
Good name, I like it.
I wasn't led. The guy in yellow definitely was.
Schwere Verwundung entdeckt.
Warte, ich lade nach.
I killed a man.
British people kill everyone. Yeah.
Sitting in the prison cell in this game gives you time to think and consider, ponder, whatnot. What was that UFO? Why was the yellow tail on the side road?
Der Helikopter fliegt zurück.
Why did the girl want my help? I mean, surely someone else could have helped her, right?
No.
And then,
Fucker.
thought about other things. Okay, how much will it hurt if I piss on this escape?
They have really nice setup for jail. That's way
The next There he is! Maxwell. From here on, loves being rotated.
Verschwinde!
Then I can do this.
Registriere zusätzliche Feindkontakte.
Yes, really deep.
This is unrealistic for British people. British people wouldn't.
Denke kontaminierte Ausrüstung.
And our next lean riding. The road continues being idiots. I went to grab my motorbike and... Wait a minute. Oh, fuck.
What?
She's still here. A whole week and 2 days. So, during the last night, I had died, come back to life, certainly. Whatever this is. The entire time.
Registriere zusätzliche Feindkontakte.
Don't abduct Finnish women, they'll kill you.
Come on, girl. Come on. You'll be right.
Oh, you can't put her there.
Getting off. Driving my car. Nothing. I'm helping. Probably wear a helmet. You wake up right now and just see this dude driving around wearing a fucking helmet.
Warnzeichen gesichert.
Thanks for helping me out. You were such a nice dude. Wait a minute. Ew! Dude, that's fucking gross! Yuck! The next time I went into town, there she was. No longer in the yellow car with the guy, but standing
Oh, she's a trash can.
by Timo, presumably waiting for me to come and take her on a date. Which I definitely shouldn't do. You know, I gotta keep driving. As I drove on, I crossed under 4,000 kilometers left. Hooray! While I was crossing under 4,000 kilometers left, I was thinking, manly things like trucks and, engine blocks and whatnot. I am the car guy, after all. I have to be thinking manly, mechanical thoughts. Tractors, yeah. Gear.
Der Bergungshelikopter ist fast da. Entdecke kontaminierte Ausrüstung. Haley angekommen.
Ich neutralisiere es. They're coming!
Abflug in genau 30 Sekunden.
And it was time for bed.
Ladungsabholung gestartet.
Stretch, paid my electricity bill, fell in the shower.
Wir fliegen in 15
I
Sekunden.
got a phone call. Pretty sure that bloke's supposed to be dead. Why is he telling me to help him move this up?
Fracht verladen. Kann losgehen.
Der Helikopter fliegt zurück.
You know what? Fuck it.
That's our
Fuck it.
secret. Yeah, I know it. I know it.
You win.
That's why you can't kill a Finnish person. They will come back to haunt you.
I'll take the girl out.
Son
Alright, Martin Rizzo fans. What was the plan? Well, I'm glad you asked, because I have extensive woman experience. So believe me, she's in good hands. Okay, firstly, women don't like men who smell like piss and shit.
True. Chat. Hygiene, please.
So right in the shower, I hopped, washing off a thick layer of grease, sweat, bugs, piss, and other abhorrent.
I'm not wrong. Don't be stinky.
Secondly, perfume.
Wait, that's that schizo.
Kontaminierte Ausrüstung entdeckt.
Behold, Martin Rizzo. Well, one drive into town later, and there she is.
Entdecke kontaminierte Ausrüstung.
She doesn't like the bug. Hold on a minute.
Oh my god.
All right.
He's doing everything for this woman.
Showtime. Good afternoon, love. Oh. Just don't mind the stuff.
Oh my god.
That looks uncomfortable. What's this?
No way.
Is that cool?
He actually rizzed her up.
You're my girlfriend. Don't touch that. Stop touching that. Don't
my God.
fucking touch things. Let me play some good music for you. Do you like the Commando 2 soundtrack? Do you like cars? I like cars. Stop touching things. Oh, I got pissed really bad. Hold on, excuse me. Oh. Oh, that's better. What? You're big fun.
Stop pissing on
You're big fun
her.
yet? Will you be my girlfriend, please?
Is she can't understand him. He's speaking English. She has to say it in Spanish.
Don't touch that! God, you're stupid. Have you got your seatbelt on? No, I'm not letting you out. Why do you want to get out? Don't you want to be my girlfriend? Stop changing this fucking channel. Having fun. Having fun. Do you still want to leave? Are you sure?
Oh! Oh, she's dead. Poggers.
I think I should go.
Ein von uns hat's erwischt! Zerstört! Schnappt euch die Sau!
Oh my god.
Watching Timo crash his bike in my car gave me a genius idea that was sure to cheer me up. Abduction.
Oh no.
You'll be okay, Timo.
Again.
Believe me. You'll be okay. Yes. Absolutely exquisite. Unbelievably, we'd reached what done. And halfway, holy shit.
Kontaminierte Ausrüstung entdeckt.
266 kilometers left.
That's amazing.
The road.
Ich repariere das UTV!
Lebensfunktionen kritisch. Agent am Boden.
Clown car. Oh my god! Isn't that right, Maxwell?
Kein Lebenszeichen bei Agent.
Anyway. The clown car's nearly in. Let's fill her up. Oh, I think it's time to smoke a cigarette, actually. I love how the people are causing just phantom.
Sicherer Bereich entdeckt.
No.
Verlass das Safe Room.
Not the kitty.
Entdecke kontaminierte Ausrüstung.
Ah, fuck.
That's so sad.
I'm not dead. I wasn't dead, but the bus driver,
We're dead because Maxwell died.
the groundskeeper, my uncle, and Maxwell. They were nowhere to be found. In their place were the police, of course. No doubt here to lock me away for all of this. Oh,
Dude, how are you gonna repair that shit?
shit.
Wahrzeichen wird betreten.
Well, let's get this over with.
Always missing.
Weiter so.
I didn't see anything during the explosion, and judging by how...
Kontaminierte Ausrüstung wird geborgen.
Tiny little details like that are amazing. Like, they didn't have to code it so that you can't smoke next to it, but they did.
Well, other items have been launched. He can be almost anywhere. So, research.
Fokussiere Feuer!
In amongst all the nooks and crannies, I found several items that have been thrown hundreds of meters, but no maximum. I searched the same spot.
Is that some galaxy gas? Is that what that was?
It's again, around the lake, down by the highway, around every single house. No maximum. No dingus. No girlfriend. Well, I only have what, like 8 fucking billion kilometers left? Yeah, 8 fucking billion. Isn't that just great? Awesome. Wonderful. Just what I fucking needed. I just love driving in my summer car. Oh my god.
What happened?
People are trying to fucking kill me.
Oh, they can fuck with him. What?
Fliegender Lieferservice im Anflug.
Bergung angefordert.
Washing yourself off a pussy, bro.
3, 2, 1, go.
Feindliches Ziel im Visier.
Oh my god, it's laggy as computer. So did you find him?
There's Manuel. Where's that Zuma? Fuck him.
Helikopter ist fast in der Bergungszone.
My criminal record gets longer.
Yeah. How dare he do that?
You love fireworks. Don't we all? Just love fireworks.
Oh no.
Zur Abholung bereit.
Heli vor Ort.
Abflug in 30 Sekunden. Güter werden geborgen. Wir fliegen in 15 Sekunden ab. Beladung fertig. Bereit zum Abflug.
Heli kehrt zur Basis zurück.
Is that Saddam in the background too? Holy
Kilometers
shit.
slowly, painfully ticking down. I didn't have a shower anymore, so gradually I became filthier and filthier and filthier.
Ew, you stinky motherfucker.
I tried taking out the girl again, but she didn't like the smell, or my vibe, or my car, or anything about me at all, really.
Aww.
You are very silly man.
Mm-hmm.
You smell like fish.
Mm-hmm.
You should take shower.
Mm-hmm.
Kontaminierte Ausrüstung entdeckt.
I was gonna say fucking killer.
Many hours of driving later, we had reached our
To
penultimate.
be fair, he already cleaned himself up once. If she doesn't love him for who he really is, it's not worth it. Yeah. Like really, like truly, I think that if you want to
Entdecke kontaminierte Ausrüstung.
to be less stinky,
The milestone.
she doesn't love him anymore.
1,000 kilometers left.
Oh my god.
I'd made an agreement with chat long ago that the last 1,000 kilometers were to be done on the dirt track. Well, this sucked.
Dude, he's so bored.
I take breaks every now and then. A familiar spot. The drunk man's house. He used to sit right here while I fed him my homebrew for a while, and he gave me money. The red car. It was all my fault. Everyone. So
It's why someone's car, not the
Registriere zusätzliche Feindkontakte.
Dude, it's all worked up, man. I like that it kept it all crispy.
I would take a shower right here. But nah, I'm just a smelly boy. No shower. Spark plug, more batteries, the light bulbs over here, oil filters can go here, POT, I've cleaned up. I
Schwere Verwundung entdeckt.
It's getting fixed. He's a beauty. Look at it. Look at it all coming together. Look at that. Up in the pit.
Ein Treffer!
Kontaminierte Ausrüstung entdeckt.
I know. As many people in town as possible, including.
Sich nähernde Feinde erkannt. Feindlichen Drohnenstecken entdeckt.
Gegner macht einen Bogen.
Oh yeah. And just like that.
medizinische Hilfe
Er ist
erforderlich.
tot! Scheiße!
Entdecke kontaminierte Ausrüstung.
Er ist davon!
Thanks for nothing.
Kontaminierte Ausrüstung entdeckt.
Walking home.
Wahrzeichen wurden gesichert.
Well, at least this didn't happen. Okay.
He's learning how to be better.
Haley angekommen.
Present. No more roll cage, no more bucket seat. Let's order some window tint and leopard. Ugh. And voila. It's beautiful.
Looks like
Fucking beauty.
honestly kinda looks bomb.
That. Okay. The girl's back. It's date time. Did I love?
Wow. Typical finisher.
How you going? Yeah, full leopard style. You don't like my zebra style? Are you serious? So,
Visited by the ghosts of TF2's past. By Lazy Purple.
In 2014, people were saying competitive is too scary and too serious. There's a medic demo combo just walking into my sentry. Yeah, it used to be that the Rangers didn't cut how much healing the Rescue Ranger did, so they just couldn't do anything.
Hubschrauber im Anflug.
Bergung angefordert.
Merry Christmas. I went hard drive diving recently and found much more than I bargained for. The ghost of 2014 was alive and well in there, and even the
Solider Körpertreffer!
And after the haunting was complete, I remembered something pretty important
Greif das Ding
about
an!
how it feels videos. Footage captured like what we're about to see. Both the Spy and Spy video were attempting to maintain a monthly upload schedule. 5 years later, I feel like a crazy person on the 38th iteration of the script. Come along and enter my gallery of the 2014 clips that started it all.
If I remember correctly, the team Purple is fine. He made some cameos and sounds from videos.
Helikopter ist fast in der Bergungszone.
He's just hard at work not burning himself out.
Ziel lokalisiert!
He's also playing in terms with Salty Fish at one point. Yet another way he's still on the map. To which the follow-up to this was, the real reason he's taking so long. He spent the last year playing Medic. You're playing
In der Abholzone.
I have my reservations about players playing healer for a hot minute in Final Fantasy 14. I can't imagine what Medic does to a person.
Here we have the latest addition. That's recreation of a competitive spike. As you can see, the title shows. Imagine it's misidentical over 8
Hubschrauber fliegt in 30 Sekunden ab.
pre-Conga era of TF2. The animation for that piece was done by Costa Moy, one of the incredibly talented animators helping me continue work on Medic videos. Now, let's
Abholung hat begonnen. 15 Sekunden bis zum Abflug.
Apparently, headphones hadn't been invented yet. This new clip shows a clean magnetic right place, right time like a fizzle piece.
Fizzle piece?
Yes, I see. I guess they can't all be masterpieces. Let's move on to some of my more historical items. The few clips I still have that were actually
Bergung abgeschlossen.
So the heavy actually
Der Helikopter fliegt zurück.
would end this ordeal, but the scout actually hits me with the span of war, inflicting a monstrous 4 damage. Their spy
My
gets
God.
involved, the sniper's just confused, the scout has no other purpose in life, finally relents, and as soon as I decloak, this heavy comes here straight from spawn. The scout gets involved again. The heavy gets serious. I continue to thread the needle, and of course, I have to go for this stab, the juiciest stab of all time.
He had to, though. Oh,
That
that's
clip
unfortunate.
is one of our more emotional pieces. This one's just interesting to look back on. Apparently, I used to stand still to shoot the ambassador. I don't remember ever doing this in TF2. I must have got it from playing so much Counter-Strike at the time.
Probably. Ooh. Aren't you actively rewarded in Counter-Strike for... Badger went over it in his couple videos he did on Counter-Strike, where it has to do with the crosshair and it has to do with how aiming works. It fascinates me.
Speaking of Counter-Strike, at the end of the clip, I get flashbanged by the 2014 version of the Ambassador reload, literally covering my target. How was...
Wait, the reloads changed over the years? Wait, what do you mean they changed over the years? That's wild to me. Well, I mean, to be fair, once again, most of my experience was on Orange Box. This is... It makes sense, don't get me wrong. It makes sense they change things like this. Oh, it's so cool.
That ever a thing? Well, at least it's nice to see that hitting first shot headshot into missing 7 body shots has always been a thing. But you know what's not always going to be a thing is Raycon's Christmas deal. Funny story, actually. I agreed to work with Raycon because I gifted my mom a pair of their full 32-hour battery life earbuds. Link in the description or go to buyraycon.com/lazypurple to get 15% off site-wide with code HOLIDAY.
Wow, Raycon.
Ollie, you want some Raycons?
I want them now. Wow, this is great. Help me try them on. Thanks.
Ollie, they have so many features and convenience for bunny controls, but I don't think they work for doggies.
Aww, poor doggo.
Why aren't they for doggies?
I see now. They optimized it for humans with all these gel tips that allow for an almost custom fit. So if any humans are watching this, go to buyraycon.com/lazypurple and use code HOLIDAY. There will also be new pop-up deals every day during Raycon's Countdown to Christmas, and I'll try to keep the description updated with the latest offers. But just in case, remember that you can always get the best Raycon deals by going to buyraycon.com/lazypurple. Back then, I was
I'd give it a 9 out of 10. I think that I'm starting to really question if I have any validity commenting on the length of videos, because that seems to be one of the #1 things that I criticize. Maybe it's because I'll watch, people like Bad Electrician, where they just get straight to the point, right? But I guess, I don't know, because I guess that's always I always say and acknowledge that there are advertiser length constraints. So I don't know if that cancels each other out. I think there are ways to work with the length. The dog bit, if it ended with the dog bit, I thought that would have been perfect about the why aren't they for doggies section, right? This was 504. It does feel like this was about, minute and a half or so. If this was a flat minute, I don't think I'd have an issue with it. That being said, the transition was smooth, the read was pleasant, clearly uses the product, or at least family member uses the product. Purple, right? Maybe I would like to see more TF2 things. Maybe there's a conflict in branding there. I'm trying to figure out what pushes it over to a 10. I think more SFM style editing, maybe a couple clips or bits of it to acknowledge the source material. But ultimately, I do think this was a fantastic ad read. I would give it a 9.
Best with saving clips that captured and communicated gameplay concepts, no matter how basic. Because I knew that I wanted to make a video that could explain for a general audience why TF2's game design is so engaging. So yes, in this clip, my bait running away did bait them into leaving their medic open. But hey, 2014 Lazy, why doesn't this clip's title include the fact that you tried spawn camping blue, but you didn't know they had forward spawns? But the only spawner was their medic that you just picked, leading to another med pick? Maybe I thought that gameplay concept was a little too hard to explain. Demo finds a good angle.
I think that's valid, though. If I'm going to explain any game to anybody, I'm going to pick on Destiny 2 for a second. If I'm going to explain Root of Nightmares to someone that's never played Destiny 2, am I going to explain what the middle nut does in planets and how to move the planets back and forth? Or am I just going to say, we juggle planets and then do damage, right? At a bare bones basic explanation, right? I think that it's the concept of this explanation is good enough. Sure, this is technically the better explanation as of explaining the interaction, right? But for a generalized audience, someone like me who is a dingus and doesn't know a lot about TF2, it's a good enough explanation. Sometimes it's okay to just leave it as a good enough generalized, this is how this works.
This is definitely how it feels to play in this time. Yeah, trying to set up clip, but really? That spiked my dopamine high enough to press save clip? Now I hit shots like this and don't even say anything. I just hit my breakcore button. But this clip truly takes the cake. I'll let my reaction.
Ziel wurde getroffen.
I did not. Equals hard. That's hard to kill.
Is this the soundtrack from Baba Is You? No way. That's cool.
Doesn't get to kill him anyway. Advantage of 5% max. All I see now is a medic with 95% oncoming traffic. Come on, lazy. My 2022-2020 hindsight just keeps distracting me from the points I was trying to make. This next one is
Wahrzeichen betreten.
every point of healing counts. I probably live at 1 HP or something. I am yelling for it.
Der Moment takes skill.
No, just pure spam, dude. What am I doing?
Nice shot. Nice shot. Nice shot.
He's so close.
What is the point of this clip? Rollers got medic and demo?
Die Siedlieferung durch einen Shade Agent geborgen.
Ammo. I've done no damage. Our medic heals me enough that I live a crit by 1. I miss 4 pipes and kill.
Axolieferung ist abgelaufen.
Wild.
What is this clip? I could never know how funny this would be 8 years later. I'm 20-4 playing that bad. We were all so bad.
If you're 20-4 playing like that, right? Because we all do this, right? We criticize ourselves in a number of games. I'm top of lobby or I'm doing incredibly well, and I still criticize my movement positioning being off, right? It's one of those things where you're like, you understand what you're doing and why you're playing that way. Well, maybe not why you're playing that way, but you understand like what's wrong with how you're playing, and you're still on the upper end of the bell curve. It is such a strange experience.
Some of these clip titles have me rolling at how good I thought I was. The anticipation of knowing exactly what the soldier is going to... Bro, you stabbed his kidney, killed his medic, and he didn't turn around. And don't get me started on the clips I saved because many shots were missed. We're losing our last point here. We have 1 scout surviving. They can't hit him. Zip, zam. Our soldier spawns and announces... It's so easy! And maybe it's because we were all collectively bad at aiming, but people just didn't fear sniper back then. They'd always roll out to concrete like this and seemingly not care that this is sniper's easiest default angle. This clip might really be. First of all, even at 2x speed, this fight with the scout is really hard to watch. But eventually my scout cleans him up, and I then proceed to go in, drop both of my power classes to stickies, and I Uber... Yeah, a spy.
Amazing.
I'm sure some spy mains are wishing they could jump in a time machine right now and go back to a time when competitive players were as gullible as me. I just don't get it. You're telling me that the same guy playing in this clip is also the one playing medic in this clip in the same year? Is TF2 harder than Counter-Strike? I may never know, but I do have some 2012 footage from before I even touched Counter-Strike.
So here's my take on this, because this could either be one of two things, or maybe even both, right? It could be that, one, it could be a population issue, right? And Destiny 2 kind of goes through this when it keeps rebalancing Crucible, where I promise these points are going to relate. I'm trying to keep things as much as I can on point, right? Where the TF2 back in, say, circa 2012, 2014, I'm sure had a much larger, I'm sure many more players were playing it actively, right? I'm not saying TF2's a dead game by any means. I can still go in and find random games, you know, just logging in, right? But I wonder if it has to do with the community. It has to do with population. They keep leaking Crucible, but they keep hemorrhaging players. So for a smaller group of players, unless you keep getting misstacked, mismanagement, etc., that's it, where the amount of players is lesser now, therefore you're going to run into a lot of higher skilled and dedicated players than you would back in 2014. The other one that this could be is it could be the GOAT format interaction. Old Yu-Gi-Oh! People remember, right? Not current, but you know, etc. As people remember. And Solemn Judgment, for those who remember what the card does, is a very controversial card in the format. Even though I've never played the format, but I understand. Because the way we use it now is not how it was used back in the day, even though it was the exact same card. So, how this relates to Team Fortress 2 is that, or how this could relate, is, like he's talking about the sniper's easiest shot right there, right? Like, they just walk in there. So the other half of what I'm arguing is it could be the game is inherently just played differently now, whether that's going to be buffs and balances, whether it's going to be community changes, or more dedicated skilled player base sticking around in the community, and people, you know, dropping from the game. Things in a different capacity. And I think it's interesting to analyze. I am not in a position to really say which it is. These are two speculative points that I can bring up, and I'm really curious as to what the community thinks is the reason. What am I doing?
Big scout duel coming up. Let's see it.
Abholung eingeleitet.
Even back then, newbie spies were the #1 source of content. It was TF2's #1 export, was laughing at newbie spies.
It's why I don't play Spy.
I can't get over that. Oh, no, no, no. Free-to-play Spy tries to be sneaky. I've seen
Bergung wurde angefordert.
I'm a sniper. You've got to believe me, have they?
Oh my dude, the bait. Okay, and like clear. Okay, like clearly, Lazy Purple knows. Like that's the joke here, right? Clearly he knows. Just back off. You're not gonna win this, Mr. Spy.
Wait, this is actually adorable.
This is so cute. He's trying so hard.
No, mate, I was just looking
no
at
way.
How did this ever make it to a video?
I never really was on your side.
Thank you, free-to-play spies. Your contributions to the history of TF2 do not go unappreciated. But moving on. Buried within the 2014 footage was the inevitable folder named Funny, and I reacted to every clip in it. Lots of these clips are corrupted from being stored and transferred for 8 years.
Yeah.
God dang it, I'm gonna kick your ass with the power of my stand.
But it shouldn't be too big a deal. Now,
Helikopter ist fast in der Bergungszone.
I just found definitive proof that these clips are actually from 2014, as I say they are.
Is that our spy? He's acting all spooky. He is so spooky. He is a spooky spy. He is so
inexcusable face stab. Faciest stab of 2014.
Heli vor Ort.
How long did the dead ringer used to last?
Man, this game has gone through tweaks and balances over the years. That's a little disgusting.
What am I... What? Let's survive one battle.
Kontaminierte Ausrüstung entdeckt.
What?
Verfolgung abgeschlossen.
Pick up like other specific class items, right? So like if I have Sasha or like stock on heavy, I can pick up like someone else's like brass bull, but I can't pick up say like soldiers what is it, direct hit or whatever it's called. I'm missing context here.
We are competitive team too, everybody. But we're making
Counter-Strike stacking.
Family Feud. No, not Family Feud. What do you call it?
All in the Hollywood Square. And here is the winner of the Hollywood Square, Peter Marshall.
Please tell me we make a 3x3 grid. Please! My no! I on it! Dude, what is this album cover?
Geezer.
Oh, I see.
Oblivion.
I put him to 2 HP and he's like,
You there! Stop!
must have been the win. That's an aggressive title. A bunch of people are like 3 people gonna come around the corner.
Oh my god! Holy scout!
Rip.
Wild.
No,
He won the 3v1.
8 years later, everything.
Wait, is the train actually a map hazard? What? There's actually, are there custom maps for TF2? I don't actually know. I know like Left 4 Dead 2 has custom maps and custom campaigns. I don't know if, it has to, right? Because we have the soldier rocket jump training course and like the demo man, whatever his advanced movement tech is, right? Oh my god. How many maps have cool hazards like this?
Stay the same.
8 years later. It's not as rewarding as the hurting.
What was that? Oh, that was taunt slide. That actually jump scared me 8 years later. Back in the day, if you got interrupted mid-taunt, you would not stop doing it, and you could move. What the fuck? Where did this hack come from? This must be the same glitch as I just experienced on Pyro.
8 years later.
What's happening?
What? What?
Huh?
What does that even mean?
It just... I take it back.
What's that?
That's actually much stranger. No, I'm rewatching that. There is no...
There's no one.
Reason.
The last word out of your sorry mouth will be medic!
Yeah.
Thanks!
Wait, that was an actual in-game YouTube poop. What? Uber timeout.
Flawless.
Either it's an Uber handshake or they literally pause.
I mean, what do you do at that point, though? If you're two heavies Ubered, I guess, yeah, it makes sense that you just kind of stare at each other. Like, what do you do in that situation? Do you try to outmaneuver? Like, because you're already slow as is. I guess maybe if you have, like, stock and the other heavy has something that reduces their movement, has one of the weapons that reduces their movement speed, like Brass Bowl, maybe you try to flank them? What's the thought process there?
Okay.
He's just standing there.
Oh, man.
Oh, no. Oh, no. His computer timed out because of the Uber. It's a literal timeout.
That's
It's
frustrating.
literally the second that his medic interacts with him.
Medic! Yes!
That's unfortunate.
He's been taunt in a sixes lobby. Like, actually?
Stab, stab, stab.
Oh.
Did you really just do that? I just did that.
They came into our fumble. What is he doing? Okay, so now I'm him.
He's living his best
I am
life.
the engineer that literally left this room.
That scout's a spy! That scout's a spy!
Entdecke kontaminierte Ausrüstung.
Oh my god, this is so raw, I'm holding my breath.
That engineer's a spy!
He figured it out! Of course! Okay, the heavy space, like, what? Engineer was spy the entire time! Confusing noobs as spy with help from friends. So we're colluding, that's cool.
Sure.
Shooting zappers?
Did he just get Ubered?
Zapping my sentry!
We're trolling the noobs.
Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it!
At least I'm letting him live.
We got a spy. There's a spy over here. Spy. Gotcha. Yeah, there's a spy over there. Fire. There's a spy over here. Spy. Damn it.
That pyro's a spy.
I can't wait for me to have one of these community nights, and someone's absolutely just gonna throw me through the ringer as a spy all night. Like, I'm gonna start thinking every single teammate is a spy, because they're just gonna be that good. It both terrifies and intrigues me.
Cruel and unusual.
I don't like you.
I don't like you more.
I never liked you.
He knows. He knows it's me.
What the hell's going on?
This is genuinely funny.
No, it's too much. It's too much. Ah!
Which one of y'all is that darn spy? He's overloaded.
He's getting decision paralysis.
Stimulated. What are they doing? Scouts when they have to wait 0.2 seconds to fight something.
That was an amazing killing spree by the other medic. Last word out of your sorry mouth will be medic. Affirmative, medic. Yes, sir.
Oh my god, that was actually amazing.
Okay, this time he did it to me. I had a double bind where when I kill bind it also said my way. What? Clearly I'm having a blast in this clip though, just hopping from one to the other. Optimal. Oh, that's the point.
System reaktiviert.
John Travolta meme medic. Okay, what do they mean by that? John Travolta meme! It's the medic, John Travolta! Yeah, well, I think I'm raining down from above, partner. Oh my god, this is so cringe. And I'm losing! I can't believe this.
What is this?
Actually
competitive TF2.
Oh, yep. This looks like competitive TF2 to me. Oh my god, this is literally MGE, bro. We're sweating. We're sweating. My ego is on the line. Oh my god, who's gonna kill mine first?
That 1v1
Iron Singles match. This is an official match, and we're in brackets. Because I know that I shouldn't be here as a scout, I think I'm like purely just trolling the whole lobby. But so are they. They're iron. They're just like, they don't care. They actually don't care about winning. This is a bracket. I think I've been trying to get a taunt kill the whole time. Oh, I was so close. This is clearly a pop.
This is my kind of TF2. I'm not good enough to do a lot of
This is serious shit, dude.
Guns down.
I found my life. When
Scouts play really close.
Yeah, I'm with you, don't worry. Airstrike existed back then? He was just a crater. Why would I jump? The day Conga came out. Yes, I knew it. I have it. This is literally the Pokemon Go moment.
How many more things have we gotten since this? This is perfect. This is something you stop the entire game for and just emote 100%.
Group taunt. And it only took one to light up the whole turret. You know what? Jet doesn't even get it. They say, I don't know. Sick of dancing being only for the elite. Now we can all dance. We're only 10. Oh. Something happened when I was in a Sixes team, and they're here with me doing the conga. So hidden among us are six players. We're still having the time of our lives.
I'm gonna have to figure out how to pick this up if it's still. I know there's certain things like what is it, the soundtracks, hats you can still pick up. Obviously, some are gonna be super hyper expensive. We pick up some of the emotes.
That is gonna be crappy now, but I'm gonna play to the ground. I actually made it almost useless. It was so drastic that they reversed it 5 days later. That's close to the speed of the R8 Revolver Fiasco.
The R8. Someone's gonna have to explain.
Where the fuck is this?
That is tot.
Not enough.
5 days, 2 days, same difference. In both games, people were saying, well, I guess we can't play this game anymore. And yet, that update brought us here. Look how sad I am.
Wow, I'm sorry.
This is a game you love. Just get my mouth. It makes you feel.
I'm not ready to come both. Yeah.
We are the Sixes player imposters, and we just that we can show them without being cheated. I'm sorry. That is so clearly what just happened. Spy of 2014. I have a feeling that's not actually going to be the greatest spy of 2014. All right, let's see. He's going to backstab them anyway, right? That's spy of 2014.
Is this the conscious objective? I don't remember what the item even is. Like, we know there's class items and stuff, like Heavy gets the sandwich and the meat and stuff, right? But there's definitely items that go across classes and emotes that go across classes and stuff. I don't understand how this works. I don't understand how this works. Like, or is there other things that do emotes like this? I'm assuming there's more. I feel like there are so many items in the game that are just really cool and or really unique that it's honestly like, you could probably just look at half of them like on the market board or whatever about this game.
What? Oh my God. Spy tip, for real. Sad medic, sad life. Crazy Lou's trying to support me. Why did he quick fix conga lines?
Wahrzeichen oben gesichert.
Oh, now you want to play the game. Well, there's no health pack for
Ich
you.
denke, kontaminierte Ausrüstung.
There's no health pack for people who don't play the game.
Classic.
Rockle demo hard counters conga. I would bet a large sum of money that a demo man is going to lay a sticky trap on everyone doing the conga.
That's dirty.
Here it is. Here it is. No!
Unfortunate.
He was one of the first conga haters ever. Actually, ever. This was the first day you could hate the conga, and he did. Hi guys, I'd just like to interject to say that I missed the...
What is that?
Angefordert.
Why is there a bumper car?
deadline for this video's sponsorship 3 times because I didn't want anything to be unedited because I was having so much fun editing. And the guy at Moist Critical's company has been trying so hard to help me keep this sponsorship. He would probably kill me if he saw that I was honestly considering edits like this where I manually blur out sentries to create a depth of field effect. But it looks so good! Can you blame me? It would just be too much a shame to let perfectionism actually prevent me from uploading this. And also, I kind of need this money to pay my taxes, so
yeah,
it just goes to show you that the IRS is not as scary as my perfectionism to me. But yeah.
I go through a tax professional every year. I do not mess with the IRS.
I just wanted to say I love these clips coming up, but I couldn't do everything I wanted to. But I'm still so jazzed up to keep editing, you know? Like, I just want you guys to know I'm having fun editing so badly. It's true. Anyway, here we go. Okay, now let's talk. Official silver UGC Sixes match from 2014. Something. Look at all these misses. Miss. Oh, man. I saved that just because I love Eric's energy that much. Also, salty bitch was my scout button. Oh my god! Look at me.
Der Bergungshelikopter ist fast da.
Other than to do like shit-eating Oh my god.
An attempt was made. We don't know what the attempt was. We don't know what was the end goal, but an attempt surely was made.
Clancy making me feel better. We're both on this being in nowhere land grind.
Der Heli steht bereit.
Heli angekommen.
Sniper. And I'm asking to open the door and then, yeah, fighting to close the door.
Wait, is the chair an edit or is this an actual thing again like the bumper car?
Abholung
What is happening?
Oh, this is... First of all, what is happening to Heavy? Wait.
The Heavy's just going for it. I see the skull above his head and I'm just like...
Kehrt zur Basis zurück.
Well, the weird things that just surface from the depths of my brain.
Like a melee weapon. That is the game. Heavy update. Everyone else is figuring how to do it. How do you do it? Oh yeah. No, the scout has been figured out too. He's literally dancing on me.
This is amazing.
I'm dancing. Just try and hit me. Try and hit me. Come on. Oh my god. It's just so aggressive.
The roadblock.
My god.
Okay, I have a feeling that instead of Escape the Century, this is more like Escape of the Week. Wow. Crazy that I have to do an escape after flanking that stupidly. My mechanics were good, but my brain was very bad.
I'm surprised you got out of that.
Spies in the house. Spies in the house. Spies in the house. Spies in the house. Yeah, spies in the house. Yeah, spies in the house. Oh, dead. Spies dead.
Rip Heavy.
Yeah, spies dead. Spies dead.
Is there an interaction in which a spy backstab is not actually a guaranteed knockout? Because obviously, like, if you're Ubered, right, as far as I'm aware, you're invulnerable. But, I mean, we talk about how Sniper does, like, what, base 150 in quickscope. Then it charges up and it ramps up in damage. Is there an event where someone can either have health, healing, overshoot? I don't necessarily know the mechanics in TF2. Is there an interaction in which a spy backstab would not actually guarantee it? If not, if it is always going to be a guaranteed knockout, what is the damage? Like, does it just hit like max damage? Does it just do damage cap? Or like how? What is the math behind the spy backstab?
I miss these kind of people, dude.
How to play spy. Click on back.
This guy hates spies. Why is this medic 80-80ing so hard?
Dude,
Are we
just
gonna
live
work
his best
together?
life. What is that hat? What?
Medic, this spy is not one of us. Is he trying to like quick stab me? I'm getting double healed. Wait, this is actually funny.
Die überfallene Dark Zone wird verlassen.
He is so happy.
No! Medic! This can't be a real clip.
This is wild. Uh-huh.
I really keep him alive? I
Wild.
The fucking boss. I'm like, oh, heavy think he killed that spy before. Yeah, this is their spawn. How am I thought there was a wall there. The fuck do I mean by that? What could I mean thought there was a wall there? Do I like fuck up a double jump? Oh, I understand now. I'm just sitting there like, hey, I can't wait to break blue team. Okay, I'm going to predict that the name of this clip refers to me and another scout missing 6 shots on each other. See how well I know my 2014 self. This is it. This is literally what I said it would be.
There's a whole lot of...
This is what I said it would be, and worse, actually. This is much more than 6 shots. This is 9 by now.
There's a whole lot of stuff happening here. I love these fights because, like, you're... even at a high skill ceiling, right? Even at a high skill level, like, you can have these, like, nothing burger fights because you're predicting each other too well and you're overcorrecting too well to the point where nothing actually happens. These are probably some of my favorite fights in games.
Oh my god! Dude, just end the game.
It's
No,
still going.
I have to be trolling at this point.
Oh my god.
That's a good thought, dude. Okay, so the demo man knows there's a spy. Oh.
I saw
well,
that demo bonk.
That was not the funny part. That was just mean. You're right to be scared, demo man. Good check. Now please don't spend the next 35 seconds looking for me. They got to backstab me if I do this.
He's not wrong.
It's so real. Please, I need to go to bed.
I found my live. 2014 reaction for this one.
Oh my god, watch out! Hi, this is 2022 me. I didn't notice that this clip corrupted itself into a freeze frame joke. I didn't do that. That's from 8 years of storing and transferring this.
I can't fight it.
We're not gonna win! Who gives a shit? I don't give a shit. You guys? Miss all pipes equals med drop. I'm doing the thing where I sticky jump. I'm just literally trolling lobbies with the sticky jumper. This is so toxic. This is genuinely toxic. I don't even know how to roll out. Oh, this is toxic and deranged behavior by me. What am I doing? I am ruining lobbies. Holy shit.
I feel that there's kind of like a pipeline to learning a game, or like, you know, ingratiating yourself with the game, getting skill levels and being a good sport, and then you go into being good enough at the game to the point you start getting frustrated at the game and other players. The amount of times where I'm just like, I'm not good at certain games, like 14, like I'm okay at Final Fantasy 14, but like, I'll run into some roulette where I'm just like, bro, how do people put their shoes on? I'm like, bro, stop standing in the pit stop, please. And then at a certain point, you kind of get out of that mindset, and you get into like super legit territory again. I don't know how to like word it. It's almost like a bell curve. It's super interesting.
I didn't even do people like the basic courtesy of practicing my rollouts. I really was just testing myself.
Good fight.
Stupid. I just realized all of these competitive sticky jumper clips, all the ones I showed in the demo extras, they all happened during and because of the 5-day sticky nerf. I wasn't just griefing these lobbies, I was bravely protesting the nerf for demo mains everywhere. Look, I'd even switch to the Scottish resistance when holding last. What a strange little week of TF2. Still haunting me 8 years later. Not just the nerf, the conga too. This clip has got to be one of the first conga lines ever. I'd say more, but I found my 2014 reaction, and if I don't include it in this video, I'm gonna regret it forever. Just listen how happy I am. Anyone else can join! You can get a conga line going! Oh my god, you have to see this. No, look at those snipers! Look at them go!
Those poor snipers.
Oh
Fish in a barrel.
Oh my god, dude! Heavy, please realize what's happening. Please, yes! Yes!
What a good guy, Heavy!
This Pyro has no idea what's happening right now. This Pyro.
It's a very confused
if he
Pyro.
Behind himself right now, he would see this. If he just did a 180. No! The Pyro will never know. This is a real server. How fast did this happen? How fast? This Pyro! He doesn't understand! This Pyro is not human.
This Pyro's just a hater.
He does not understand what he's seeing.
Wow, I'm hard to kill.
Valve just turned every single server into a silly server. Oh, it's always a Pyro!
Wow, I'm hard to kill.
Oh my.
I love that we literally have like video evidence. We have precedent that this is what gamers wants. This is what gets our almonds going. This is what fires our neurons, right? This produces the serotonin. And AAA game devs, well, I shouldn't say the devs. Really, it goes more onto C-suite management, etc. Right? Like AAA games still don't understand this, and it boggles me.
God, he's got freaking a bucket of chicken. He's got a bucket of chicken.
Just enjoy my chicken.
Look at him. This was the expiration date update. What a crazy week for TF2. It's crazy how much.
Oh, we're at the video. We're at expiration date.
I'm doing the fast rollout for no reason. Woo! Later.
There's so much movement.
As simple as rolling out fast on process was enough to get me going. But now I'm so stoic and battle hardened. It's really difficult to find the joy in. It happened! It actually happened!
Disgusting.
Wait, am I just the same person? Did only my voice change or what? And Finn, close it. Video done. Or that's where it would be done if I didn't feel a need to talk about what's been going on in my head and what has and hasn't been working for me with making videos. You may already...
Dude, I'm so into this. I absolutely love these kind of things. I love seeing creator insights.
know that the demo video was especially hard on me for all the reasons I described in the extras video, and I think I finally come to terms with the fact that my ADHD brain is just not meant for that kind of project. I took the success of this series very seriously and wanted to justify its success with better and better production, but somewhere between the pyro and demo video, my idea of what good production is stopped being in line with what I'm good at. Long scripts, better animation, those things are nice, but they're
dare I say the Mr. Beastification of YouTube and videos.
Not what I'm good at. Getting help for my ADHD this year was one of the best decisions I could have made, and it clarified a lot of this for me by allowing me to separate my symptoms from my issues. Really, it's incredible to me that my brain managed to do it for long enough to make the demo video. Of course, it came at the cost of burning out, complete with physical symptoms like heart pangs and sleep issues. I would push myself to make those videos in all sorts of ways, among them being very loud, inspirational DBZ dubstep remixes on loop. But eventually, my body charged up and released a kamehameha of frustration on me. No, see, it makes total sense. Gohan is my body saying,
I warned you. I told you what would happen if you pushed me too far.
And I was Cell going,
no, shut up. I'm perfect. I have to be perfect.
And then he disappeared. But right now, I'm here. And I honestly enjoyed making this video so much. I couldn't help but edit everything, and I actually wanted to add SFM jokes. I think I'm in my element when I make a clip dump or something with the structure of well-defined sections, like how the pyro video was very clearly split into 3 parts. Writing and animation just kicked my ass. But those are the parts I've made the most progress with in the medic video video thanks to commissioning a small army of talented SFMers and obsessing over the script for a couple of years. But I might have to rethink the medic video one last time. The biggest mistake I made was expecting myself to make it just like the demo video, but even better. Even after clearly burning out on the demo video. I thought I'd just recover and push one more time, but my poor brain, it used all its rocket fuel to shoot for the moon. Then it comes down depleted and I'm like, hey, can you do that again, maybe one more time and go to Mars this time? For now, with all the time I've had to spend on my mental, I'm gonna do myself a favor and break my own unrealistic expectation that the medic video is gonna look like I've worked on it 10 hours every day for the last 2 years. Hiya! All right. No, but really, thank you so much for waiting, everyone. I think I'm at my most optimistic yet. Actively enjoying making this video just reminded me that I'm not actually forcing this, you know? It's not actually like, do you really like doing YouTube? Like, no, that's not it. That's not the problem. I did a oopsie whoopsie. I took myself too seriously. I tried to go Scorsese on the shit posts. It's probably a few essays more worth of what I'd like to say and get across, but for now, we'll call it. Feels appropriate to say again that I am very open to Patreon refunds if anyone did not expect this to be my process or is just confused. I'm sure there's many people who came in and out of the Patreon and went above and beyond supporting me and is not going to be on the list I'm about to read because I've taken so long. It seems a little unfair, and I'd like to say thank you to them as well. I hope they know who they are. Thank you to everyone who has supported me, financially or otherwise. That kind of security and support is what enables someone to figure out all this shit about themselves, you know? It's worth everything. And I hope that when I get some sort of ball rolling, that it fractionally repays.
Somewhere amidst tall mountains and thick fog, a group of
touchdown.
Es ist mir egal, was nötig ist. Ich will eine Lösung und zwar schnell.
Eintreffende Verstärkungsanforderung.
instructions, but the way the protagonist reads it is not conventional, as he places the open book on top of his head. And only after waiting some time does he realize it's not working. Obviously, he got frustrated for playing the fool, but that was exactly how the instructions were written. At least it not having worked was what he thought, because suddenly a message appeared informing that the Library of Memories was interested in Sue's story. And soon that same library sent an invitation, opening again above the hero's head. But this time on its own, it sucked him into a portal that brought him to the secret location of the true Library of Memories. It is said that the library makes a person remember everything they have ever seen or heard, even if it's something painful. The human mind has a forgetting mechanism, and that's why people don't remember many things, but the library is different, like a curse. The person who obtained this ability before was the head of the Hexagon Guild and a former employee of the association. While she was studying in the library and preparing to leave, she ended up falling asleep on top of a book that was large and soft. And so she was lucky enough to gain an ability. Thanks to her, it is now the protagonist who had the ability, so he thinks of repaying her by treating her to lunch later. The library system asks if the boy would like to donate his story to the place. Therefore, he remembers that one of the abilities is to recall everything he has ever forgotten. And since he went back in time, it is essential to keep in mind all the distortions that will occur in time, making this ability one of the most necessary. Upon accepting the suggestion, Suo donates his story to the Library of Memories. Then it begins to visualize and document all the protagonist's memories, transforming his body into a book that begins to be flipped through. And through a magical circle, it is transformed into dozens or even hundreds of books that fly through the sky. Thus, shortly after this process, it was announced that the Library of Memories had been mastered. This is an A-rank ability where all the protagonist's knowledge can be accessed whenever needed. Perhaps because it's an imaginary space, Suo felt quite strange having his memories extracted. But in any case, since he succeeded, he decides to run a test. Willing to see the power of this ability, the protagonist calms his mind and soon opens his eyes in a place with strong wind. This was the site of his final moments in his previous life. Even now, the protagonist can feel the emotions he had that day, but believes it might be due to the Library of Memories. That group of traders wanted to keep the portals open purely out of greed. So when he remembers the moment he fell from that cliff, the hero becomes even more determined to take revenge. In any case, Suo regrets not having gone to look at something else. But only until, while witnessing his final moments, he notices two windows appearing in front of him, which surprises him. The messages said the system would give Suo a second chance for being the first to achieve transcendence. And before he could understand what it was about, the protagonist returned to the library space alone and very confused. According to the messages, the hero had reached the divine state along with his first SS rank ability. And for having reached the level of transcendence, they gave him another chance, which was something totally incomprehensible. However, this still means that the fact he returned was not a coincidence. Sometime later, after a short trip, our hero steps out of a taxi at his destination. At this moment, he believes that what matters is not the reason, but the fact that he has returned to the past. Therefore, in addition to avoiding what happened to him, the boy wishes to deal with the portals that cause the highest number of deaths. At least that's what he wants to try, and preferably at a much faster pace than in the past. Therefore, to achieve this goal, he cannot waste a single second of this chance. And that's why the place where the protagonist is located is the Nexus headquarters. Nexus is a private hunter academy, and rumors say it's the largest in the country. Therefore, as he will need a lot of money in the future, he plans to earn some there. Right at the entrance, a staff member asks how she can help. Without wasting time, Suo asks to speak with director Kim Soo-ae, which surprises the receptionist. She asks if the gentleman has a scheduled meeting, but he denies it, saying he just wants to share something important. Obviously, the staff member refuses, so the hero changes his request to a message delivery. And the message Suo leaves for the director is that the man who cleared the Sindorum Station portal alone is here. With such an impressive introduction, it doesn't take long before they go to the office of the Nexus director, who introduces herself as Kim Soo-ae. In response, the protagonist also introduces himself, and then the two sit down. Taking the lead in the conversation, the director admits she knows of his achievements and asks the reason for his visit. Then the hero replies that he is there for a scholarship and informs her that the hunter license test will take place the next day, which he will also take, leaving the director a bit confused. Regardless, Kim asks when the boy awakened, and surprisingly he answers that it was today. Naturally, the director thinks it's madness for someone without even a license to take the admission test. And beyond that, it's even crazier that he cleared the station portal by himself. Nevertheless, the hero reveals that thanks to a member of the association, he will be able to take the test, in which he also aims to come in first. Therefore, if he succeeds, he asks to be accepted as a student at Nexus Academy. And along with that, he obviously asks for a generous scholarship as a reward. Suo has in mind that it's difficult for a complete novice to rise to the top, but as a veteran, he has already cleared several portals. Still, whether they believe it or not, the decision will be solely up to the director. Kim, for her part, finds the protagonist's achievements impressive, but reminds him that the probability of passing is less than 20%. Thus, the hero assures that if he is not the best, he won't mind being ignored for the scholarship. First of all, recalling that there are also hexagon and primes, the director asks why Suo came straight to Nexus. Then, without hiding anything, he says it's because this academy is in a worse situation than the others. As far as he knows, Nexus Academy is the largest in the country, but in recent years has failed to recruit a student who placed first or second, and since then, the the number of students has been declining, which, although sad, is the reality. The director knows they need to do something, and even though she's never seen a beginner evolve so much, the possibility that Suno might live up to his words brings hope. After all, he would not only be the person who cleared a portal alone, but also the highest scorer in the association's test. Therefore, if Suo really joins Nexus, the one who will benefit the most will be the Academy itself. The director believes she doesn't have much to lose, so not being naive, she asks how much the boy wants to receive. Suo, in turn, asks how much they pay the most qualified student, to which the director replies that it's 30 million plus reimbursement of tuition fees. In addition, the student has free entry into the Academy's guild, but Kim knows that's not all the hero wants. And after thinking a little about it, what the protagonist asks for is 10 times more than what the top student gets. Suo asks for 300 million, considering the extras for placing first. And with a mischievous smile, he comments that something like that shouldn't be much for such a well-established academy. Therefore, even feeling pressured, the director accepts the conditions. Thus, a reward of 300 million is set in case the boy passes the test. And since she's going to draw up the contract now, she allows the protagonist to walk around a bit. The more the protagonist walks, the more he realizes how perfect this place is to achieve his goals. Then a person who seems to have just woken up to accompany him agrees, saying it's to be expected from the best academy in the country. Suo thanks him for accompanying him so late, and although tired, the man comments that he can't refuse special guests. A little further away, the hero notices someone who appears to be a student training in the area. To explain the situation, the guide informs him that it's the most dedicated student in the academy. He shouts Dainen's name, advising him to rest a bit from training. However, since he is in his third year, this man, Kang Daehan, believes it's his duty to push himself a little more. In the past, Daehan was the #1 tank in the country. He remembered fighting alongside him, known for his great strength. Therefore, it was a shame that tanks had lost relevance over time. Upon noticing an axe instead of a shield, Suo understands that the young man has not yet found his path. But contrary to what it seems, that is good because he could use the opportunity to intervene early. Daehan is someone who will join the Nexus Guild in the future, so Suo thinks he should befriend him and take him to the association. When the two meet for the first time in this timeline, the guy is and the atmosphere is quite friendly. Knowing the boy will also take the test, Suo asks if he plans to use the axe as his main weapon. Surprisingly for Daehan, what the hero wants to know is the reason for his choice. Therefore, although feeling a bit pressured, he replies that it was a recommendation from the academy. And the guide agrees with the suggestion, stating that the axe is perfect for someone as strong as him. In this case, the hero asks if the young man intends to keep using it. In response, Daehan, who sees himself as a slow learner, answers yes, since it took him 2 years to become proficient with the axe. However, the truth was that it took so long because the weapon didn't suit his aptitude. Because of that, the hero doesn't know whether the boy is naive or just foolish for not trying to make any changes even after being stagnant for so long. Either way, he now understands the reason why the academy's situation is so bad. And to change that, he boldly states that he thinks differently. Since all players have different attributes, Suo says the boy should use the weapon he feels most comfortable with, because he'll be able to evolve greatly with the right skills and items as experience comes. Suo speaks without hesitation that Daehan doesn't match well with the axe. To the hero, since the boy took 2 years to learn to use it and was still bad at it, that was a sign they weren't compatible. Suo admits the axe is good for those with destructive strength, but notes that without a defense plan, the openings created would be fatal. In short, what Suo says is that Daehan is too big to be protected by another tank. Just thinking that 3 years of effort had been wasted made Daehan very worried. However, since the boy persisted for 3 years, even if it was a mistake, the hero stated that he had the aura of a great tank. Therefore, Suo suggested a combination of a shield on the left hand with a one-handed weapon on the right, which would greatly increase his practicality. In any case, the idea of becoming a combat tanker a day before the test doesn't excite Daehan too much. But to that, the hero replies by asking what group role the boy thinks is the main one. Daehan thinks it's the mage, but Suo immediately corrects him by saying it's the tank. After all, while facing the main opponent, the tanker is responsible for defending both the mage and the healer. In that case, Daehan suggests using only a shield, but the hero says there are many forms of crowd control. And he says that in his view, the tanker should have at least one weapon at their disposal. Fortunately, Daehan accepts trying this new way of fighting, his eyes shining with excitement. And in this way, the two part on friendly terms. At the moment Suo is alone again with the guide, his attention is called. Since the director asked him to show the academy, the young man is curious to know if Suo will apply for a teaching position. To the young man, the protagonist's knowledge of equipment is excellent. However, knowing it would be strange for someone without a license to become an instructor, he responds with a blatant lie that he just guessed. And thinking he's waited long enough, he cuts the subject and asks to go see the contract with the director. The next morning, on the day of the admission test at the headquarters of the Korean Hunter Association, the place is full of players who want to take the test to get a license and, naturally, a good position. But An Suho, who cleared a portal alone, is an exception to the rule. Because unlike the others who prepared in advance, the condition of our hero was the worst of all. Sometime later, an organizer politely asked the participants to form a line according to the number they were given. And since an anti-doping test will now be conducted, the hero believes it's no big deal, because people who usually use these tricks don't consume, but rather enhance their abilities. Among the strongest present are level 5 hunters, but the magic of one of them is certainly higher. However, not only he but several others are doing the same thing. And since the protagonist's sensitivity to distinguish mana is greater than that of many others, he gains the skill, Mana Sensitivity, level B. Looking with this sensitivity, it becomes even clearer that the place is a mess, and the hero already knew the association's system wasn't very good. But as he didn't imagine there would be so many people cheating, he decides to do something about it. As always, Shulmin is in the audience helping when Sula needs support. Because of that, the hero passes by some people who don't seem very happy with the written test. And the same goes for our hero, who also cheated in the end, since he only passed thanks to the library of memories. Anyway, Leader Shulmin asks if the protagonist did well on the written test. Then when Sula replies that he did, the man explains that he's there to provide support since they're short on staff. In any case, Shulmin praises the hero's intelligence, so Sudo needs to play dumb a little. Changing the subject, Suo says he has a request to make, not for help, but related to the test. What the hero questions is why they don't conduct a mana test. While doing his test, the protagonist and now asks conventional blood and urine tests can detect drugs in the body and also prevent item fraud by confiscating all belongings. However, he also believes that abilities should be checked, because using mana detection makes it easy to spot cheaters. And in response to this advice, Shulmin simply thanks him and says he'll make sure to check before the physical test. But before our hero leaves, the association leader asks him to wait a minute, and sincerely says he's rooting for Suo to pass as he's looking forward to working with him. Naturally, Shulmin also hopes the protagonist's score is good, and so the two part ways with our hero thanking him for the support. Sometime later in the practical test room, when everyone is already gathered there, a notice is given to the candidates that the test will be delayed by 2 hours due to issues with the capsule. Therefore, in the meantime, they may wait in the lounge. But this was actually an excuse to deal with the cheaters. There are 1,200 candidates in this test, and the success rate is under 10%, which could drop to 7%. So the hero believes it's a good idea to look around. Maybe he'll find someone useful there. In a corner of the hall, a young man calls an older man out for a fight, taunting him and saying he's scared. Getting offended, the adult pushes the young man away with a strong shove. He was already fed up with being provoked, and since the boy had just been attacked, he didn't like to react. And with a simple move, he crushed the adult, and the protagonist had to intervene at the right moment, sending that cocky boy confused. Obviously, the adult just gets even angrier, so the hero comments that he'll take care of it for him, and explains that he's not an inspector, but a participant who wants to solve this issue on behalf of the big guy. Thus, the man sees no reason to refuse, but the delinquent asks what Suo thinks he's doing. Anyway, the protagonist introduces himself, and knowing the boy wants a fight, he offers himself. But unexpectedly, the response he hears is that the boy doesn't want to fight trash like him. The same young man says Suo is lucky he doesn't want to fight, and then tells the intruder to leave immediately. But knowing how this type behaves, our hero asks if he's a coward. And that was enough to make the boy angrier than ever before, but also excited because he was already getting bored from not finding anyone brave enough there. So the protagonist challenges him once again to fight, especially since he knows there's a training field nearby. Sometime later in the designated place, spectators in the crowd judge the two as ego-driven idiots. The supervisor, on the other hand, states that they may only use training weapons provided by the association, and that at the first sign of danger, he will intervene. Still, he accepts the fight between the two and signals for them to begin. Quickly, the delinquent tries to strike the protagonist with a blow, but Suo dodges, leaving him with a bad face. Unwilling to give up, he tries to attack again, saying he'll slice that annoying face of the hero. But the protagonist steps on the boy's weapon, and when he practically immobilizes him, asks if the delinquent was really that weak, and if he was just bluffing earlier when he pretended to be strong, which obviously infuriates the boy. In the past, this delinquent named Park Yong was known by the name Mad Swordsman. Park had an immense thirst for power and always tried to fight others whenever he had a chance. No matter how strong they were, after all, he was someone who only thought about power. This thirst for power eventually led the boy to become a hunter-killer in the future. And inevitably, the protagonist knew he would be like this. When he saw him in his past life, Park was actually strong, so now he wants to prevent that. Better than talking is showing it in practice, so the hero kicks the boy away, making him slide across the ground, and then mocks him, asking again if that was all Park had to show despite his confidence. Next, the hero also suggests they stop, since he knows this must be Park's first time fighting someone at level 10. However, the boy laughs at his own situation, claiming the protagonist is too relaxed, says he'll fight seriously from now on, which of course our hero has no problem with. Without wasting time, Park charges in and strikes downward with all his strength, but the hero defends using only one hand, and even when several more attempts are made, he remains impressively calm. Despite that, Suo admits that Park is better than before, but the boy can't understand how he's still so far behind, and because of that, he decides to use his strongest move, crouching into an intimidating stance. This form is from the boy's original technique called Dragon Sword, and with great pride in his power, he charges with full force, telling the hero to go to hell as a powerful explosion is generated. Park is sure that the protagonist will win. However, the reality is that once again the attack did nothing, because Suo continued blocking it with the same ease as before. Park yells, asking how that's possible, and the hero replies that it's natural to block such a slow attack. The truth is that this wasn't the true Dragon Sword, but rather a basic technique, as the real one was impossible for beginners. In any case, the delinquent's fury keeps growing, and time again our hero doesn't show a single sign of concern on his face. At a certain moment, Park gains a favorable position and, believing he has an opportunity, puts all of his power into trying to eliminate the protagonist once and for all. But to his misfortune, Suo counters by striking his chin before he can do anything, which leaves him utterly confused and unconscious immediately. But to the hero, it's easy to understand because, as he said before, the delinquent speed just wasn't enough. With his opponent lying on the ground, Suo believes it's best to stop because if he injures him further, he might get into trouble. At the moment, the protagonist knows it's better to focus on himself than get involved with others. And now that Park has been educated, the protagonist believes the training center will finally be at peace. With nothing more to do there, Suo calls out to the supervisor, who initially seems a bit distracted. And since he knocked out his opponent, he asks the man to wait with the boy until he wakes up. After those 2 hours pass, the physical test finally begins with the participants entering capsules. In the area, there are more supervisors than before who are possibly disguised man inspectors. And with the excuse that they aren't compatible with the capsules, several in Hero's case, since he's already ready, he's told he can lie down. And if anything strange happens during the test, the given instruction is to press the
Kontaminierte Ausrüstung entdeckt.
And the player's realizes it's quite unexpected and that the probability of healers passing is low. So he wondered why, until he came across several accident victims in a situation that and inevitably, now the high price of healers charged made even more sense. But in any case, Suo decided to stop talking and start acting. The practical test is said to be the most important part of the Hunter exam, and it works according to the chosen class, serving to show how qualified the person is for the job. The test simulation changes every year, and so does the passing criteria. Challenges are one-on-one or group combat with scores determined by time and abilities used. But the test for healers is a bit special because unlike the attack-based classes, it's evaluated. In other words, in this test, the protagonist must die saving others, and even if he dies there, he will remain alive on the outside. Therefore, he believes it's far too cruel to ask someone who has already died to die again. As he walks through a post-apocalyptic setting, many cries for help can be heard, and all of them were already in extreme conditions, except for one person, so the hero asked if she was okay. Until they arrive, he will certainly take her. After some time, he will start coming frustrated about going home with a not-so-good result, so he leaves it a rather downcast perspective. The staff member responsible for the result was 9 minutes and 4 seconds. Director Shin about the participants he's overseeing.
Registriere zusätzliche Feindkontakte.
The hunter has already been in the capsule for 30 minutes. A result like that is enough to make the girl run to the location to see it with her own eyes. But even seeing it, she can't believe it.
Abtrünnigkeitsprotokoll eingeleitet.
So long ago, if he will worry
Kontaminierte Ausrüstung entdeckt.
Obviously, the girl doesn't believe it.
Feindlichen Drohnenstock entdeckt.
Seen using a sword on the digital panel. And besides that, the healing ability is also clear for her. But the director, who knew disagrees since Suo is fulfilling the objective. In other words, not only was he right for not abandoning the girl, he protected her whenever he could. In other words, in any case, it was clear that the best candidate of the test had already been decided. Back to the protagonist's perspective, at the moment, perfect moment they're all cut at once with an extremely fast attack. Despite this, the protagonist believes he must be even faster to achieve his goal. So he draws his sword once again. The protagonist continues the extermination. Quite intelligent, the protagonist masters sword draw, consequently increasing skills. And although the experience is possible to improve techniques. In addition to gaining some new ones, most of the ones he already had were raised to rank him.
Grundlegensfunktionen kritisch.
He was lucky enough to obtain a technique as Bruce Parks. Therefore, with the system's recognition, the protagonist was given the opportunity to register his own skill. And now he was one step away from acquiring his technique called Guardian Sword. Naturally, the protagonist chooses this as the name of his technique. Then, recognizing the boy's skill level, the system allows him to create his own swordsmanship style. In this way, the skill of Guardian Sword of rank S is successfully created. With this, the hero 10 bonus action. The system wants him to continue walking the path of the sword and therefore also grants him restrictions related to swords. But to finish the challenge, there are only two options. The first is to die, and the second is to kill all the monsters in the area. Which, considering the protagonist's personality, it was already obvious he would choose the second. Sometime later, the instructors still hadn't intervened in the protagonist's test, and naturally, to everyone's surprise, Sue actually managed to kill all the monsters. Something that had never happened before, especially considering Sue also killed a civilian. Therefore, it was unanimous among all that they didn't even need to check the test ranking. Days later, the association's headquarters in the strategic team office for the Hunter test. One of them believes that Kim Hyun must have been the best candidate, and another agrees that the boy worked really hard. So the one in charge of presenting the results believes that this time Hexagon will come out victorious. However, the data shows that first place actually goes to Sumo, and to confuse the officers even more, Ki Hyun, whom they were talking about, doesn't even appear on the list. Naturally, the atmosphere becomes a bit awkward, and within seconds, the leader of the association calls the hero. Upon answering the call, the protagonist introduces himself. Then Shulman apologizes for not congratulating his colleague when he received the news, and he praises him, saying that not only did he get the spot, but he was also the best candidate. Very confident, the hero tries to shift the credit to the leader, but he knows Suo earned it, and only thanks to him. Changing the subject, Shulman questions if Suo will join the association. Then the hero replies that he'll join a guild for now, but that his intention remains the same. So Shulman thanks him, saying he'll definitely call the protagonist when public recruitment is announced. And so the two say goodbye as it's now lunchtime, and they're both a bit busy. After hanging up on the other side of the line, Shulman doesn't look very excited but gets up to go meet Sue. From the protagonist's perspective, noticing his colleague's voice was strange, he wonders if something happened. However, the most concerning thing is that now Sue won't stop receiving calls, so he answers another one. This time it's Director Kim, who, honoring their agreement, informs him that she has already deposited the promised money. But anyway, she quickly asks when the hero will appear at Nexus. After all, with results like these, she guarantees he'll receive better treatment than anywhere else. So the hero thanks her, and Kim invites him to meet for a better conversation. However, thanking her again, Sue declines, saying he has a personal commitment today. But he also makes it clear that since he is now a student of Nexus, he will inevitably show up there, which obviously makes the director very excited for when that happens. And without wasting time, she makes it clear that her staff must not sign any contracts in the meantime. So while the protagonist feels a bit embarrassed by the happiness heard through the speaker, the two say goodbye and Sue gets out of the taxi, thanking the driver. Since the protagonist passed the test and obtained his license in addition to receiving the payment agreed upon by the director, all that remains for him now is to acquire some useful tools. At the Gotham wholesale market, the protagonist checks off a few items on a list on his phone because he's already bought everything he needed, except for a certain weapon he's going after right now. At Doyon's materials shop, the boy is unsure if he'll find what he's looking for in a place like this, as he came to an empty store on purpose. Anyway, he enters and talks with the old man running the place. With a smile, Suo says he recently became a hunter and wants a light and useful weapon. So the vendor points to a collection of weapons in the corner of the room.
Helikopter ist fast in der Bergungszone.
They're all low-level swords with no information. That doesn't seem entirely bad. There are cases of swords that were sealed and later unleashed immense power. Swords like that emit a very noticeable aura, and in a place like this, there are many players who find something like that. Because of this, the protagonist activates his mana detection, and among the items, senses a different energy coming from a spear, which makes him certain he's found the item he wanted. Sometime after buying that item, our hero leaves the wholesaler. He's very proud, knowing that if the seller discovers his value later, he'll regret having sold it so cheap. Anyway, the hero decides to begin the process. In the first stage, he closes his eyes and focuses, channeling the weapon's energy into a flow. His own mana is infused into the weapon, and thus the seal begins to break, until with an uncontrollable release of energy, the spear's subconscious begins to awaken. Our hero feels greatly pressured as his mana is being drained, but suddenly the process is interrupted by a sudden collapse that causes the protagonist to throw the spear to the ground. A bit more than that, he would have been completely exhausted. young hunter who placed first in this year's association test. And furthermore, Suo also reveals that he is the one who cleared the Cinderum portal, which makes the reporter audibly surprised, and unintentionally ends up drawing the attention of his colleagues since it's incredible for someone to do that without a license. Anyway, Jin Hui asks the reason for the boy's sudden contact. And to explain himself, the hero says he became interested in the reporter's professional side, known as the Golden Boy. So since many of his achievements will make headlines in the future, the hero wants to hire Jin Hui as his exclusive reporter. Even though he's someone greedy, Jin Hui says he's not in the mood to have someone bossing him around. But the hero says that what he really wants is a partner, though the reporter doesn't believe it. After all, in his view, Suo must be trying to trick him to boost his own value before joining a guild. Even though it's not true, the hero admits he wants fame, but explains that he plans to become a public servant. And when he mentions the association, Jin Hui naturally doesn't understand the reason. Being asked to help someone get famous without the goal of joining a guild sounded like a joke. Anyway, Suo maintains the idea that he wants to work on the front lines, so Jin Hui asks again if the boy wants to be a hero or just gain fame. And what the protagonist replies is that he only cares about ending the portals, which the reporter doesn't quite understand. This meeting with the hero felt very strange to Jin Hui. Not caring much about it, he said he understood what Suo meant, but even so, he decided to decline the offer, saying he would only write the articles he wanted to write. In that case, as usual, the hero proposes a bet between the two. Understanding that he will have to earn the reporter's trust first, he says he'll prove it through his abilities, and that, as a hunter, he plans to conquer the Tower of Trials alone on that same day. Jin Hui knew that even for a powerful group, conquering the tower was impossible, but that was exactly why the hero was using the situation to gain his trust. After all, if he succeeded, Jin Hui would have to accept being his exclusive reporter. The best player who ever worked in the news field was reporter Jin Hui. He is someone who takes pride in coming from a wealthy family and only accepts special requests. But in the past, he was several times with Suo, changing public opinion. However, due to his ego, he aspired to be feared since in any place, and Needle was Jin Hui would call that Needle, and after getting into a fight, he had to step away. But the hero doesn't plan on letting him disappear again. By winning this bet between the two, victory is so extreme, Jin Hui's ego leads him to accept the hero's bet. When he soon finds himself saying he's already heading out to the reporter feels extremely irritated. Believing the hero is crazy, he doesn't understand why these things are being said so suddenly. And in the end, he concludes that the boy isn't bad, just really annoying. Jin Hui believes he is not the kind of person who lies in situations like this, but still feels quite stressed. Regardless, the reporter doesn't stop his activities there. Deciding not to worry about this matter for now, he leaves the office thinking he has nothing to lose. A few minutes later, the tower challenges, a line of people can be seen. Right at the entrance, the government employee responsible for managing the place looks bored. Wasting no time, the protagonist asks if he can enter, and since he has a credential, he is allowed in. The fact that he is alone draws attention. The employee says it's not forbidden to enter the tower alone. However, judging by the hero's new license, he suggests it's better to go in a group to avoid danger. Even though it's good advice, he agrees to let the boy go as long as he pays the 70,000 entrance fee when charged. But he also yells for Suo to turn immediately if he encounters any real danger. The Tower of Challenges is practically a hunting ground. Any player below level 20 can enter freely to level up like this. This is the best. Enters the interior of the Tower of Challenges. The system of the place warns that it will be possible to leave at any time once surrender is declared. Suo then materializes his sword, which will serve against the At that moment, a huge liquid green monster appears in front of the hero. It attacks at first glance, Suo is impressed with the size and speed, but in the end, he barely dealt any damage. Therefore, if he keeps acting like this, it will be a blow to his ego. So the protagonist thinks he should finish it quickly before getting pushed back again. With a precise sword strike to the slime stone core, a crack forms. Even though the monster tried to keep advancing to attack, the critical hit to its most sensitive part causes it to explode. This makes Suo realize that slimes can be easily destroyed with attacks to the core. Thus, our hero finds himself victorious, but soon right in front of him now are many others to face due to the slime's ability to divide. In the end, this is why it is recommended to explore in groups, since most forms are monsters that act he uses two smaller monsters as steps to reach the larger one and stabs his sword right into the center of the slime's core. Suo pulls his sword out of the larger one and spin his body midair to face the next ones. While falling, one of the last ones comes to attack Suo. But that's exactly what he wanted, because by grabbing one of the monster's tentacles, his free fall stops, and he can now reach it much more easily. Suo propels himself upwards forward, passing over several skill, also destroying the core of every remaining monster in the place. With the battle over, the tower system announces that the first floor has been cleared and asks if the boy wants to face the second. A purple crystal at the top of the place begins to shine, preparing the change in territory, and since there are 48 floors, Sue agrees to face the next challenge. The highest record in the Tower of Challenges is the 48th floor, but that was in his past life. Both records were achieved in groups of intelligently. The tower always scales challenges according to the participants. Therefore, as the number of people increases, the experience gain decreases. Although in a long confrontation, a team is always better. Someone form a team with levels conquer the 18th floor. And despite common sense, he believes he doesn't need any of that. Therefore, the moment the system offers the 19th floor challenge, the protagonist accepts. Territory begins to change. The 19th is different from all without wasting any time, the protagonist charges for the red light that appears to be his opponent. He jumps in all his strength, determined to clear the door of the simulation. However, all that said, the hero tries his best to finish it off before it fully manifests. Right when the monster shows his true side, he then cuts his opponent in half in a very ugly way, and without even allowing as always, the system asks if the hero wants to face the next floor, but the 20th is placed on hold. Another thing about the 19th floor is that usually monsters disappear once they are killed, but that is not the case with this boss. Without that, past knowledge and activated, and upon seeing a point of energy, the system announces that a secret portal has been found. This is the subspace that Jang Pyong acquired in the tower in the past. It is possible to enter this place after defeating the red monster. And that special trait is that living beings can also freely enter and exit the place. As soon as he enters, the hero is surprised by the interior that closely resembles a cave. Suddenly, a light similar to the previous one begins to shine near Suo's chest. And since the current subspace's owner is dead, the system asks if the hero wants to become the new owner, which he accepts. Then, as simple as it seems, he becomes the new owner of this subspace. Thus, the S-rank subspace ability is acquired, which surprises Sue again for being an ability instead of an item. It is said that the subspace changes according to the magical influence of the owner, which is why such a bright light like the sun suddenly appears. And within seconds, the system announces that the subspace has been rebuilt. To the hero's joy, the moment he opened his eyes, he realized he had practically gained a new home. The place adapted to Suo's mana and personal taste, so the stronger it is, the bigger the subspace will be. But what pleases the hero the most is obtaining this before Jang Pyong-ho, because in the past, the man was a trafficker who caused the government a lot of trouble. Sumo, for his part, spent several sleepless nights because of him. But since this time it was he who acquired it, it won't happen again, which made him kill two birds with one stone. Thus, what remains now for the protagonist is to keep moving forward. In the day's news, among the most exclusive is that the hunter on Suho will enter the Nexus Academy. Therefore, reporter Jin Hui believes the demand to study here will increase. But since Suho said he would join the association, publishing an article would be bad, as Nexus was confident they had him in their guild. In any case, Jin Hui wonders what floor the protagonist is on now. But at that very moment, a message appears saying the 30th floor has been cleared. The record of the Tower of Challenges is broken and the 31st begins to be faced. Among the people nearby, everyone starts gossiping about which guild is responsible for it. And suddenly, the 31st floor, which had barely begun, is also cleared. Therefore, Jin Hui can hardly believe that the person responsible is actually Suo. At first, he thought the protagonist was just bluffing, but upon checking the tower's information, it clearly states without any restriction that the name of the player facing the 32nd floor is on Suo, so the reporter knows he can't let this one slip. At Nexus headquarters, the director slams her desk, unable to believe what she's hearing. One of the employees says it's possible to see Suo breaking records in real time. So fortunately or unfortunately, Kim realizes that if he wants to bring him into the guild, he will have to pay much more than he had imagined. Therefore, he also decides to contact the president of the association first. Shortly afterward, the player on Suo begins facing a challenge with Chulmin, who came to see it up close, is impressed by how ridiculously fast it was. So if what he said about joining the association is true, they will have an incredibly talented person on the team. At that moment, the young man's phone starts ringing, Vice President. Upon answering the call, a voice yells, asking where he is. Then Chulmin informs them that he's in Pangyo, in front of the Tower of Challenges. Regarding that, when asked about his protagonist there as soon as possible. Chulmin, in turn, gets excited. He's also recruiting hunters for the association. However, the Vice President reveals that he only wants to enthusiasm completely crushed, the young man nearly breaks his phone. Unfortunately, he remembers that in any case, as a government subordinate, Min knows he'll have to bring him there. Back inside the Tower of Challenges, with his sword stuck in the ground and extremely exhausted, the 48th floor is Sue achieves a new milestone with 5 bonus attribute calls. He's already tired of climbing non-stop, but just looking at his new stats makes all his reluctance disappear. Sulo is glad to have reached level 39, and every time he breaks a record, he earns 5 bonus points. Also, since he already knows everything, the hero feels like he's playing on a low level. Anyway, he finishes distributing the points, and finds himself once again at the front of that teleportation room. Ready for the next objective, the challenge of the full next floor begins, taking the protagonist instantly to the one he's been face until now. Standing before our hero is the most powerful monster in the Tower of Challenges. This is the level 49 power, which demonstrates his confidence in the war. The monster quickly stares at the protagonist, seeming curious. And since his enemy is level 49, Sue actually feels a bit intimidated. Even though it's not a pure-blooded dragon, it's still as strong as one. Sue isn't sure he'll be able to win. But despite being an opponent that will certainly be tough, the protagonist won't give up before trying. After all, this is exactly what he came for. At the same time, Sue raises himself for his sword tightly as the monster stands himself. And so the two charge at full speed simultaneously, determined to eliminate each other. When they reach a critical distance, the dragon tries to continue the charge. Sue dodges the jump that causes the monster to miss. The protagonist can understand how something this big is so fast. But once again, the pressure of its claws against the ground shows it's preparing to strike. The dragon gathers a large amount of dark energy in its claws. And to the protagonist's misfortune, he starts being pulled in by the pressure of the wind. With the protagonist in the air, the monster opens its mouth to swallow the sword. It really seems like that will be the protagonist's fate, but at the moment the monster closes its mouth. Sue manages to use his own body to propel himself. This way, he manages to land on top of the dragon's head, and saying it's his turn, he prepares a theoretically fatal strike, bringing his sword down on the dragon's head as much force as possible. The attack causes a considerable amount of damage, leaving the monster slightly disoriented. However, the dragon begins to reposition himself. Both are already facing off for a second round again. From the beginning, Sue knew it would be hard, but he didn't expect that he wouldn't even be able to scratch it. In any case, the monster doesn't care about those complaints and begins pressing the ground, using its weight as an advantage, to create cracks that send stone shards flying along the ground like in an earthquake. Luckily for the protagonist, even though several rocks get in his way, the monster gets confused by his own strategy. With Sue hit especially since if it were, the hero would have already been found. Furthermore, even though it's not such a high-level monster, its body's defense is quite high, which prevents direct attacks. Therefore, what our hero thinks is that he must focus on its weakness. This becomes clear when he sees something shining on the inside of the dragon's tail. Even from behind one of the rocks, the reverse tail is visible. The protagonist decides to act as fast as possible. He reaches his target, and drives the sword forcefully right into the middle of the dragon's reverse scale. Instinctively, the monster panics, and a message notifies that the tower dragon has become enraged. Unluckily for the protagonist, the dragon already difficult situation worse. In any case, the hero needs to destroy it quickly and focus so he doesn't stall any longer. Then, with a very clever strategy, he applies torque force to rotate the weapon in the scale. And so the dragon's tail reaches the skill is activated. Paralyzed and hallucinations appear. The hero tries to use his healing skill, but the negative effect is too strong to neutralize. The monster goes more, displaying its ability, and the protagonist, who is in an advantageous position, now finds himself in an increasingly dangerous one, until, to finish off the hunt, the monster slams its tail hard against the tower's wall. Rewinding a few seconds when the monster decided to crush him against the wall, and so when he was about to be eliminated by that devastating blow that sent debris flying, he was thrown inside by the dimensional portal that connects the worlds. Suo, who is in a desperate situation, knows he must act quickly. So he summons some potions he brought just in case, though he can barely move. Using all the strength he has, he opens one entrance desperately. It was a purification potion, and soon the effects were activated. Thus, the panic state was neutralized along with the hallucination state. And finally, the hero could collapse face down on the ground to rest a bit. It's extremely convenient that only authorized people can enter the subspace. Suen bought those potions wholesale, just to be safe, but never expected to use them. Moreover, the dragon gained more resistance by using fear, and since healing didn't work, he will have to keep fleeing to this place. However, this way, the hero realizes he won't be able to do anything, and given that, decides to test a new strategy. Summoning some everyday items to try to find some use for them in the fight. After some time, the protagonist learns a low-level combination through the library of memories and summons a jar, which makes him very proud for being able to use formula combinations. Suo knows it's possible to combine various types of items, although many people don't value this possibility. Anyway, he puts socks as well as a guitar and a broom into the jade for the combination. Still, if it weren't for the molecular pulverization class from a famous scientist of the past, he would have never known this. Suddenly, a light appears from the jar, and soon a message congratulates the protagonist for the successful congregation. From that mix, a ring was created that hides presents, ranked S+, called First Mumu, and of course the protagonist gladly received the item. Upon obtaining a new achievement, he gains 10 attribute points, and the reason it became an S+ rank item was because of this system bonus. There are many ways to categorize an item, so people use the terms original and fake. The first items that appeared were almost all S rank, which is the case with this one. However, a plus sign next to the rank means the item was affected by this system with some effect. And now, already able to feel the power in his hands, this item that now belongs to the protagonist is equipped. Our hero can see that it is a good item. In his past life, he hadn't obtained it because of a mad scientist who created the combination first. In any case, with these bonus points, he believes he should awaken that thing soon. First, our hero decides to allocate 4 points into mana, which finally makes him reach the 100th milestone. Thus, the boy evolves into the red level before reaching level 50, which makes him very proud. He thought it would take longer to count, so if things continue like this, he will reach the purple level soon. The attribute color changes at 100 points, but purple is only reached at 700. Anyway, the hero believes he'll get there faster than in the past, and having finished distributing the points. Now it's finally time to summon the ancient spear, and with the weapon he got wholesale in his hands, it's also time to awaken it. Without wasting time, the protagonist begins inserting his mana into the weapon, and once again, the spear's seal starts to break. Just like the day before, the synchronization begins by absorbing a large amount of the hero's energy. However, this time, with just a bit more power, he manages to continue the process until finally the absorption is complete. A black mist sweeps through the entire subspace, and a notification appears stating the seal has been broken, along with the achievement that the spear's consciousness has been partially awakened. Naturally, the item's information begins to change until the name Spear of Shadows, ranked A+, is revealed. And with this in hand, now there's nothing stopping the protagonist from returning to battle at full strength. This is one of the Shadow Lord's treasures. It is said to have been made using the bones of a god. It can be summoned anytime and repaired when broken, so if Jang Payon had acquired the subspace, Suo wouldn't have gotten it. The reason its creator is called the Shadow Lord means he exists somewhere in the portals. The Shadow King used the Sword of Shadows, so once again, Suo avoids a future problem. Anyway, now the best thing can be tested. Wasting no time, the protagonist lowers his hand and calls for the weapon, and then a black light begins to form around the back of his hand, until the spear is summoned, accompanied by an extremely intimidating energy. With the weapon's handle gripped tightly in his hand, the hero praises how useful it is to summon it out of nowhere. Without further delay, now Suo will make a match against the floor's boss dragon. For the hero, it's a shame to attack it from inside the subspace. But since not everything can go his way, he states that he'll try to deal as much damage as possible while the monster is sleeping. Thus, the hero slowly approaches the dragon and trying to positions himself above where it lies. He then summons the weapon and, changing its grip type, draws it out until the spear from right there. The spear travels at high speed, while the monster is sleeping and is indeed struck in its reverse scale, which is its most sensitive spot, causing it to wake in a panic, roaring in pain. The hero jumps down to the rock and enraged for having the scale attacked. He uses the fear ability again, but this time Suo reacts quickly by returning to the subspace, which spares him from the negative effects. The protagonist feels the pressure, and even though he got back in just in time, he still trembles a little. But either way, Suo gets excited knowing that he finishes off the monster. In the protagonist's view, the scale isn't breaking as it should, but at least 10% of the dragon's power is gone. The hit and run strategy works, so the monster has taken so much damage that it no longer lets its guard down. But for Suo, that will make a difference now, because this time he's going to attack it head on. So the protagonist exits the subspace once more, and preparing a fatal blow, hurls the spear of the dragon at high speed. The monster, in turn, manages to deflect it, but the hero takes the opportunity, and since he can summon his weapon at any moment, he calls it back and lands on the monster's face, stabbing the dragon with the spear's blade. The dragon screams in pain, and the hero is thrown far away, making it very difficult to regain balance. Fueled by immense hatred for the hunter, the monster charges to finish him off, and now, with no apparent way to escape, an explosion occurs. As the dust settles, the monster tries to find the protagonist's remains, and since it has only one eye, it becomes difficult to locate it. That's why the hero, who came out of it completely unharmed, gains an advantage by running at high speed through the blind spot, until once again, the tower dragon uses the fury once more to defend itself, and the hero enters a panic state. However, the spear that had been thrown continues its path until it strikes the scale and very quickly thus, while the monster tries to recover, the protagonist jumps over it with his beginner's sword in hand. and since the scale is destroyed, he cuts that troublesome dragon entirely with some motion, which makes him the first hunter in the world to defeat the Tower of Challenge boss. With the Tower Dragon dead, the 49th floor is clear that a new record is set, but that no longer mattered since the tower had been completed, and for this achievement, Sue received 10 bonus attribute points. The system began evaluating his stats, and the hero leveled up, gaining more attribute points. In this life, the protagonist managed to conquer the Tower of Challenges, something he hadn't done in the past. In any case, for reaching level 40, the ability Healing Spirit is mastered. This is a technique that restores stamina in an area, so all beings within it will heal gradually without limit as long as there's a totem. As he progresses, the hero will be able to heal people on a large scale, just like his available. After analyzing the protagonist's feats, the system decides to grant compensation based on his level, awarding him Dragon Blood of rank S+. Surprisingly, this was the ability of a certain player who claimed to have taken it from a mountain dragon. The draconic bloodline allows the bearer to use the powers of one without having been born a dragon, consisting of several levels. So seeing this before him, the hero becomes very excited, especially since with it, he might become even stronger than in his past life. As expected, the reward was quite generous, so the protagonist moves to collect as many resources as possible. And to help with that, the boy summons the Spear of Shadows, because by driving it into the ground, the spear reacts to the shadow of the Tower Dragon and begins to devour the monster's shadow, until the dragon's body is completely consumed by the weapon, making it vanish entirely, which consequently evolves the Spear of Shadows to rank S+ due to its Shadow Fang ability. With the increase in magical power, a new part of its consciousness is awakened. Then the hero decides to take a look at what changed in his stats. Apparently, its regeneration is now also ranked S, but what stands out most is something else. A Shadow Prison S-rank ability can be used to stun a target and trap them, and while active, the target will suffer damage from shadow bleeding. In total, 2 new S-rank abilities came from the evolution, as expected, and since he believes he's done everything he needed to, Suo turns to head back. However, he notices that one tooth remains, which didn't disappear for some reason. In the end, Suo understands why he received his blood, and since he's gathered enough, now he finally decides to return, especially because the hero knows that the must be very excited on the other side. Outside the tower, a light shines in the crystal until it cracks, announcing Ansu's victory. Because of that, all players who are challenged other players, making them fall to the ground like sacks of potatoes. Two those who got slightly hurt from the fall ask who Suo is, but it becomes easy to see who he is when they both spot the crowd gathered around the protagonist. Naturally, everyone wants an interview with our hero, with detailed information on how he conquered the tower. But the fact is that the protagonist is tired. He ended up getting too injured in the tower, and that's why he will just rest and recover soon. In any case, the protagonist's attention is stolen when he notices Jin Hui reflecting nearby with a defeated expression. So while the reporter tries to process everything, the hero simply appears behind him, making him jump away in fright. Suo, for his part, finds the scare funny since the reporter was expecting him to appear. Changing the subject, the hero explains that he got rid of the paparazzi just by leaving the place, but that it was thanks to his ring. Anyway, Suo quickly asks if the reporter doesn't trust him. And with his hands extended in such a friendly expression, Jin Hui agrees to shake hands with the hero, even though he thinks he's a lunatic. Suo makes it clear that if the reporter still doesn't trust him, he can find someone else. But Jin Hui finally admits that if he didn't trust him, he wouldn't have come all the way there. So the two get into a taxi to leave before more people show up. Still inside the taxi, the leader of the association makes a call to Suo. Shao Min congratulates the hero for conquering the Tower of Challenges and apologizes for not speaking to him in person because he couldn't find him. In any case, the hero thanks him for the call, explaining that he fled because he was really tired. In that case, Shao Min asks if the hero needs to be taken somewhere, but Suo declines, as he already has someone doing that. So he only asks if there's anything else the leader wants to say. Regarding that, Shao Min reveals that he wanted him to come to the association. In fact, the association leader confesses that he never expected the Tower of Challenges to be conquered because it worked like a public portal. But since all that happened, they are conducting an investigation. Then the hero simply states that if they need any information, he'll be willing to provide it. And in that way, the two say goodbye, agreeing to get in touch later. Knowing the president and vice president's personalities, the protagonist is sure they probably just want a photo. So although he feels bad for Chol Min, since he will surely get caught up in trouble, Suo doesn't want to meet those two. Changing the subject, the reporter asks if he can ask something, and since he still hasn't understood, servant. Given the hero's abilities, Jin Hui knows he could join any guild. However, for Suo, no association can be stronger than the state itself. The reporter, on the other hand, believes that guilds have more fame and power, but although they could stage coups and even seize power, only in guilds could they live like heroes. because that kind of strength would incite fear in the population. Being honest, the protagonist admits that he also wants to eliminate the portals. But since he can't do that alone, he'll need the support of an organization, which in this case will be the government, as it is a place of absolute freedom. Among the players, he knows the reporter comments that none have such a strong sense of purpose. Getting straight to the point, Jin Hui asks if the boy will take the civil service exam and says it would be a waste to take the level 9 test. So as expected, the hero agrees, so Jin Hui asks if it will be So the hero decides to explain the reason to satisfy his colleagues. Jin Hui realizes that it's a good plan, and that's exactly why the hero asks him not to reveal it. Anyway, Jin Hui says that when the time is right, he will make an official announcement. And since the reporter will monopolize the news, he will certainly gain an advantage over the others. That being the case, now that they've gotten out of that mess, the reporter asks to since his information has already leaked, many people are likely outside his home, but the hero makes it clear that just like he escaped before, no man is in it. Instead, Jin Hui suggests that the hero stay at his place for a while. After all the guest room is ready, and the security is good enough to prevent any intrusions since it's located in the Kaiser in Jiangnan, basically the part of the city where luxury apartments worth billions are sold. Upon entering the place, the interior is so bright that all Suo can think about is how privileged Jin Hui is. To show more, the reporter mentions that the tablet in the room is quite functional. After all, with a simple app, they can buy items or food without leaving home, in addition to having access to an emergency healing function that can be used immediately. However, this wasn't something the protagonist needed, since he is a healer. Returning to the fact that he is a healer, the reporter starts asking about him. Then he apologizes because he really couldn't believe it when he saw Suo's information. To him, it doesn't make sense for a healer to climb to the tower challenges alone, as that class usually climbs with the support of a group. In any case, since he is still on the clock, the young man says he needs to return to the company. So he just asks the hero not to forget what he said earlier, and soon after they say goodbye, the protagonist opens his status menu. At this moment, he needs to distribute the attribute points he gained in the Tower of Challenges, and since he spent everything on his stamina, he will now increase sensitivity, as all 3 main attributes are already in the red zone. Suo is quite impressed, but now that he's finished distributing the remaining points, he believes it's best to stay with the family inside the apartment because of his current status. Demonstration of distrust toward the reporter, but rather a precaution. Because in our hero's view, being careful is never too much. After a long time, the hero realizes how hard it is to search an apartment as huge as this one. And in comparison, he believes it was harder than killing the dragon. The place is bigger than his subspace, but since he didn't find any cameras, he believes he can finally rest in peace. Suddenly, someone starts sending desperate messages to the hero's cell phone. And it seems it's not just one person, but several. In this case, our hero will inevitably need a new phone number. But for now, he decides to test the app the reporter talked about first. After a few minutes using the program, Suo is surprised that it actually works. He grabbed 2 cell phones to leave the old one aside, but with the constant calls, changing numbers became a priority. Either way, 5 hours have already passed since he arrived. In the neighborhood in the Safety district, inside a certain heavily monitored location, glowing square forms out of nowhere, and from within it come several masked individuals. With their identities protected, everyone makes every effort to remain silent. At a certain moment, a woman throws a bag on the ground, which when opened reveals several hidden bombs. Quickly, a bomb is carefully placed on one of the shelves of the location, and another is placed at the corner of the wall by a certain member. Naturally, all the bombs are being placed at critical points within the facility. However, everyone is surprised to hear that this one saying they can't blow up the place. In theory, no one was supposed to be in the building that day, and indeed our hero confirms it was supposed to be empty. However, since he was already there, he suggested with a smile that they have a conversation. One of the masked individuals yells, asking them to leave. But better than knowing the reason, the group is to escape. So they quickly open the same dimensional portal as before. But since they tried to run without talking, it hits the first member of the group and throws her directly in the back. Faced with their fallen ally, the other masked individuals can't understand why she laughs. Then one of them kneels down saying he will help her, but also feels something strange in trying to. Since they are in a hurry, the companion yells for his partner to hurry up. So the masked man tries to get oh, the shadow vine activates. Desperate, the man shouts that something is wrong. The girl asks to be left behind, but the man refuses because he seems to have a bond with her. Then, considering her partner's decision, she asks them to eliminate the hero, taking her opinion into account, all of them changing their strategies. Already seems to be amongst them, saying it's very hard to have a conversation. In an instant, all 3 masked individuals move in for a fatal attack. However, without the protagonist moving, the attackers simultaneously feel a strange sensation, because to their misfortune, the protagonist's gravitational pressure skill had been activated. With the intruders suppressed, Sue asks if they are from Banshee. Banshee was a secret group of terrorists that became quite famous across the country because, until they were caught, they caused many problems with bombs. Naturally, the masked ones question how the boy knows their name. So the boy decides to start by revealing the first member, whose name is Kwak Duho, someone who makes a living as a janitor and is the most hardworking member of the team. The second is Si Kyung, who manufactures the bombs but also works as a high school science teacher. Next is the delivery driver Kim Hemin, who has an ability that allows for easy movement. And finally, the last member of the group is Gu Yanhwa, a student at the Korean Women's University and founder of the group, as well as a user of an ability that disables electronic and magical devices. Obviously, the hero states he doesn't need to explain how he knows their identities. After all, as expected from the smartest person in the group, Yanhwa already knows him. Sugo asks the girl to tell the others that he's not a bad person, but she asks why she should trust him. Then the hero replies that he knows how to deal with kids like them. Including today's attack, there have been 3, and although no civilians were injured, they damaged other people's property. With the girl's ability, the security cameras weren't working, so the police are still trying to investigate what happened. But even knowing all of this, the hero still can't understand how they managed to carry out so many attacks without leaving any trace. That's why Sugo asks if the girl wants him to go to their houses to speak with their families. But the girl obviously asks him to wait. Thus, with the 4 in the palm of his hand, Sugo comments that now they can talk more properly. Since he doesn't work for the government yet and has no intention of hurting any of them, the hero asks if that's enough. Yanhwa still doesn't see a reason to believe him, but the protagonist warns that he could simply hand them over to the police. So what they are discussing now is a choice with only 2 options. And being a smart girl, she agrees to hear what our hero wants. In this case, their own hideout, which once again the hero demonstrates he knows about. First, Sue asks if Hanmin can get up and then requests him to the portal since it won't be possible to get a taxi from there. A short time later, the hero comments that it's quite comfortable for a hideout and asks them to freshen up without their masks. To an order. And to not seem weak, Yanhwa shouts that she took it off because she wanted to while questioning who the protagonist really is. After all, in theory, the boy's hobby was completing portals. With so many questions to ask, Suo doesn't even know where to begin. First, the hero explains that he used one of his abilities to know everything, and he comments that he already knows the group definitely has some secret abilities. In this case, what the protagonist wants is simply for them to work for him, to Yanhwa's surprise. Suo asks if the girl read his article where the plan was to join the association, which was actually true. In this case, Yanhwa shouts, asking if the boy came all the way there to recruit them since he said he wouldn't turn them in. So Suo simply asks her to calm down and listen for the protagonist says he will take the level 5 test, and that after receiving a promotion, he plans to join the Special Forces Department. Due to their reactions when he mentions his goal, the hero asks not to be looked at like that. He knows the hatred the group has for the Special Department, which is precisely the reason they commit acts of terrorism. That's why the hero explains that he also has similar reasons with
Übertragungsradius begrenzt.
At first, the boy thought it was just as bad luck, but later he realized it was a disaster caused by humans. When a portal is clear, a safe zone is designated, and that's why many people buy homes. However, the government knew that a portal would reappear in that place and did nothing about it, using the excuse that there were many development projects in the area. At this moment, the hero already knows who is responsible, and that's why he wants to become the leader of the Special Department, to make those people pay. The Special Forces are the most powerful part of the Hunters Association, capable of influencing other departments and conducting investigations. Among all this regarding the Four's revenge, the hero also wants to help, but he will need someone to act for him from the shadows. Yanhwa, in turn, comments that there's no guarantee the boy will pass the level 5 test. Then Suo says they can decide after he passes, but makes it clear that if they commit any act in the meantime, he will personally turn them in. That way, the conversation ends here. The hero knows that they all must be feeling ashamed now, since Banshee is an organization that never revealed its identity. They acted so intelligently that it was difficult for Suo to catch them in his past life, but he learned something in his past life while interrogating them. And that something was that they were like a protagonist but took out their hatred in another way by going down the path of earlier, they certainly wouldn't have done it, so Suo committed himself to correcting things before they sank again. At this moment, the hero already knows that regardless of time, Yanhwa will accept the offer. The conditions are cruel, but the protagonist asks them to think it over and make the best choice possible. Sometime later at the Korean Hunters Association, team leader Chol Min begins receiving apologies won't do any good because the president himself made the After being scolded for hours, he considers giving everything up and joining the guild. But he calms down a bit, remembering that he didn't join the association for nothing. He quickly greets him with a hug, asking how the leader is doing. Unfortunately for the boy, he meets this person at the exact moment he's angry. This person is the leader of the special department named Sungyo. Sungyo comments that it shouldn't be hard to bring one single person there. After all, if they accuse him of something and force him to come, they can just apologize later. Obviously, Cheol-min doesn't quite understand what the other leader is saying. So to explain better, Sungyo suggests adding to the invitation that the president wants to see Suo because he's being investigated. Since he heard that the boy also wants to join the association, Sungyo believes it will benefit everyone. Brushing off what he considers a weird joke, Cheol-min comments that something bad can happen. Then Sungyo says that every time he sees Cheol-min, he thinks of him as a person. Also, someone tuning Sungyo says their job is to put fear in the hunters to make them obey orders. So as the boy is a leader, Sungyo says he should start acting like one. After all, sometimes there are better ways to solve complicated situations. Anyway, the special department officer says he'll always be around when Cheol-min needs him. And so the two say goodbye, but despite the friendly appearance, the hero's friend thinks of that officer as someone disgusting. At first, he had a good opinion of him since he was part of the association. But over time, Sungyo actually proved to be someone quite scary with a lot of knowledge. Either way, the boy leaves work to rest a bit for now. But as soon as he goes down the stairs, he stops on a step to sit and reflect a little on recent events. When he met the protagonist, it was clear that he truly wanted to help the association. But suddenly, he turned cold like in their last call. Cheol-min believes that Suo must be getting many guild offers now, which is unavoidable, so he really wishes he could know what he's thinking. In a slightly more distant place, the protagonist's taxi arrives, and from it, he steps out, as always, ready for his next action. Looking at his hand, that invisible ring begins to glow, activating colorless solitude, which is an ability of the item itself. As soon as he got the first Mew item, the protagonist began using it like crazy. And now it will be the same because he's ready for his next objective, which is right ahead at the Soul Blood Center. With a powerful jump, he leaps over the center's security walls, entering with great ease. Then, while walking silently, the boy checks his surroundings, believing it must be nearby. Upon activating mana detection, a bloody red energy can be traced from afar. Normally, a portal emits a large amount of magical power, so it doesn't matter how well hidden it is as long as you can sense it. And this one in particular had just cracked open a rift between the two worlds. A secret portal is usually hidden and only appears when certain conditions are met. Logically, each portal has different conditions, but in this case, the protagonist summons a dagger from his inventory, and he makes a small cut on his hand without even thinking twice. After all, this portal's condition requires a certain amount of infused blood, and the moment the portal absorbs the protagonist's fluids, the conditions are truly met, which makes him proud. This way, the secret portal is open, granting the boy 5 attribute points for the achievement. And now, with the portal's information loaded, this blood portal is activated. Sometime after entering that place, the hero uses the power of light and realizes he's in a cave, so he becomes curious to go deeper. Along the way, a liquid falls on the protagonist's head, catching his attention for seeming like some kind of water. However, when he looks up, several small red eyes are seen, making it clear that it's Jewel from level 63 vampire bats. Skill called Intimidation is activated, generating a wave of fire. So all those monsters trying to attack the hero are easily defeated by his presence. One of them that remains is hanging on the ground, so to creating a wave of dark energy through the place. It causes all those bodies to be consumed in a few seconds by the weapon's power. Nothing is better than on one or two attributes, but since the hero knows exactly how the system works, he decides to give it to him. Rising to level 45, the hero, for his part, believes it was too much, so he checks the battle log and is surprised. After all, among the bats, there were also blood slimes, which were probably hiding among the vampire bats on the ceiling when Suo accidentally exterminated them. Even though it's a great skill, Suo didn't like that much, but he also knows that the higher the monster's level, the more resistant they become to the pressure. Thus, the protagonist keeps walking and finally stops in front of the boss, where the main event of the party will take place. And without even having to think much, the inside of the place is completely vast, surrounded by crimson light. At a certain moment, the protagonist announces that the monster can come out of hiding now. Red Eyes and defends himself from a charge by a giant bat that tries to finish him off. The most unexpected thing for the hero is the fact that the boss is a giant vampire bat. But even so, he fights back with a slash to the monster's wings, sending it flying. To the hero's surprise, suddenly he feels something approaching, and upon turning around, he sees a giant blood slime attacking him, forcing the protagonist to dodge just in time. Faced with these two, it's clear they're certainly not the boss, but also not common monsters. One is a century-old bat, level 72, and the other a blood golem on the same level. Despite that, the hero believes they are too weak to be a real challenge. So the three approach for a confrontation, and while the golem faces the protagonist in close combat, the bat tries to flank him, using his flying ability as an advantage. However, at the right moment, the protagonist counters with a slash and also turns, hitting the golem in 2 spots. Additionally, while stabilizing on the ground, he takes advantage of the monster's confusion from their injuries to use his full power, and eliminate both at once with an explosive slash that sends everything it touches flying through the air. Thus, as the debris from the explosion settles, the dust begins to clear and Suo gets a bit excited believing in his victory. But he quickly returns to reality because of a very important fact he had forgotten, that both the century-old bat and the blood golem had the power to resurrect whenever they wanted. The wreckage increases as the fight continues between the protagonist and the 2 monsters in the boss room. In addition to being able to resurrect, since they are blood monsters, physical attacks don't work very well. That's why the hero believes he'll have to use that. Suddenly, his hand begins to glow, and as the monsters approach, a new sword materializes. Naturally, the clash causes an explosion even stronger than the previous one. However, when the dust settles, the monsters seem worried because the bat starts bleeding after being struck in a critical area, and so does the golem. Before, it didn't matter how much he slashed, it wasn't doing any damage. But in the end, they still have a weakness against silver swords blessed with divine attributes. And as a healer, what the protagonist knows best is how to manipulate divine power. A strong light is created when Suo channels this energy into the sword, and as it passes through the monster's entire body, its end comes swiftly. That's why the hero steps on the defeated bat and mocks how easy it was to defeat it, addressing the blood golem. He asks with a smile if he should also use divine power on him. The golem becomes more furious than ever and charges forward to avenge his companion. However, what it didn't expect was that now the protagonist could take it down much more easily than before. And just like the other, with a single strike, the blood golem is defeated, which makes the hero really appreciate this attribute. Being a healer, using divine enchantment becomes quite useful. By enchanting his silver weapon with that power, Suo created a perfect weapon to deal damage to the monsters in this place. Suddenly, a sense of an intimidating presence is felt behind the protagonist. Then he realizes that the true boss of this secret portal is finally going to appear. With slow steps, the boss recalls that the boy not only invaded the place, but also killed his subordinates. Calling the hero an insolent creature, he says the boy doesn't know his place. So the level 76 cursed prince orders Suo. The vampire attacks, claiming the protagonist is far too arrogant. In the first strike, our hero manages to defend. Furious at the intruder, the vampire changes his strategy and creates a blood sphere. The boy won't infuses all the blood into the ground, then sees a blood rise around the protagonist in an instant. These are curtains of blood that block the opponent's vision, and since the entire room is filled with the vampire's energy, the hero can't tell where he is. Either way, Suo believes it's better to concentrate since he doesn't know from where an enemy will strike. Still paying attention to every movement, he senses something and manages to defend himself in time. The prince indignantly questions how the boy Suo only mocks again, saying he has good reflexes. Between the protagonist's sword slashes, the vampire creates huge blood claws. Then when he hits him, the hero believes he's about to win. But the prince immediately shatters that expectation, revealing that something like that doesn't work on him. And now it's his turn to mock the protagonist's naivety. He begins to transform, and using his skill called Blood Scream, he prepares to exterminate the intruder once and for all. Suo begins to get injured by some projectiles flying at him, so he changes his grip and by plunging his sword into the ground, activates one of his large-scale healing abilities. Since the vampire is a demon, he's forced to retreat to avoid suffering the purification effect. The prince praises the ability, saying it's impressive, but asks what Suo did, and more than that, he asks where the hero's wounds are. With maximum pleasure in his words, the hero reveals that he's actually a healer, and sarcastically asks if he should heal the vampire too, who now doesn't even know how he's bleeding. But to solve that curiosity, the hero says he'll show him if he did it by doing it again. The lonely prince grows increasingly irritated by the human intruder's boldness, and in that fury, he charges in an attempt to unleash everything at once. The two begin exchanging blows at high speed, but with the protagonist's dual grip, he's able to defend and counterattack. As soon as he deals a small amount of damage, Suo defends, and then the vampire blocks a sword. Without giving up, the vampire keeps trying to strike, causing a clash of power between the two, until at a certain moment he smiles, having found an opening. This way, he performs slashes in a time span shorter than the blink of an eye. And apparently the protagonist is finished by the monster. At least in the vampire's mind, because the reason Suo vanished was that he had run to the prince's back. And in that advantageous position, he was able to strike with both swords at the same time. While the opponent coughs blood, the hero doesn't give him time to recover and closes in again. The monster's rage grows to an absurd level, to the point that he gathers strength for one last attempt to finish the hero, creating an even greater blood war. The prince shouts furiously for the intruder to die, but Suo uses all of his endurance to withstand the attack until the energy soon dissipates. Thus, the dust begins to settle, and with both of them back to back, the first to fall is the lonely prince. In response, our hero slowly approaches the body of his enemy and pokes it, asking if the prince is still alive. It really wasn't possible he would die. The still conscious head was able to bite the hero's arm. The prince finds it hilarious how naive Suo was to get so close and warns that the boy will soon become a attention and just tosses the head away in disgust. However, the conversion process begins, sending the boy to the ground from blood loss. The hero's mind starts to get a bit hazy along with growing thirst. Then the prince says it's too late, but Suo tells him to shut up. In a short time, the vampire transformation reaches the threshold of 40%. The process advances, so that at the final stage he can purify himself with holy water. At 50% transformation, the time comes for the first vampire characteristics to appear. So the hero retrieves holy water potions from his inventory, but before he can purify himself, they are shattered right from the palm of his hand. And with that, the vampire laughs again, this time stating that since the place is his, he can destroy anything inside it. The protagonist really didn't expect him to become visible. Corridors are already restored, and meanwhile, the transformation progresses. The prince says Suo should just accept it. At this stage, the boy's blood begins to be contaminated, but unlike what the vampire says, the hero believes they're still away. Suo's mind starts to grow foggy.
Abholung eingeleitet. Noch 15 Sekunden und wir verschwinden.
Dragon armor and S rank are immediately upgraded, halting the transformation and purifying the blood. With all the conditions for the release of dragon blood now met, the power of the dragon is unlocked along with the armor, which grants those two previously mentioned abilities. As the dragon armor effect is activated instantly, the transformation is stopped, thanks to the effect of the dragon armor, but this contaminated blood also gains more power. At this moment, the protagonist realizes capable of turning any kind of never revealed to the public that the player known as the demonic dragon blood shared it. The transformation made a change and the system recognized it as a risk since the blood was purified. Vampire ability at that rank appears in a sealed state. So the hero questions the point of having it. At the very least, he wanted to raise respect to them. Apparently, it's not possible to use dragon blood and vampire blood at the same time. Either way, some other useful abilities appear like vampire blood, blood jade, and blood weapon. All of them are A-rank, and blood weapon in particular is a rare ability used only by noble vampires. Besides that, since it requires blood to use, the hero will have to hunt a lot. The first stage is to kill a monster, and the second is to use the ability to transform it into jade, which in the end will increase the level of fear with the Fang of Shadows. Anyway, the protagonist yells at the vampire to stop his voice, the prince is still alive and understands how the hero is so fine and willing to degrade himself. Meanwhile, Suo waits eagerly for Faye's cue. Without having to wait long, a message appears saying that the first prince is with that, the monster and suddenly some noises start to be heard along with drops of blood. Soon turns to a massive turn. In a state of fury, the vampire declared that he was exterminate the boy for acting as a hero, and now the enraged first prince is prepared to send the killer. And the protagonist raises a jar, and blood begins to circulate through the vampire's body. Soon all the liquid gathers on the monster's back, forming enormous wings and sharp claws. From the magical power of each scream, the hero realizes that the prince is truly different now. The monster prepares a sphere of blood surrounded by dark magic, and launches it towards the last killer. Explosion is like a military-grade bomb. With that, the vampire believes the fight is over, but the hero appears behind his back. Unfortunately, his wings defend him, making the hero ask if he's gotten smarter too, which obviously enrages the monster even more. Either way, it was a fact that the lonely prince had become stronger, but without wanting to talk, the vampire charged forward, using his claws and new power to turn the tide. With several consecutive attacks against his defenses, the protagonist grows increasingly exhausted. With a proud smile, the hero activates his holy power to keep victory in here. However, both of his swords are snapped down, and the vampire is the hero narrowly dodges the potential for the strike and attack. The vampire's feat of destroying a sword with holy power surprises Suo, and since that more furious than ever, the vampire screams for that ability to return. But the protagonist stands firm, and upon successfully imbuing divine power into that demonic weapon, he begins cutting through the prince's attacks, leaving him unable to react at all. The strength of the blood sword attracts to his power, and with that, Suo moves to him. So he promotes the vampire,
Abholung hat begonnen.
Control again and charges forward with pure killer intent to exterminate the hero. And unexpectedly, what he uses to defend himself is a type of blood shield. With a smile, the materializes his soul. Thus, he boosts his strength to spin in the air and slices through the vampire with a precise strike on the point of an eye. After all that chaos, the protagonist is visibly exhausted, and although his head is on the ground, the monster changes his angry expression to a mocking, believing he can't be killed. But in response, the hero simply kicks the vampire's head away like a soccer ball. Calling him annoying, he summons his shadow spear, stating that he'll take care of him before getting irritated again. All the vampire says is that he'll surely get revenge. The hero drives the spear into the ground beside him, activating the Fang of Shadows, generating black chains that prevent the vampire from moving. Thus, the hero steps a bit closer, and as the monster questions what's happening to him, Suo tells him to shut up. The vampire blood ability is activated, and the extracted blood begins to be transformed into blood jade. The vampire tries to scream for the hero's filthy hands to be taken off him, but he is ignored. It's possible to see how much blood the skill consumes, and apparently the jade is only visible to its owner. Before, the person known as Bloodmaster was just a regular Hemocenter employee who worked as a nurse. He accidentally entered the blood portal that was hidden there, and as soon as he reached the boss room, he was transformed into a vampire. In theory, the boy should have died because when the transformation is completed, the system sees the player as a monster and closes the portal. However, as a nurse, he got healing skills to neutralize the transformation, and all of his abilities at the time were recreated as vampire abilities. He practically was reborn with a new power, and then after defeating the Cursed Prince, he closed the portal. From that point on, this player was recognized as the worst villain on Earth, called the Bloodmaster. In the end, since the protagonist was a prosecutor, this information somehow fell into his hands. That's why he already knew everything, from the transformation to the blood weapon. At this moment, the vampire keeps screaming that he will take revenge for all this humiliation. However, the hero simply asks him to try, because now that the monster has dry blood, he will no longer be able to react. The Shadow Spear reacts to the Cursed Prince's shadow and begins to devour his essence until, upon finishing, it becomes even stronger by successfully completing the absorption process of the Cursed Prince. With the secret portal concluded, the MVP is declared by the system as on Suo, and while receiving several bonuses for his feat, the exit portal was created at the end of that day. He also realized how powerful the dragons were. It became clear that regardless of a vampire's strength, it couldn't compare to a dragon. Even so, the hero finds it a shame not to have gained all of the vampire's power. But it's at that moment that the system alert appears. The system analyzes the boy's talent in detail and decides that he deserves a reward. In addition to 10 bonus attribute points, the hero gains the New Blood, which is basically capable of harmoniously accepting all types. Even for Suo, who came from the past, it was surprising. After all, a power like that, not only allowing for the mixing of races, but absorbing them in the purest ways like winning the lottery. Without delay, the vampire's seal is broken thanks to the effect of the New Blood. Thus, he evolves to S+ rank, and the original vampire ability given only to those of royal lineage also appears. Although the hero had never heard of it, this is an S+ rank ability, while the Bloodmaster had only obtained a + rank 1. Even those born as vampires do not possess something with the adjective original, so the protagonist believes it must be an effect of the New Blood. He thought he would only be able to acquire a few abilities, but in the end, in any case, the boy decides to stop dragging things out and go ahead to visit Nexus Academy, where he will study. Sometime later, inside the headquarters of the Great Nexus Corporation, the director walks down a hallway with her top executives. That's because they are all there to report to a boss who is waiting for them. Kiv announces that the hunter Suo will attend the next day to visit the guild. Then the president of the Nexus Guild, named B. Dongyuk, says they need to prepare since there's still a chance the boy could change his mind. Later that night, sometime afterward, at the reporter's house where Suo is staying, he enters the place and calls for Jin Hui, who for some reason is sprawled out on the couch. As soon as the hero asks why he's sleeping like that, the reporter wakes up. He recaps that Suo conquered the Tower of Challenges, and that now he is his roommate. So with 2 drinks in hand, the guy says he waited so they could celebrate together. But when he arrived, Suo had gone out, so he accidentally fell asleep while waiting for him. In this case, the hero warns that it'll be hard to take care of him because things like this will happen all the time. Changing the subject, even though it's late, the protagonist asks if they're going to drink, and since that's exactly why he's there, Jin Hui says yes. Shortly after, Suo says he really liked the recommendation of that app. He knew the guy earned well with his articles, but he didn't know he was that rich. Jin Hui, in turn, explains that's what you get for being the son of someone important. And since the hero's secret was told, he agrees to reveal that he's actually the youngest son of the president of the Dazin group. He also reveals that all his siblings have different mothers, as if the mothers were his father's mistresses. Therefore, Jin Hui is an illegitimate child, and that's why it's a secret he hasn't told even his coworkers. When asked about it, the reporter clarifies that his work is more like a hobby. In the end, he's already received many things from his father, but no shares, and he has also refused to work at any of his father's companies. After all, the boy believes he's good at writing, but terrible at managing. In the hero's opinion, Jin Hui does well as a journalist, which makes him embarrassed and leads him to also praise Suo's talent as a hunter and a toast between the two. The next day at dawn, the protagonist walks around yawning a lot. until he is greeted in the kitchen by the reporter who is already prepared for work despite it being the weekend. The hero commented that if he had known that he wouldn't have let the boy drink, but Jin Hui enjoyed it. In any case, Sue asks if any article about him is in the works, but the guy says it's not possible to live just doing that. Changing the subject, Jin Hui hears from the hero that he's going to stop by Nexus headquarters today, but the fact the protagonist reveals he reached level 51 last night makes the reporter spit out his drink. Surprisingly, the protagonist was at level 40 just a day ago when he left the Tower of Challenges. Then the reporter comments, somewhat confused, that the more he knows, the less he understands. Anyway, he reflects for a moment looking at Suo, and quickly tells the boy to get dressed in case he wants to make a deal. The hero, in turn, says he's fine as he is, but Jin Hui insists that he borrow a suit and make a good impression. He also makes it clear that he will lend one of his cars and Suo can't expose himself. Thus, just as agreed, a short time later, with the convertible car, the protagonist parked in front of Nexus headquarters, naturally surprising everyone who was waiting there. Without wasting time, Suo stepped out of the car in an elegant outfit worthy of a great hunter, which in the end even convinced him that he has managed to make a good impression. Inside Nexus headquarters, President Beidou introduces himself and the hero greets him, saying it's a pleasure to meet you. Getting straight to the point, since Suo has evolved a lot in recent days, they were worried that he might change his mind as he wanted to be a civil servant. But to everyone's surprise, the hero affirmed that this was still his main goal. Given that, Dong-hyuk asks why he wants to join a private guild. Honestly, the hero replies that joining the Korean Association is easier, and that he plans to take the level 5 civil service exam. So he wants to build his resume with a major guild and a sort of psychological game to avoid being intimidated by the association. That way, Suo's intention with Nexus becomes clear, and in his opinion, everyone wins because while he's there, he guarantees to do his best. Dong-hyuk understands the hero's goal but says he has a question. Initially, when the boy was just a stranger, he proposed a deal saying they would meet him badly. Everyone thought it would be a great opportunity considering how things had been in recent years. But now that all the guilds are also eager to have him, the president questions why Suo still wants Nexus. Dong-hyuk clarifies that he is aware of the talent Suo has, but he still doesn't understand his true objective. Therefore, from the president's point of view, if they accept such a strange offer, they will look tamed. And because of that, even if it's Suo, they will have to refuse. In this case, with a good laugh, the protagonist responds that it's something personal, recalling a certain speech from the president. Also, although he doesn't know much about the others, Suo is aware that Nexus is the corporation most committed to contributing to the Korean nation. When a horrible disaster happened in the past, the guild that helped the most with the rescue was this one. Because of that, the protagonist trusted those words. So since he wanted to help people, he believed there was no better place. He also stated it would be even better if they could continue working together after he joins the association, which Dong-hyuk approved. Changing the subject, the president asks if the hero really needs to join the association, since it would be much easier to contribute with him in the guild. Suo agrees but says that if he truly wants to fulfill his objective, he will need to enter portals that others cannot. For example, those classified by the government as high risk, the so-called sealed portals. Suo wants to go further and eliminate all 5 high-risk gates. So until he becomes a civil servant, all the portals he clears will be marked with the name of the Nexus Guild. And with that, he convinces himself that things can drastically change, especially since the hero wants Nexus to rise to the top. Dong-hyuk asks why that is, since the boy is already fulfilling it without his help. But to respond, the hero recalls that he said he would do everything possible while he was there. So in addition to clearing portals, he also went on a proof. Very surprised, the director asks if any of the members caught the boy's attention, and promptly, Suo replies that he's talking about Ken. In this case, she asks if it was the guy who just switched his main weapon. But the hero says it was he who made that recommendation, which only makes the character even more excited. Suo comments that he made the recommendation based on a serious analysis and guarantees that Daein is better than before, which Kim inevitably has to agree with since it's a fact. According to the analysis they had, everyone believed it was impossible for Dan to pass the tests, but in the end he finished in second place. Therefore, you know it's a little embarrassing to say she thanks him, boosting the hero's ego even more. Interrupting the two, a person comments that if the offer is real, it will be very good. However, the third member at the table makes it clear that he still has one more question. From what he understood that while the hero is there, he plans to enter the sealed portals. But since the government manages them personally, it's difficult even for guilds to get authorization. So the guy asks how the protagonist plans to get authorization on his own. But for that, Suo simply suggests continuing the meeting when he brings the approval in hand. In fact, the hero comments that he will prove his determination by entering one of them. Therefore, a bit worried, the guy comments that Suo always gives options that are hard to refuse. But to the hero, that distrust is normal since he's still just a rookie who caught the public's attention. So as he's not even at level 100 yet, he states that he'll get rid of that title and become a true professional. And to do that, he'll prove his worth on his own, which makes Dong-hyuk think very highly of the proposal, agreeing to continue after the completion of the sealed portal. Right after the hero's departure, that same guy from earlier, who was the president's secretary, was called in order to prepare all the necessary documents for Suo's recruitment, along with the formation of a special team just for him. Obviously, the secretary questioned this since the agreement was to wait until they conquered the first portal. But Dong-hyuk simply replies that it doesn't matter because he wants to show that he trusts him by preparing everything in advance, since he's certain that Suho will keep his word. And even though it's not so certain for the secretary, the two were clearly able to see the hero's eyes full of confidence, which didn't hesitate for a single second. At the Korean Hunter Association, among the public servants' offices, one in particular isn't having a very good day. Overwhelmed by stress, Chol-min keeps trying to think of a way to bring Suho in, despite his refusal. If they try to invite him with the excuse of giving him an award, the group leader knows the hero will refuse. Besides, something like that won't be enough, as it will need to be friendlier than just formal recognition. Even with few options left, Chol-min doesn't want to resort to the strategy of the Special Forces leader. So the headache begins to grow unbearable from thinking so much about how to solve this. Until suddenly, the guy's phone rings with an unknown number from his contact network. Out of curiosity, Chol-min answers, identifying himself as the leader of Team 1 at the Hunter Association. And to his surprise, the voice he hears is precisely the protagonist's. But the surprise doesn't stop there, as something is said over the phone that leaves Chol-min euphoric. Sometime later, the two meet at a restaurant that Suho considers to serve the best pork. And to explain how he knows the place, he gives the excuse that he used to eat there when he worked nearby. Changing the subject, Chol-min comments on how surprised he was by the unknown call, so the hero explains that he changed his number. Therefore, from now on, this is his new official one. Chol-min, in turn, thanks him for reaching out, as he thought they would never speak again. That said, the hero asks if the guy got into some kind of trouble, like the association pressuring the leader to bring him in. Chol-min's expression changes completely, and he asks how Suho knows. It's explained that after clearing the Tower of Challenges the other day, Suho asked himself why the guy wanted him so badly in the association. But usually when something like that happens, they just ask for some information instead of bringing the person to the headquarters. So in the end, Suho discovered that the superiors had a habit of summoning people just to take pictures. But even though it was something embarrassing, the hero said it was all right, and he commented that Chol-min could have been honest with him since it wasn't a big deal. The leader apologized, but the hero said there was no need for that, as his real intention was to thank him. In cases like this, Suho knows they often falsely accuse someone to force them to appear, but Chol-min didn't follow that plan. And that's exactly why Suho decided to come to the association only now, since he wanted to thank him personally and build a good relationship with the superiors at the same time. In this case, Suho asks when they can go, leaving Chol-min desperate. But without wasting time, the leader grabs the opportunity, saying he will schedule it for right after lunch. After some time at the Korean Hunter Association, the emblematic photo is indeed taken.